Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%. But later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
Yeah, I really
you
forgot.
have a Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You have played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era, in the old time before ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event，咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能由9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾咧。咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁樣。呢個希望可以加翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦。咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽。同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Chào mừng đến với Mystery Bounty Day 2. 46 người chơi còn lại, 46 bounty. Giải thưởng lớn nhất là 200 triệu Việt Nam đồng và tổng giải thưởng là 2 tỷ 800 Việt Nam đồng. Let's go bounty hunting!
10 million! 30 million! 250 million! With 24 players left remaining, all of the big bounties are gone, but there's still plenty of money to be won in the 2.8 billion VND prize pool. Let's see who takes the trophy home. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a good game for Leicester E-Dot, which means it's time for
Final table!
Alright, and Daniel all in for his term in life with King 10 of Hearts. Alex from Singapore with Ace 6 of Spades. Here comes the flop. 5-8, 4-2 clubs. Alex is holding. Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Alex still holding here with Ace High and the gut shot. Daniel drawing to 6 outs and only 6 outs. Needs a 10 or a king. And the 2 of Spades in the reverse is going to seal the deal. Alex from Singapore going to be taking home the trophy for the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Hanoi. Alex from Singapore, congratulations on winning the Mystery Bounty. Anything you want to say to the friends and family back home in Singapore? Today is day 5 of APT Hanoi, which features the Superstar Challenge.
Hôm nay là sự kiện Superstar Challenge với mức buy in là 150 triệu Việt Nam đồng và đây là sự kiện có mức buy in lớn nhất của APT Hà Nội.
So today Ron and I are going to find out what makes these superstars just so super. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah.
Probably invisibility.
Maybe invisible?
Because I'm a big, loud guy, and normally people can see me halfway across the room, so it'd be nice to just blend in once,
You can do some great stuff, man. Why not?
Ron, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
I want always look like 21-year-old.
希望能看穿牌。
Change card airline. See other people's whole cards and stuff.
To see the cards.
See through the cards, see what they are. X-ray vision.
Vision, yeah.
I myself would want Batman's superpowers. He has no superpowers. He just has money. With just 10 players left in the Superstar Challenge, it's time for the final table bubble. Need to find our queen or 10 to stay alive, and that means that we are down to our final table here of the Superstar Challenge. Heads up of the Superstar Challenge. 5 in the window, a set here. And the turn is going to seal the deal. Alan of Australia going to be our superstar victor here, taking home 1.985 billion VND. Alan, congratulations again on being the superstar. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
To fly.
Amazing. And you'll fly to Da Nang and Incheon. Thank you for watching, and make sure you like and subscribe for more high quality poker content.
Và ngày mai là sự kiện Women Event. Mình sẽ tham gia, cùng theo dõi mình nha. Để biết thêm thông tin, hãy truy cập vào apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. My name is Vidar Singhal, and I'm here to welcome you to the final day of coverage and the final day of the series. Here, coming to you live from Hanoi, the Asian Poker Tour. We are playing the 80 million VND buy-in high roller today, the prestigious event that we usually cap out our series with. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us and those of you who've been with us throughout the series. We're coming to you fresh off crowning our main event champion last night, the local Vietnamese, now a hero surely in the poker world, Mr. Din Duc Ling, walking away with 145,000 USD. That's good for 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. And here we are today, wrapping things up with the high roller, also with a massive payout, 114,000 USD. That's 2.7 billion VND up top. Let me just tell you what's going on here. 166 entries to this $3,500 buy-in event. 46 of them advanced to day 2. 46 trying to play it down to 23 who will make the money. So exactly 50% of the players left in the field today will make the money. Minimum payout, $5.7 thousand. That's good for 134 million of the local Vietnamese currency, VND, moving all the way up to that 2.7 billion first place prize. We are kicking off our first hand of the day. We will slowly introduce you to all the players, the beautiful diversity, always visible here at the APT. I count 6 flags among the 8 players on the table. We are playing down all the way to the winner today, so strap in. It's going to be a great day of poker, some advanced poker, some high-level poker. That's what I love to see for this high roller. Once again, I am Vidar Singhal. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you're still in chat with us after all these days of coverage, say a quick hello. Let me know what your favorite moment has been so far. I know I have a few candidates. Let's get chatting. Let's get watching some amazing poker as we kick off the action with this interesting hand developing. By the way, Anton Liu does have a piece of the board. And top pair for John. Blinds are at 5K, 10K. Mercifully, the best level for commentators like me to quickly calculate how many blinds people have. Goes check, bet, call on the turn. And time for a value bet, perhaps with top pair. .46 players advancing to day 2. Once again playing down. First milestone, 23 players in the money. Perhaps the second milestone of the final table. 9 players to the final table. Moving all the way up those massive pay ladders to $114,000 Second place good for 77,000, 1.8 billion VND. Third place 52,000, 1.2 billion. And fourth place, almost a billionaire, 997 million. Let's just round it up to a billion. So once again, just like the main event last night, 4 billionaires being crowned today. And speaking of being crowned, this event is extra prestigious, not just because of the buy-in, the extra caliber of the players, the fact that it's the last event of the series, but also that amazing new era APT Golden Lion trophy is up for grabs. I think we'll be cutting to it at some point in the coverage. It is just glorious. If you were not tuned into the main event yesterday, to check out our main event winner, get that trophy. If you haven't seen the video of Michael Soiza describing all the thought that went into designing that trophy, do check that out. In the meanwhile, hello to you in chat. Thank you once again for joining us. Unfortunately, the series is wrapping up here, but in case you missed it, in case you want to check out the APT in person, may I recommend the upcoming summer series in Da Nang. July 21st, the action kicks off in Da Nang, the beautiful town of Da Nang in Vietnam. I will certainly be there. We hope that you will join us there. It's going to be an amazing series. Similar events as the summer series here in Hanoi, but even bigger payouts, bigger prize pools. 114K up for grabs today, 145K to the winner of the main event yesterday, 90,000 to the runner-up, Akshay Nasa from India. Talk about massive life-changing scores. The main event winner yesterday, I believe, almost tripled his lifetime tournament earnings with that prestigious win. How's Julian been playing? Not sure. Trippy. I guess we'll find out how he's playing right now, since we've just kicked off coverage. Excuse me. Player you're referring to, I assume, Julian Salvesen, I'd say. My apologies, not sure how to pronounce that. We'll certainly be going with Julian. Seed 3 from Norway. I will be doing my best to introduce you to all the players as we cover this feature table. So hand number 2. Alan Pham from Australia, 452,000 in chips to kick off. Day 2 here. Raises the ace-4 suited under the gun. Pretty good indication of the game plan Alan has come in with. Ace-4 suited can certainly consider more conservative options as well. Raises into the big blind of the Indian superstar. Ashish, an absolute crusher on the Indian live and online felts. Defense King 8, flops the best of it. And this is a style of poker that I love to see. High roller, intense, really elite level, perhaps very theoretical style of poker, combined with some fancy play here and there, of course. Ashish now with 2 pair. Bet and fold, pretty standard. There is that trophy that I was talking about. Absolutely glorious. My favorite shot that we come up with in production here. Trophy in the foreground and all the minions fighting for it in the background. So there you have it. The leaderboard on this table so far. If you didn't catch that, 6 flags amongst 8 players. Always a testament to the diversity we have here at the APT. Mentioned the player from India, of course, Ashish. Alan Pham from Australia, seat 1. 2 local Vietnamese heroes in the making, as I like to call them. Seat 2. Win Dung, I believe. Player to the left of your screen. Julian getting shoutouts in the chat already. Finds ace king under the gun +1. Representing Norway. Seat 4, John Bonadies from the UK. Finds the fold. Action now on seat 5. Who also finds the fold, that's Winan, the lady in seat 5. However, an all-in from the button. Shorter stack of Anton, ace-10 off, gets it in on the button. Quick call there from Julian. We might be losing one of our feature tablists fairly quickly here. King right in the window, but a 10 also. Doesn't change much, still needs another 10. GG, sir. Standard spot, ace king versus ace 10 with short stack coming in. So we have our first elimination already. Julian grabs the skull. Perhaps more importantly, chips up all the way to over 40 bigs. We will be replacing the player soon, of course. Many notable names still out there. The one to highlight will, of course, be Mr. Bertrand Grospellier. Elky coming into day 2, third in chips. Many of the other superstars, not just in their home countries, but very familiar APT faces. I did see some of my Indian pals. Kunal Patni still out there, Nishant Sharma. Both have had incredible runs at many events at the APT already. Kunal Patni has multiple titles to his name. Nishant came runner-up in one of the single-day high rollers. Those prize pools get massive as well. I believe Nishant got 37K for first place. It was about 55K for... excuse me, Nishant got 37K for second place. About 55K for first place was a prize pool there. And here we are at the 80 million buy-in high roller that we're watching right now. Almost double the prize pool, double the first place prize. 2.7 billion VND, 114K. Pocket 7 in the cutoff, standard open. Ace on the big line, pretty much always going to defend. Out flops Emil. Interesting spot for Emil. Ace high board, fairly dry. Certainly favors the pre-flop aggressor's range. Sort of a mandatory c-bet spot with entire range. Does pick up some additional outs. Now needs a 7 or an 8. Trippy asking in chat for APT, what's the big events? I've not really paid much attention to it, unfortunately. Do you mean the big events at the series, Trippy? Such as the super high roller, the $5,000 buy-in. Of course, the event we're watching right now. 80 million VND buy-in, that's about 3,500. Paying out 114K, first place. Our main event, $1,500 buy-in, 145K up top. Or maybe you mean, when are the summer series? The next one being in Da Nang, starts July 21st. Hopefully we see you there. Does bring the 7 on the river. 4 to a straight on the board now. Tricky spot for Dung. Turns his hand into a bluff. Goes all in What an incredible play, putting maximum pressure on Emil. What a spot. Already, we can perhaps distinguish between the style of play of, say, a main event and a high roller. How often will you see top pair turn their hand into a bluff out of position on the river? And what a sick spot he's chosen to do it. Knowing all the 8s are in the range of the big blind and not so much of the cutoff as it happens. The cutoff could easily have an 8 considering they have 7s, but they have made the set on the river. What do you do if you're Emil here? You've just come into day 2. Standard play on this hand so far. Open from the cutoff, continuation bet, check behind on the turn, and now facing the jam on the river. The only question Emil is thinking is this my opponent ever jamming for value with a worse hand? It is certainly possible. But how likely is it? What a sick spot to kick off this coverage. Hand 4. I mean, come on. And the fold. Incredible stuff. That is how to wield a big stack. Constantly ask your opponent the question, are you ready to go home today? Are you ready to end this summer series here at the APT? That is a sick one. Emil is not going to be happy whenever he looks at that on the stream. Emil from Russia came in with 254,000 in chips, blinds at 10K. $42 remaining. So you can see on the right hand side of your screen. So we've already lost 4 players on the outer tables in 5 hands, one of them on the feature table, of course. Action on Ashish Manot from India. Ace-5 off on the cutoff. Standard open once again. As I already mentioned, Ashish, a well-known pro in India. Absolute crusher on both the live and online felts. Slowly making his presence felt in Southeast Asia at the APT. $372,000 in lifetime earnings for Ashish. Looking to add 114K to that total. Good to see the numbers growing in chat. Do let me know who you're here to support. Perhaps you're just like me, here to watch some good poker. Where are you guys watching from, by the way? One of my favorite aspects of the APT. Not just the diversity in the players, diversity in the commentary booth. I will be joined by Stephen Lai from Hong Kong later on today. Of course, Greg goes all in, a constant presence at the Asian Poker Tour. From Canada, Singaporean technically. And then lastly, diversity in the chat. Let's see some flags. Ashish has rivered a straight here. Julian has just queen high, decides to bluff at it. Once again, trying to utilize that range advantage. That board smacks the calling range of the big blind. Unfortunately, he's gone pretty big, 55K. Pot size polarized bet. Quick call from Ashish, pretty much knowing he has the best hand. Just wants to see it. No point raising. Only getting called by better hands. Nice little pickup there. Much more comfortable now. 34 bigs for Ashish. Julian takes a hit. Slow and steady is the name of the game. To be fully transparent, I suspect today is going to be a long, grueling for the players day of poker. Stimulating for us, hopefully. Really is part of the preparation and the skill you have to display at an event like this. Today is, of course, day 2. Playing a high roller, battling it out with elite players. Every decision can be crucial. The amount of focus required is insane, and knowing that you're in for a long ride today, starting off 46 players, playing down to the winner, need a different mentality. Need both physical and mental endurance. Chirag Soda saying hi in the chat. What's up, Chiggy? Let's go, Manot. Goat. Indeed he is. Thanks for all the support, bro. See you in Da Nang, maybe. Limp on the button. Ace-9 off. Limping becoming more and more common, especially at the high level on the button. Can employ various mixed strategies and mix in all kinds of hands to limp with. Win has gone with the ace-9 off here. He's going to get the bad news with the raise from the small blind. Ace-king off. But given the limp on the button, small blind raising range is much wider than usual. I suspect a continue is almost mandatory here. Wow. Wow. Just folds it? And Julian revealed he has ace-king. I'm amazed with that fold. Soul read.
You're never going to show your cards if you had a shit hand. You don't think so? Yeah. No, I mean, like, because they're asking to see it. Like, you're not going to show anything.
Still digesting that amazing fold. Limps the button with ace-9 off. Pretty standard spot to open, but perhaps came in with some sort of a limping strategy. Faces arguably fairly minimal resistance. Gets the ace-king to raise it up in the small blind. Getting decent pot odds in position. Just lets it go. Not in the mood to play tricky situations today, it seems like. Not yet, anyway. Saw the chip count come up on the screen. Did disappear fairly quickly, but I can see it in front of me here. Player from Vietnam, seat 2. Dang Nguyen. 71 big blinds. Is the chip leader on this table. Followed by the other Vietnamese player. On your screen right now. Nguyen An. Ace Queen now in the big blind. 55 bigs. Second in chips. All the way down to Emil from Russia. 16 bigs. Shortest stack. Still pretty deep. 40 big blinds average. 42 rather, as you can see on the right hand side of your screen. It's plenty of poker to play. Yet another fold from the weaker ace. It's just the start of the day, perhaps players a little bit snug. 4 stacks in the 30-ish range, and look at this, the new entrant to the feature table. I feel like I manifested that. Elky, the man, the myth, the legend, joining us on the feature table here for this final stream at the Summer Series. Mr. Elky has entered the building. Monsieur Bertrand Grospellier Gamer turned poker player. Just an amazing presence to have around the floor here at the APT. Always chilling, sometimes dancing, always blinging. If anything, he's underdressed today. Bright red, but not as sparkly as he can get sometimes. But those 6 shades are on as usual, of course. Elky actually busted in a brutal fashion in the main event. What was really cool to see is how focused he was. Needless to say, these guys are just absolute professionals. Have so much respect for the game. Try to play perfectly in every spot, no matter the buy, no matter the occasion. But to see Elky really make some tight folds to make sure he cashed in the main event, respect that ICM bubble, respect that ITM bubble as well for the main event. Not that the money is really what matters to Elky, I'm sure, at these stakes, but really wanted to get that APT main event cash on his hand and mob. After that, just a brutal small blind versus big blind showdown with trips for Elky and top set for his opponent. Pretty much put a pin on the matter. Clearly hoping to improve his performance today. I believe 41 players left, so we're 18 off the money. More than half the field is going to cash now. Super excited to see what Elky's presence does to this table. Wonder how many of the players on the table are familiar with Elky. I would suspect all of them, if not most of them. And it says Bertrand on the chip counter. Let's just go with Elky, shall we? Seat 7. Started the day off with 3rd in chips, by the way, as I was saying. Not sure what his stack has been updated to. We're just figuring out those graphics. Needless to say, it's healthy. Elky on the big blind. So 1 orbit completed. Perhaps players have settled in. Already seen an incredible fold. And 1 player eliminated. If the action continues like this, I'll be a happy camper. John from the UK, raising it up, ace queen off, cut off. Emil has 12 bigs. He's trying to evaluate how wide John would be opening from the cutoff. King 10, not the juiciest of holdings to try and 3-bet jam from the small blind. Yeah, let's this one go. There will be better spots. Elky with the Robbie. His stack size is off. Like I said, he came in 3rd in chips. That 6 big blind stack will be updated shortly. Seems like a lot more. Comfortably middle of the pack, if not higher. So to anyone in chat, any familiar faces for you guys on this feature table, rather? Personally, having done coverage for the main event for the past 3 days, I'm not as familiar with most of these players. Do have a lot of information on them from their hand and mobs, from their player profiles, which I will be telling you about more and more. Of course, familiar with Elky. Ashish we mentioned. Looking forward to learning more about these guys and their play. UTG open with kings, pretty standard. 2x. Does not prompt a 3-bet from win under the gun +1. Tens for Elky. Also only flat calls. Respecting the fact that the raise was from under the gun. Does not turn his tens into a squeeze spot. His radar is working perfectly. Do ignore Elky's stack. He has a lot more in chips in front of him. Another reason he did not choose to 3-bet there. We're off to a flop that could have fireworks. An ace on the flop. Yeah, every time you have kings, always an ace. Quick check from Elky. Alan takes the conservative route. Multi-way does check. And win. Is the chip leader on this table? Has flop top pair. Does not bet his ace, and now the king on the turn actually gives Elky some outs as well. 90% equity for Alan though with the set. And surely some chips get into the middle now. Win has just underrepresented his hand throughout. Has to call here. Does have outs to the jack. Elky makes a disciplined laydown. 3 overs. Broadway draw not worth much. A blank on the river. Time for some value. Sizing will be extremely crucial here. I believe he's gone half pot. A little above half pot actually, 115 to about 160. When tosses in the time bank, each of those good for 30 seconds. This is a tough spot. Once again, we're talking about the high roller here. A lot of the coverage we've done so far at this series and at many other events, a lot of players might quickly toss in the call chip, move on to the next hand. Indeed, that is the decision he chooses. Gives his opponent enough credit for all kinds of bluffs here. Considering the check all the way around on the flop, Alan's range ended up becoming pretty wide. Some bluffs in there. Some worse aces could be value betting as well. A huge reason when decides to pay that one off. So we have a new chip leader, but 3 chip stacks pretty much tied for pole position at this table. Long way to go for these chip count leaderboards to be super meaningful. Nobody's getting too out of line, it seems. Do have to be mindful. And we're back, as they say. Sorry about that. Quick glitch, quick fix. Back to the action. As I was asking, any Elky stories? I remember first hearing about Elky, was it 2009 or so? Whenever he really hit the mainstream of the poker world. And he was the first guy I saw playing poker on his phone while playing a live tournament. And the technological skeptic that I was at the time, I remember thinking, that cannot be real. That is way too unsafe. I would never play poker on my phone. Meanwhile, if you ever catch me on a metro, guess what I'll be doing? Playing the old sit and go. Blind versus blind confrontation. Both players with pairs. This is getting interesting already. Ashish limped, as he's probably doing with a huge portion of his range on the small blind. A very common strategy on the small blind is to limp, including with hands as strong as sevens. Gets the raise from Alan, which will also be very wide. A lot of hands that have really no value post-flop will convert themselves into bluffs by raising. In this case, Alan has a very reasonable holding in the form of sixes. 31 bigs for Ashish, 55 for Alan. What does Ashish want to do here? All options on the table, including all in. That's what he chooses. And that is the perfect move to make. Instant call from sixes. What a six spot Ashish found himself in. In a great situation to double up and have the chip lead on this table. But perhaps more importantly, 66 bigs at this stage of the tournament. Ace Jack 9. No help for the sixes. Gonna need a 6 or a 6 only. Not to be. So Ashish finds the healthy double up with the arguably a cooler blind versus blind at this stage of the tournament. At these stack depths. Pretty reasonable for sixes to call it off. He's going to be a real presence at this table. Manot the goat, I saw in chat. What a showing the Indian players have had at this APT. Akshay Nasa yesterday. Showing how it's done. Absolute masterclass at the final table. Bested only by the masterclass put on by Din Duk Ling. Especially in the heads-up portion. Super impressive. Ashish Manot. Now at 66 bigs or so. In case any other Indians in chat rooting for your favorite players, do check out the live updates. I saw Nishant Sharma out there in the field. Kunal Patni. Perhaps others. Maybe you're from Norway, supporting Julian. Or Australia, supporting Alan. Did take a hit to his stack with those sixes. Elky time. You know what I've never done is looked up Elky's lifetime tournament earnings. Before I even do that, let me try and make a wild guess what they would be. I know it'll be in the millions, yeah? Couple of million? 5? Let's go with 5. What do you think, chat? Is Elky going to be above or below 5 million in lifetime tournament earnings live? Jacksnet 25 says calling off 32 big blinds I think is not reasonable. I'll leave it to you to tell me what the charts say. It's certainly common for me to see sixes call off 32 big blinds there. Maybe not the correct play as per theory. Let me know if you find out. I'm not going to pretend to be the expert, but I certainly know the jam was reasonable from sevens, and part of the reason you do jam is because you hope to get called off by smaller pairs. Does Elky have 80 big blinds? Is the question in chat. To be honest, I'm not sure, but his stack is massive. He was third in chips coming in today. It is very much possible he has perhaps in the 60 to 70 big blind range, but his graphics are yet to be updated. They will be updated very shortly in about 10 minutes or so. New entrant to this feature table after the elimination of Anton. Well, I was way off on Elky's tournament earnings. $15 million in total live earnings. His best live cash alone is $2.2 million. The man is an absolute beast. And let me just say, in fact, it's not precisely $15 million. It's actually 14.87. Arguably the perfect amount, because the extra 114K from first place prize today will take him over 15 million. So that's what we're rooting for here, for Elky to achieve his milestone. At least to make a deep run, so we can be entertained. Elky did do the GG dance for us, by the way. The man has been memed and emojied so much. Now he does his dance live as well. Also an amazing presence at the players' party a couple of days ago. If you've never been to an APT, by the way, the players' party is something to look forward to. Free booze, free food, free vibes. Players really let loose. And I've seen this man on your screen let loose. Elky dances to his own beat, guys, trust me. Emil, 12 bigs, finds the ace-queen suited. Surely contemplating a jam. Getting the stare down from Elky. What a privilege. Or maybe Elky's looking past him. Quick fold. Henry Kilbane and I were super impressed by some of the folds Elky made as we approached the final table bubble for the main event. That's the thing about these poker pros, man, these sickos. They just make it look so easy. I'm thinking back to when he folded pocket tens, I believe. Close to the bubble, happen to be right. Few others. And there we go, his stack is updated. 83 bigs for Elky. Chip leader on the table. I believe one of the top 5 stacks in the tournament right now. Number 1 on the France all-time money list. Well, not surprising with 15 million in lifetime earnings. Probably more Asian than French at this point in terms of where he resides and where he chills most of the time. Famously moved to Korea to pursue StarCraft as a career. Back when you could only pursue a career playing a video game in countries like Korea. These days you could probably do it from the comfort of your own home, no matter where you live. All in again. Finds the ace-queen out of the gun. Great hand. Automatically gets in, but a lot of players to get through behind him. Julian lets it go. Well, not yet, apparently. John asked how much, had a minor decision, pocket fives. Too much to consider calling off when you're flipping at best. Gets another one through. By the way, that under the gun shove reminds me, we of course play a big blind plus big blind ante structure here at the APT, and as do most of the live tournaments around the world these days. Keeps things efficient, of course. But as a result, when that deadly 2 big blind combo is coming towards you, we have seen some out of line under the gun plays all throughout the coverage this series, especially from the shorter stacks. They just don't want to pay a huge chunk of their stack without any control over it. Tend to shove pretty light. I feel like if enough of the players who are attending here go back and watch the stream, they're going to adjust their calling ranges. Just yesterday at the main event, four-handed. Saw some arguably ICM suicide. Queen 9 off, just got it in. About 12, 13 bigs, even though there was a much shorter stack of 6 bigs in the mix. Simply because that big blind plus big blind ante combo was just rushing towards them. They didn't want to lose a sixth of their stack. Jammed the Queen 9 off, got punished with the kings on the button. A real hand for John on the button. 24 bigs, raises it up, pocket eights, and Win now needs to be thinking, how large is his stack, and can I 3-bet jam here? Decides John has too many chips. Will peel the flop, and Emil has a great hand. Certainly cannot fold this. Getting a great price to simply call, evaluate based on the flop, or maybe squeeze. He's already gone all in twice, has worked well for him. He's going to perceive the button's opening range to be very, very wide. Win puts on her glasses, realizing there might be some action on this. This is surely close. Just depends on the game plan Emil has for wielding his short stack. There's going to be a lot of folds by John to a jam. Pocket eights is not one of them. Emil, his radar seems to be working perfectly. Ace deuce. Very interesting board. 8 still ahead. With 2 aces on the flop, less likely for any of the players to have one in their hand. John is going to be relatively pleased with that board. But this is multi-way. Is going to c-bet, and what is Win to think here? Pocket sixes, similar to pocket eights. Probably feeling fairly comfortable on this board. Small continuation bet, which is the standard these days, not just in multi-way boards, but considering the flop texture. After all, if you're representing having an ace in your hand, you would not want to bet big. You want to keep weaker holdings in the mix. Win makes a small raise. Does look very strong. Is somewhat of a probe raise, as they call it. It would fold out all the erratic holdings that John could have. Essentially 2 high cards, which would have a lot of equity against Win's pocket sixes. Getting a king queen, a jack queen, even random hands that might be continuation betting. The 10-9 off and others to fold would be a great result. In this case, John has pocket eights. It's just too much hand to consider folding to this smaller raise. Not much he can do but call, I feel. Takes a quick look at Wen. See if he can get some live tells, but she is absolutely statuesque. Lets it go. How about that raise? Talk about getting a sick result for minimum money. Bang for your buck there. Absolutely power pokered her way through that hand. Turned her sixes into effectively a bluff, representing a flop trips on the aces deuce board. I mean, how do you do that? Teach me. Sean Bonadies of the UK is not going to be pleased when he looks at that on the stream. He's no spring chicken, of course, to the live tournament scene. Approaching $200,000 in total lifetime earnings. Considering the 114K up on offer here at the high roller. Certainly looking to make a career best score. Increase his total lifetime earnings by over 50%. Ace-10 suited, raises it up. UTG +2. Blinds have gone up, by the way. 6K, 12K now. And 10s for Emil, the short stack in the small blind. This is going in surely. Great spot to 3-bet jam. And I do wonder whether the Ace-10 suited is going to call this one off. Dung has 43 bigs. Certainly can afford to call it off. There we go, it goes in. Elky with the rags. Quick call, it seems like. Great shape for Emil to find a double up. 10s versus Ace-10. We need some help. An ace or some spades is what he's looking for. And there is an ace right on the flop. Absolutely crushing card for Emil. Looking for the case 10. Not to be. GG. So we lose another player. Emil Yukalev from Russia. And with that, Dung has climbed up to 59 big blinds, catching up to Elky. Blinds did go up right now, as we said. Elky came with about 800K. That's good for 67. But a clear second in chips now. Dung with over $430,000 in total live earnings. Actually, correct that. Over $650,000 in total lifetime earnings. Even more impressive. Number 7 on Vietnam's all-time money list. I mean, these are the kind of sickos we expect to see at the APT high roller. Pocket 10s this time. Raise it up, under the gun +1, and Ashish has found a premium in the big blind. Just calls. Underreps his hand a bit. Doesn't want to get out of line against somebody who has him covered. Try board, 10 still ahead. Tiny continuation bet. She simply cannot fold yet. Has underrepped his hand. Very likely has the best hand. Not in this instance, but can still catch an ace or a queen. Or a spade. Now has the queen-eye flush draw. Dung checks behind for pot control, and a 4 on the river gives him the check mark. Ashish left with just ace high. Could very well be the best hand. That's probably what he's thinking. Might be considering a check call. Reaches for chips. A blocker bet. 1 BB. The only problem is it looks exactly like what it is, a blocker bet. And the Vietnamese player, with heaps of experience, has an overpair to the board, reaches for chips. He's not going to let this fly. And the thing about blockers is, when they get raised, you don't know where you're at sometimes. Is my opponent raising me just because I fired a blocker bet? Block bets, of course, meant to get to a cheap showdown of sorts. Win says, no sir, you bet 1 big blind. How about 4.5 more? Ashish might actually be considering the hero call here. Does have the queen of spades. Gives him a lot to think about. 1 blocker to the possible flush, but of course it went check-check on the turn. Flushes can pretty much be eliminated from Win's range. Finds the fold. Well played. Harder than it looks. And after all, the whole point of the block bet is to save yourself some money. If he had checked the river and had faced a standard value bet, might have been more likely to call it off. So we're now tied for Chip leading the table with Elky.
It is the stream, bro.
Oh, nice. No, never mind.
You asked for it.
I mean, if I was Ashish, I would watch this stream, take a screenshot of that frame we were just looking at, him and Elky staring into the distance together, frame it up, put it in my poker office / home office / grinding room / whatever Ashish has. What a memory. That's worth the price of coming to APT Hanoi. Not just fighting for the 114,000 up top at this tournament, but just that photo. Hey, Jacksnet25 got back to me in chat. You're right, 6-6 is a call, just check the chart. Thanks for checking the chart. Good to have it confirmed. You could argue the hand sort of played itself. Referring, of course, to the 7-7 versus 6-6 of Ashish v. Allen. Did leave Allen crippled, down to 24 bigs. Plenty to play with. Going into this board dominated. 10 jack suited versus jack 9. 10 on the flop for Win. Gut shot for Allen. Does have the back door. Well, royal flush draw, really. Gives her enough comfort to lead out. Just a hair over 1 big blind. Good odds for Allen to try and bing that 8. Turn is a brick. And now, as Doyle Brunson used to say, the real game begins. Does Win give the free card? Indeed she does. Pot control only has middle pair. Checks behind and decides to evaluate on the river. And with another over to her 10. If Allen decides to bluff at this, Win will have a lot to think about. Bluff at it, Allen does. 96k in the middle, 40k to call. Quick call there by Win. Realizes all the draws that could have missed. The Jack 9s, the 9-8s, the 8-6s. This is one of those things to think about in the game tree. With continuation bets getting smaller and smaller on the flop. When you bet something like 1 big blind, 1.2 big blinds as Win did, your opponent's ranges to continue are extremely wide and certainly include all gut shots. Obviously, all open-enders are calling bigger bets as well, so when it goes check-check on the turn and your opponent decides to bluff the river, their ranges are super wide. She made that call with third pair look easy. Did have that jack blocker as well. To the nuts straight. Perhaps a factor. Catches Alan with his hand in the cookie jar, and Alan is now further dented. Down to under 20 bigs. Ashish resisted temptation to get busy with the 7-6 off on the button. Alan goes with the limp on the small blind. Once again, fairly standard. Probably doing it with a wide range of hand, including the queen 6 off. Win checks behind with the king 9. Flops best. Certainly could have considered raising from the big blind with a hand as strong as king 9 in a blind versus blind situation. Decided to take the free flop. Has been rewarded, but Alan does not have much to fight back with. Only has 17 big blinds left. We'll have to look for better spots. And I am being told that I will be joined very shortly by my co-commentator, Mr. Stephen Lai from Hong Kong. In case any of you were watching the coverage of the main event yesterday. That's the same combo. So in case we were discussing anything you cared about, just remind us. We'll continue. Options range from Marvel movies to, well, poker, if you're so inclined. To UK sitcoms, such as The Office and Goodness Gracious Me. But for now, I'm focused on the poker. I just love this stuff. In my head, if I watch enough high rollers, I will become a high roller. Probably not, but a man can dream. If I watch enough Elky, though, I will not become an Elky. Queen 10 off. Raises it up from the hijack, just a hair over 2 big blinds. And a tight fold by Alan. 10-9 suited. Lets it go. Awkward stack size to do anything. Does not have enough in his stack to try and call, peel a flop. Very likely to get squeezed behind. Hand is too weak to 3-bet jam. Against Elky, who's just woken up and made his first raise on this table. All clubs on the flop. Elky, the only one with a club, has 2 overs and a flush draw effectively. Quick c-bet. Elky keeps the pace of play really fast. And why not? He has the edge. He wants to see more hands. Julian defends fairly quickly as well without a club. Ace-9 often going to be the best hand and is so in this case as well. Does not face any more heat on the turn. Elky takes the free river. 4 of hearts locks it up for Julian. Elky doesn't bluff at it. Has enough showdown value. Julian wins. So Julian versus Elky. European showdown. Julian from Norway. Elky from France, of course. Can anybody in chat help me and tell me how to pronounce Julian's last name? Salveson? Salveson? I'll go with Julian for now, but would love to know. Perhaps he has a nickname. Has been a familiar sight at these APT stops, including in Fukuoka, by the way, an amazing event in March. And I believe we have Mr. Stephen Lai in the booth with us. Stephen, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Bonjour, bonjour. I do hear you. How are you doing?
Bonjour. Is that in honor of Elky being on the feature table? Bonjour to you,
There
sir.
you go. I can actually say hello in about 8 different languages.
Very cool, very cool.
It's going to be a long stream, so I'm going to save the other ones till later.
Every break, we have to hear hello in a different language. I can do a few. Well, you can do namaste, I'm sure.
Namaste, yep.
I can do Anyang, thanks to watching Arrested Development, one of the great sitcoms.
Yes, yeah. God, we're back at that already, are we? So who are these people pushing plastic discs around? Who are these people?
Well, this game is called No Limit Hold'em, and these plastic discs are called chips. And if you win all of them, you get 114,000 USD. First place prize.
And a pretty lump of metal, yeah?
And
Like
that
a
pretty lump of
they
metal
call it.
hammered into a beautiful lion.
That sounds fun to me, sir.
2.7 billion VND up top, good for 114k USD. 1.8 billion to second, 1.2 billion to third, and basically a billion, 997 million. Let's just say a billion. 4 billionaires being crowned at this event as well.
Phew. And did you get to see Ling last night after the main event victory?
I did not. I think his Vietnamese rail just carried him away to what I can only assume is Beer Street in Hanoi.
I hear they do a lot of the, what's it called, the laughing gas in Vietnam. Is that true? They do a lot of the helium laughing gas.
Are we allowed to confirm or deny, or?
Well, I don't know. It seems very kind of common. I don't even think it's illegal in Vietnam.
Well,
I'm
let's
not
just
sure.
say there's a lot of balloons when you go out at night. I don't know what's in them, but could be decorated.
Bonjour indeed.
If you want to know more, come to the next APT event in Da Nang and come to the Players Party. Let's see what it's all about. The thing about the APT Players Party is it's not cursory. It's a real party, you know.
I know. Well, it's funny because I went to the one in Taipei, and then I was there for about maybe 2 hours, and then I got a call from Asia Poker Arena saying, "Hey, one of my horses is running deep. You better come back." I was like, "Oh, come on! I'm enjoying the party." So I took a taxi back. And then as soon as I went back, she busted. I'm like,
Oh,
what the
no.
hell's going on here?
That's bittersweet.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's
And
the one
has there been... Sorry, go on.
That's the one we couldn't make it to because the coverage went on late. And I had massive FOMO because not only because it looked super fun, I had a great view of Taipei 101.
Oh, it's amazing. I can only imagine how much they spent on that party. You know, it was just, yeah. And the weather was pretty good that night. It wasn't too hot. It didn't rain. You know, it's just brilliant, just perfect.
Yeah, it's like an interesting form of rake back here at the APT. It's to have a really sick players party.
I tell you what, though, Elky was so sociable. You know, like he was. There was
always.
Yeah, there was just no. It's just like one of the players. You know, just hang out, taking photos, pulling shapes.
Never says no to a selfie. Never says no to a dance off. Like he's the man. Ray Chu, by the way, took a look at Elky and said, "Oh, look at that, Elky's dressed up." I was like, "What are you talking about? He's underdressed." This is tepid for Elky.
Well, he's wearing a very bright red tracksuit top. That's,
If Elky's
but he's
wearing
based
something,
he's based in South Korea now, isn't he? You know, he's based in Asia now.
oh yeah, I think he moved there decades ago to pursue gaming. Look at this, the value bet with the ace high. Oh, the value bet with the king high rather.
Got
Value
snapped.
Towns himself. Got a little fancy there. Has plenty of chips. 65 bigs or so. Lines at 6K, 12K. 8 minutes left in the level.
And are we doing half an hour levels?
40 minutes, I believe. Although,
40 minutes, okay.
don't quote me on that. Let me just double check. So just to recap,
They must
46 players advanced to day 2. 23 will be in the money. Minimum payout, 134 million VND. That's 5.7 K USD. Not a bad return on a 3,500 USD buy-in, of course, but those 23 will then start battling it so that they can put themselves in the best position to win it all, the 114,000 first place prize. Final table will be 9 players, and we are playing down to a winner tonight as we close out coverage here at the Summer Series in Hanoi. Wow, quick fold from the small blind, the limp fold with the ace-3 off. It's been very fascinating, Stephen. We were covering Elky at the bubble of the main event, and he has shown himself capable of making very tight, very disciplined folds. Does not get carried away with those medium holdings.
Well, he's a very famous, renowned online player, and online play is all about discipline. You know, you have a very clear set of rules that you set for yourself, and then you make very, very minor adjustments along the way.
Especially if you're Elky and you're capable of playing 30 tables at one time, as he once did. I believe setting some sort of Guinness Book of World Record, where he played
He did
32
do that, yeah.
tables and ended up positive at the end of 1 hour or something like that.
Yes, yes, yes. And then he must have won some money with Rakeback.
Yeah, that too. The good old days. Supernova, was it?
Yeah, Supernova Elite is the one.
Supernova Elite, that's right.
Where they would offer you a Porsche
Yeah.
sports car at the end of the year. And I don't know anyone. I know 4 Supernova Elites in my life, and none of them took the Porsche. They just took the cash.
It's tough to trick guys who are chasing minute EV edges into taking some depreciating asset like a car. I was saying earlier, Stephen, Ashish, who is on seat 8, one of the many Indian superstars here at the APT, constantly finds himself in this shot. Just him and Elky, sometimes staring off into the same direction, perhaps looking at the blinds or something.
Mm-hmm.
What a cool spot to find yourself in. I mean, I'd go home, screenshot it, print it, frame it. That's like a trophy in itself, isn't it? Wow, look at this, by the way. Down to 34 players. Started the day off with 46, 12 gone. Another 11, and we're in the money. Things are moving along. Next level in 4 minutes. And this is the big jump, the one I always like to point out. The previous level jump was 10K to 12K. That's 20%. This one, 12K to 16K. That's 33%. Stacks will take a bit of a hit.
And I think if you're a experienced MTT player, you're not necessarily a pro, you always pay a lot of attention to these kinks in the structure.
Absolutely. Once in a while you come across an absolute structure nerd. Totally squeezing out edges, sitting at the table, complaining about some increment that hasn't been done perfectly. I respect
And
it.
you know, after we finished our stream last night, I was getting maybe 7 different like WhatsApp messages talking about the heads-up battle between NASA and Ling.
Oh, interesting.
And you know, there's some very interesting point of views actually. Like one of which was, you know, Ling really wanted to end the match quickly with King Jack off because maybe he felt less capable playing post flop against NASA. So he just wanted to take the edge pre-flop and just take a big gamble with King Jack off.
Yep, there's a lot of merit to that for sure. And it's actually a strategy a lot of people recommend if you feel that you don't have the edge. Do you think that's what he was doing?
I'm not so sure. I really thought he simply thought he was ahead.
I think so too. And he was obviously right. I mean, NASA was shoving as wide as 8-5 suited there. And it's a funny thing with these big blind anti-structures too. I've been seeing a lot of these main event and high roller final tables here at the APT. I'm seeing call-offs as light as Queen Jack in those spots. I think if you've not studied heads up perfectly, you perhaps just come in with the cursory knowledge of how light people are shoving in those spots. And clearly Akshay Nasa, the runner-up, was shoving very light with about 17 big blinds or so. And hence you're just supposed to call off any good-looking hand, you know what I mean?
Any broadweights, basically. Like you have 2 broadweights, you feel very committed, don't you?
Yeah, you know, obviously the Jack 10s and the Queen 10s don't feel as good, but yeah, Queen Jack, I see it all the time. Talk about pretty
Oh, I've
looking
seen 10
hands.
Jack before. I have seen 10 jack before stacking off maybe 35 big blinds.
Oh my. That is gamble.
It is
Wow.
a gamble.
Has put it in. Did not respect the button open from Alan. Julian, slight misstep. King 10 suited. Gets it in rough shape against the pocket kings of Alan. In great spot to double up. Take back some of the chips that he lost to Ashish. And the jack and a queen. Never easy. The open ender. 8 full outs. And the spade.
Oh, and the
Too many outs? Not in this case. King 10 suited gets the best of pocket kings.
King 10 suited against kings, bro. Yes.
Oh well, unlucky.
Unlucky,
GG
Julian.
indeed.
Gets Alan's chips. Alan taking it okay. Respect the fact that he's dealing with the variance, taking it on the chin. So we lose a player from Australia. And Julian climbs up to 585,000 in chips.
Wow, sometimes poker is so easy.
New level now. 16,000 is the big blind, 16,000 is the ante. 40-minute levels, as I was saying. So Stephen, before you joined us, I tried to play a little game with the chat. Unsuccessfully. Of trying to guess Elky's lifetime tournament earnings.
Okay, and do you want me to
Yeah,
put
best
my
guess.
name in the hat? I would say Elky. Total earning or best earning, did you say?
Total lifetime,
Total
hand and mop.
Lifetime. Hand and mop, okay, so life. Okay, I would say 3 million. How about that?
How about 14.87?
In VND or?
And the reason I
Wow,
said
really?
it to the second decimal is because a first place finish here at the high roller is exactly what he needs, precisely what he needs to cross 15 million. How about that? So we
with
know
all
what
that
he's shooting
money-
for.
With all that money, of course, he's allowed to wear very flashy clothing.
Oh, the clothing is what makes the money. Stephen.
Are you sure? Which one comes first? Egg or chicken?
His fashion equity is like 30 million minimum. Rocking the natural 8 poker and the GG badge.
I think GG Network and Natural 8 have been a sensation, you know, in the past 5 years. I remember so clearly 6 years ago when Natural 8 first started and they had all the original pros coming to Hong Kong to visit HKPPA, my organization. I remember there was Dong Kim, Kitty, Xiao Liu, and they all came to give a workshop on poker. And Victor as well, of course. Victor came. And then 6 years later, you know, you were talking the biggest poker site in the world, GG Network, and Natural 8 being, you know, a premier poker site in Asia. You know, it only took them 6 years to get to where they are now. Amazing
Absolutely
story.
incredible. Yeah, has absolutely taken the poker world by storm, and I would even argue sort of rescued the online poker streets from, you know, perhaps obscurity or ruin by providing a great venue, a trusted venue. And especially in Asia, where it was getting harder and harder to deal with many of the regulations and some of the underground sites that I personally would not recommend. And also, of course, sponsoring the APT, encouraging live poker as well to flourish. In fact, the coolest part of the main event in Taipei was how one of the day ones was actually held online and players could come straight into the money. And of course, Punat Punstri, the eventual winner, did exactly that. played day 1 online, knew he was in the money, knew he'd made day 3, then flew into Taipei.
You know, like this is slightly inside baseball, but you know the rise of GG Poker had a lot to do with the listing of another massive poker site. You know, that poker site became a little bit more. You know, it was listed. It became a listed company. It became very accountable to shareholders, and you had to generate revenue in other ways. And then it didn't, you know, have the same focus on poker like GG Network is doing right now.
Yeah,
And
actually,
you can sense it. You can smell it straight away. You know, it's so different.
I've spent a lot of time looking at and working with startups, and honestly, sometimes that's your biggest advantage. When you are a startup, you're just more nimble and more hungry, you know, than the incumbent, some established player, some big corporation, perhaps some listed corporation that has essentially different fiduciary responsibilities. It's not always to the customers, or in this case, the players. And that's why I said it could not have been timed more perfectly to sort of rescue the online poker world, actually be player friendly, give player what they want. And listen, more likely than not, maybe a decade from now, maybe they're too big, maybe they're too old, maybe the next poker startup comes along. But until then, we're super thankful to have a great venue, especially in Asia, to play poker on Natural 8 online.
And one thing that really changed the online landscape for MTT was the fact that Natural 8 had a lot of tournaments during Asian time zone. So I remember the old days, we used to have to grind the Sundays, and we used to wake up at 1 a.m. to grind the Sunday. But now, GG, you know, you can just do your Sunday from 4 p.m. Hong Kong time, which is fantastic.
Totally.
So I don't know whether you remember a commenter yesterday on YouTube, Nicholas, on the YouTube comments. Well, he's playing a live tournament right now, and he's sending me like every 2-3 minutes, he's sending me hands to like report how he's doing, just to get validated. It's very funny.
Interesting.
No, you need that when you start out and you feel a little bit uncertain about your play. You know, I don't even need to like go that much into the details of how to analyze the hand. Just a very simple, yep, that was good, yep, keep it up. You know, just a little pat on the back, and then just a little bit of encouragement, and then he will be able to just use the stuff that he learned in the classes, and just try to do his best.
Yeah, that's a quick way to improve for sure. What a great resource for him to have you around.
Wow. You're very generous. I think that's one thing that, you know, poker players need to understand is, you know, you can always be better, but you should always do as much as you can within your knowledge base. You know, do as well as you can, and that's perfect.
Absolutely. If everybody imbibed that, they would improve so quickly.
So Anne Nguyen, is she a regular high roller on the circuit? Do you know?
Not precisely. Her live tournament earnings are on the lower side. Vietnamese local.
Flop comes ace 9 deuce with 2 hearts. The only lady at the table flops top pair. Put out a smallish bet. Elky is going to peel another card with his middle pair. Turns a 3 of diamonds.
You think there's an Elky factor in these hands, Steven? Some intimidation maybe, playing a bit more cautiously maybe. Or is it the other way, you want to go after it?
So it becomes a little bit polarized, isn't it? It's either you really go for it or you're quite intimidated. There's no in between here. Well, she's going for it, that's for sure. Double barrel and takes it down. Shows an ace, everyone's happy.
Okay, there's a respect factor maybe. I was wondering out loud whether there are people on this table who might not know who Elky is, at least in terms of the legend he has accumulated in the poker world over the past couple of decades. But then I realized when that man sits on the table next to you, I think you have a fair sense that you're sitting next to some sort of a poker personality.
You know, I think you can, to count the true global superstars in the poker world, I think it'd be difficult not to include Elky on that list.
Is it different to the Hanoi?
Absolutely.
He's got the image, he's got the style, he's got the ability. And he's even written a really good book, right?
I've not read that one.
No? Didn't he write, what's it called? Kill Everyone? No, not Kill Everyone, the other one. Kill... Oh, Jesus, what was it? Kill Phil.
Wasn't
I think Elky wrote that.
that was Elky? Oh, The
so.
Razor's
Let me have a
Edge.
look.
The Razor's Edge, that's his book. And then
Razor's
Kill
Edge?
Elky? Kill Phil was Phil Hellmuth, of course.
No, Kill Phil is to kill Phil Hellmuth. Oh, no, kill Hellmuth. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
So
but who
Razor's
else
Edge?
would
Is it him?
put his own name in his book but Phil Hellmuth? Elky
Yes,
involved
that's
again.
Elky. Razor's Edge. You're right.
Smashes the flop. Top pair and the flush draw. Blind versus blind situation. Starts eyeing Ashish's stack. Does have Ashish covered. Ashish might level himself into a call here, given that it's blind versus blind. Does know that ace high is going to be good quite often. Does have that 9 of diamonds for some back doors. It's drawing near dead. Not totally dead. Elky improves an already monster hand to 2 pair. Easy sizing decision here, Steven. Just try to get geometrically increasing such that you can jam the river.
Correct.
85k seems exactly that amount.
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't have much to call with here. No, don't make a play, please. Go on, use your time machine, go forward half an hour, and you know exactly.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Hero
Oh,
calling the
dear.
turn. Ashish is an absolute tournament pro. He knows what this sizing implies. He knows that facing a jam on the river is very likely. How about a boat? Just improving every street. Bad card for Ashish too, by the way. Makes it slightly less likely that Elky has a queen, which is of course exactly what he has. Elky has been representing that he has a queen so far, and the queen on the river. Once again, Ashish is going to be in a 6 spot if he faces a jam.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
All the draws effectively missed. Elky is obviously super polarized. A queen would play exactly this way. The queen on the river can throw Ashish off. We've been seeing Elky playing fairly snug in various spots.
Oh,
Ashish.
no, he's not. Oh.
Well, we talked about the Elky factor, and surely there is a temptation to call down one of the sickest poker players of all time with ace high. Get those high fives from your buddies, have it on the stream cemented for future generations to watch. Gives Elky the stare down. Elky has been stared by many sickos in his life. I doubt he's going to give much away.
Oh, no, I think he's giving up, actually. I think he's giving up.
I'll live back on.
Having the 9 of diamonds doesn't help as well. You do block some combo draws. Obviously, reduce flush cards by that 1/9 of diamonds.
You know, the obvious one would be 9-10 or Jack-9. Those combos are gone. But then he's thinking Elky is unlikely to play this way with an 8 or 4 or 3. No?
That turn call. Surely Ashish had to see this coming.
You said he's quite seasoned pro, yeah?
Extremely. One of India's best. Over 372,000 in lifetime earnings. Ashish Manot. Manot the GOAT, they call him in chat. The old
He's
hero
actually a
call.
lot. He's actually a lot tougher. Or now, you know, because we know Elky's hand. You know, he seems very straightforward fold, but he's actually a lot tougher as played.
I agree. Let's
with
it go.
ace high.
Makes the right decision.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he's going to be rushing to check out the stream on the break.
Well, if you are watching it right now, you know, well done for folding. You didn't need me to tell you it was a good fold.
Yeah, she had all these like dreams and like what she was imagining England to be like, and then like.
I did find the dynamic very interesting in Taipei for the single day high rollers, because there were so many, you know, quite inexperienced players just jumping into those single day high rollers, trying to have a go. A friend of mine who's only played poker for 3 months ended up winning the 150k Taiwanese dollar single day high roller.
Wow. What a score.
He only played for 3 months.
I think he might be chasing that
the,
dragon for a long time. I'm always worried about him.
Well,
those early tournament
He told-
victories can like hook you onto the game, and
he
if
told
you're
me
not
he's never
good
going to play
already,
again. He
Yeah,
told me
well,
he's
Steven.
done. He has achieved everything. I'm like, yeah, well, I'll see about that.
I think you and I have been around for long enough to know that is simply not possible.
But you know, he hasn't asked me on one single hand analysis for the past month. Like since the end of that tournament, he hasn't asked me anything poker related. Like we talk, you know, regularly. He lives in the UK. He's a Hong Kong born person. He's moved to the UK. He has not asked me. Like we talk about other things, but zero poker analysis. So maybe he hasn't played.
Very interesting. More power to him. Usually it's hard to resist. I remember in the old poker boom era, Ultimate Bet, one of the websites that
I
ended up
remember
being
that.
a little bit shady, used to make new players sort of cheat and win tournaments. And when I found this out, I thought back to my own online poker career. And I do remember winning my first ever $5 tournament. And 13
On
years
UB?
later, here we are. Indeed on UB.
And then you know, it's like we
was hooked.
planned this, but
For life.
well, it's like we planned this, but UB was the major ambassador for UB was indeed Phil Hellman.
Of course, why else do you think I played there?
Kind of don't go out and watch as much anyway, so I would happily move to somewhere more chill, like who can't be good for me now. I think maybe I prefer it.
Ace King off, and Anatoly. That's a very standard hijack open. Jack 5 suited, perhaps a little bit out of line for a 3-bet from the button. And he lets it go. King Jack off isn't out of line though. And that's a call. And then from the button. Nope. Sorry, it's a fold. King Jack off.
Disciplined. By the
Could
new
go
player
either way,
joining
really,
us.
against hijack. You know, it could be a 3-bet or it could be a fold.
And I'm assuming calling would be a mistake.
Well, yes. Yes, I don't want to use the word mistake, but yes.
Fair, fair. But we are playing the high roller here, Stephen. Fair to talk some poker fundamentals now and then.
Okay, well, then allow me. Do not do that. Do not.
Fair for you
do not
to
flat.
talk poker fundamentals. I would certainly not feel as much conviction, but I certainly defer to you. Do not call King Jack off from the small blind, ladies and gentlemen.
Not at this stack depth as well. There's just no point. Just wasting money. I was thinking about this actually this morning on the toilet, what you said last night about raising gives you 2 ways to win. You know, it's very good. I remember that. That's in my memory bank now.
Super simple, yeah? One of those profound things you just hear along the way on your poker journey and just sticks with you. And that's one of the reasons I enjoy bringing these things up in commentary, because I don't remember where I heard it. It's super simple. I've heard it since as well, to be honest. It's something that people try and explain while explaining GTO principles. But sometimes we forget what the new brain that is being exposed to poker is like. It's very easy to consider all the knowledge we've accumulated as default. It's good to reiterate some basic philosophies.
Probably be cheaper to get the elite. Well, yeah, you just pay for your multi-entry. Sometimes, yeah. And if I have this for 10 years, then I can apply for a Thai passport. Kinda doesn't really make
Oh, he's trying to live in Thailand.
people will be like,
Seems to be a popular destination for Europeans, actually, Thailand.
Yeah, Henry Kilbane comes to mind.
You know, from what I hear, of all the sunny cities around Asia, Bangkok has the most stable internet connection, so it's perfect for playing poker.
Henry, our co-commentator, lives in Phuket and
Nice.
is surrounded by some other poker players as well, so I'm sure they figured out some solid broadband. And I recently went to Bangkok for the first time in a long time, on my way back from Taipei, in fact. Loved it. It's basically a metro that is extremely modern, extremely global, obviously extremely fun, and just has everything, really. It's like being in the developing world and yet in the developed world.
Bangkok, that's for sure. I always find Bangkok, the food is just out of this world good.
Incredible. And you know
You
what
know,
I
the
checked out
mangoes,
is
the coconuts, it's great.
one of their rooftop bars, and it was a great way to really soak up how urban and developed and modern the city is. Had a great view, could just check out all the skyscrapers. Great weather. Highly recommend. Hopefully Thailand checks out some more favorable poker regulation that they can adopt, so that we have more of a burgeoning poker scene there. A lot of Thai superstar poker players, of course, already. The combo of Punat Pansri and Fachara winning the main event and the high roller at the APT Taipei was certainly a boost to the talent that is coming out of Thailand. But I look forward to
two absolute superstars, you know,
absolutely.
and well respected on tour too.
And by the way, some inside information. The night before the high roller, same event we're covering here today at APT Taipei. So that'll be Saturday night. Today's Sunday again. I saw Pachara walk into the nightclub. At 3:30 a.m. Then just comes back to the high roller, day 2. That day 2 lasted 16 hours, by the way. I suspect today will not last as long. APT Taipei was, of course, a much bigger field. At one point, he was taking a nap at the table, slowly eating some beef jerky, some sausage, and then just beasted his way to first place. How do they do it, Stephen? How do they do it?
Well, I tell you a story. This is a very personal story with him. We were at the Stone Bubble. We were both down to about 22 big blinds. He had me slightly covered. I had pocket kings. I opened up. He defended his small blind. Flop comes 9-9x. He checked. I bet. He raised. I call. And then, you know, there's not much stack to play with. So the turn was, I don't know, a jack or something. And then, you know, the money went in. And of course, he had pocket 9s for quads. So how did he do that?
The old,
Here's a question to you.
The old two pair.
You know, like all these, you know, superstars. I thought, you know, I had kings, Stone Bubble time. You know, it's a good chance to double up.
Funnily enough, he cracked aces 3-handed, binged the trips on the turn to bust the third place finisher. So I'm not denying it takes all kinds of luck to be a superstar, but it takes that crazy grind, that crazy skill, and that ability to know that you can walk into the club to celebrate Punat Pansri's win at 3:30, just jump back into the action at 11, play till 4 a.m. and close it out. Take back that trophy.
How do they do that? And speaking of having 2 9s on the board, here we go. We have a situation where Ashi has got top pair with second pair with Queen Jack, and takes down a reasonable pot, just under 10 big blinds.
He's going to be pleased with that pickup after the hand that he had to deal with Elky, where he was considering the hero call. It's going to give him a lot more comfort. 29 bigs now. So we've just been informed we will be losing this crew on our feature table at the next break. It's going to be a quick one, 10-15 minutes or so, and we will be back shortly. I have a feeling we might be down to 30 players or so. We'll know very, very shortly on the screen. Which means we're getting to crunch time. 23 players paid at this event. First place, 114,000. Min cash, 5.7 thousand USD, that is. Playing down all the way to a winner tonight. I expect some top quality poker.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And I do love, Stephen, that we actually streamed this portion of the event, especially for the high roller. Obviously, it'd be super easy to just stream the final table. But the whole point of showcasing what the high roller is about is actually showing what the middle portion of a tournament as tough as the high roller looks like.
And you know, to me, I find the proper MTT pros are the ones who are the best at the middle stage. When they're nursing the 20 to 25 big blinds level. And, you know, they just got something extra that will, you know, that they have that perfect blend of ICM awareness and gamble. You know,
So true.
It's such a beautiful thing to watch.
How about this? Talk about beautiful things to watch. Middle stacks going at each other. Elky, actually one of the larger stacks on the table, led out with his nut flush draw. Julian, the player from Norway, is playing back with his gut shot.
He's
Utilizing-
thinking, I have a backdoor flush draw. I'm not afraid of you.
And Elky bumps it up and takes it down the 3-bet on the flop with the nut flush draw. Julian instantly punished for what seemed to be a good idea to raise things up in position against the donk bet. Elky is just making some moves today.
It's funny how you said, you know, for him to win this high roller event will complete his 15 million lifetime earning. You know, we just fill out the rounding errors at decimal places.
And yet,
You know,
he
that's
takes
how
it-
much. That's how much he's. You know how much advanced he is in terms of career against the rest of the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost unfair, but at the same time, the beauty of poker is that, you know, it's each hand, right? It's not like chess where he's just rated much higher than everyone and you can never beat him. Of course, Julian took a stab there, and it was a great stab. But the point I was going to make when you actually pointed out how it's a rounding error, I mean, how impressive is it of how seriously he still takes the game? We were talking about other pros yesterday. That's what respect for the game is all about. Just playing his best at every moment.
And that was, you know, I mentioned last night there was the FA Cup final where Man City played Man United last night. And then one of the players from Man City, you know, gave an interview afterwards and said, you know, all the top level footballers will all retire with a beautiful wife, beautiful house, you know, so much money that they can never spend for the rest of his life. So what they are really chasing is achievement. You know, they want more trophies. They want to win big matches. You know, they want to achieve things. You know, money is not a problem anymore. They all earn, you know, 4 or 5 million pounds a year. You know, that's more than anybody needs. So they just need to focus on being in the best shape, playing the best they can, and win as many trophies as they can. You know, the objective, like, you know, being paid so much really clears their heads. They don't need to worry about one aspect of life. So they just really focus on achieving in the sports. And that's, that's an excellent insight.
Yeah, in fact, Daniel Negreanu, who actually produces an amazing series of vlogs every World Series of Poker, which just kicked off in Vegas, as many people know. He just does a great job in documenting pretty much his entire series he's been doing so over the past few days. You just see the passion and the drive that he has, and of course, he's the last person who needs money as it comes to counting accomplishments in poker, but he really cares about bracelets, plays $1,500 buy-in events as well, and he really cares about Player of the Year. And it's just a goal that he set for himself in life, and he doesn't know. It's not like he's forcing the issue and trying to care about something for the sake of it. It's just this spirit of competition that comes from within.
And at WSOP they have a fantasy poker league where people pick a few players, and then Daniel Negreanu is always the most expensive.
He's big on that. Oh yeah, and also he loves it. Like, he's really big on the fantasy league as well. But of course he is the most expensive. He has great results. Bit of a situation brewing here, by the way.
Sean Deep as well. The two of them are like the most, because they play every bloody event and they just grind everything.
Sean Deep, by the way, in the middle of a weight loss bet. Sorry, just to I just remembered he's actually an odds-on favorite to perform really well, because apparently he's just really in the middle of this weight loss bet, so it's meant to really clear the head. But as you were saying, coming back to the action, we do have pocket 7 versus pocket 8, and Anatoly wakes up with kings. What a great fold there by Win. The ace-9 suited. Could have gotten up to something. The under-the-gun raise was respected. The under-gun +1 player simply calls. Kings is not going to be doing any simply calling. Bumps up the action. The squeeze works on the original raiser. Pocket 7's on the weaker side from the under-gun. And now Win. Reasonable holding. Pocket 8s. He used to call 88K, 5 bigs. Lets it go. Good discipline.
Especially from a button squeeze. UTG opens and he calls +1. And the button could squeeze so wide. So it's definitely a very disciplined fold.
These high rollers make some of these decisions look easy.
The play's been very good so far, actually. I have to say. There's not much ICM consideration at the moment. The stacks are fairly evenly distributed, and everyone just playing, a good optimal game here.
Not surprising, perhaps, given the high roller, the quality of players that we get. After all, the buy-in is 80 million VND. That's 3,500 US. Elky bumps it up. Ace-Jack off on the button. Versus the cutoff open of Anatoly. Let's the suited ace go. Elky on a rampage.
He's just crossed the $1 million mark. Million chip count mark. 68 big blinds, Elky. I wonder how he compares to the rest of the field. Is he up there with the chip leading?
I suspect he has to be. He started the day 3rd in chips, by the way. And his stack has increased since then. So certainly top 5.
Well, that's one thing I don't want to see at the table is Elky with a lot of chips.
You mean if you're seated at the table. However, In the booth. That sounds pretty fun.
Ace king off from hijack. It's a very standard open. Oh, it's a low jack. Sorry, low jack. Sunglasses. You did tell me yesterday that you wear sunglasses at the table.
Oh,
Like
I
a
don't
pair of
usually.
yellow sunglasses. Oh, didn't you say you had a pair of yellow sunglasses?
I wore them at a
That you
final
got-
table, and if ever I made a final table after that, I always wore them. I've been told I can be intimidating at the table if I so desire, and so I just sort of lean into that, and I feel sunglasses make you less intimidating.
Oh, interesting.
Sunglasses present weakness. And we have hit the break, by the way. We do have a hand going on, which we will finish. It's going to be a 15-minute break. Blinds, of course, will go up afterwards. So we are down to, I think, 29 or 28 players is what I see. 6 more to go before we're in the money. I suspect at the next level, we might be hitting the money. Hand gets folded. So that's it. We've hit the break. Stick with us. We will be right back after a short break. Do not go anywhere as we get into the money at this APT high roller. 80 million buy-in, 114,000 USD up top to play for. My name is Vidar Singhal with Stephen Lai. We will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue. That cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due. He has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Not bad. Top. Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
Neil tried getting a translation and then ended up reading it better.
Gentlemen. I have King Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly short stack.
Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. King Queen is still in the lead.
So it's the King Queen.
Let's see the turn card. Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut shot for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King
4
Queen
needed.
is still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King Queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that
players.
10 is going to make a straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody. All right, guys. On this table, we have 2 players all in.
Look at the phones out.
Covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And excited.
Seat number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in. They are both covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack.
seat 1, Fan, let's see him.
Let's jab
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of Spades.
Here we go.
Covered by Ace King of Hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's...
Well, King's in good shape
Okay,
for sure.
so he's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's all in
seat
on the
7,
stone
Ace
bubble.
10 of Spades is covered by the Cowboys and the Ace King of Hearts.
This man is an inspiration
Dealer, let's
and a
see the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
6
covers.
of Spades, Queen of Clubs, Deuce of Hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc., but the Cowboys
50%
are
of the
riding
time we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. 5 of Diamonds.
Pretty clean.
5 of Diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
Kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace either of the 2 remaining aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack of spades.
So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated. Please
And
stay
there we go.
because we have 1 more all in.
Oh, wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my 3rd all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
Another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a Queen of Diamonds, 10 of Spades, King of Clubs flop. Show me. King, Queen of Spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of Hearts, King of Diamonds for an open-ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open ender. Needs an ace
All
or
right,
a 9.
top 2 against an open-ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player
needs
is the
a
one with
king,
top
a
2.
queen, or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with King
to
Jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
we
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations,
3
everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here, open under the gun, 8-handed, button 3-bet, he's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
Ace-King. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block Ace-King when you have Ace-King, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with Ace King O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching?
I
Just
need
the
to
level
think
of
about-
play. Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there.
Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the Ace King, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a 3-way affair, a 4-way affair here. Not often you see 4 players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the Queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, Chen with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. UUC Tsai gonna continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the Ace King suited has...
You see Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing that to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Sai with the pocket eights. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep taking off my clothes?
This could have all been
I said he keep taking off my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Kim after just flat calling the ace king. Now getting 3-bet out of position with the ace queen. Does have the best hand. Some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
And there we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Chen can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed. The bet was for 73,000. It's just an out-of-line pot, out of nowhere.
Look at this, Henry. 44K to call 339K. I mean, the
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT High Roller, coming to you live from Hanoi at the Summer Series of the Asian Poker Tour. We are here at the final day of coverage and the final day of this amazing series. You're looking at some highlights from earlier, some eliminations. We entered the day with 46 players. Half of them will be out of the money, half of them in the money at this high roller. 23 players paid 5.7 thousand in US dollars for a buy-in of 3,500, and then all the way to first place, good for 114,000 US dollars. That's 2.7 billion VND. We are crowning 4 billionaires today in VND. Fourth place, good for 997 million. Let's just round it up to a billion. My name is Vidar Singhal, coming to you live with my co-commentator, Mr. Stephen Lai, and we are here at the business end of the money bubble. 29 players left as we count down the 30 seconds to this break. Once again, 23 of them will be paid. So, 6 away from the money, Stephen. In the high roller, things about to get exciting, I think.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We have 90 people watching on YouTube. During the break, I posted on my socials to tell people, my followers in Hong Kong, to come and watch the stream. So, come along. It's going to be exciting because it's always great to watch Bubble Tank play. It's a very fine margin between folding and jamming and trying to steal chips. Each stack size has its own responsibility, as its own strategy to complete your ICM mission. So it's going to be some exciting poker in the next 2 levels.
I like that word, by the way, responsibility. Each stack size has its own responsibility. It's a good way to think about it.
You remember how much I was criticizing, criticizing Kim for being very, very passive because he wasn't fulfilling his responsibility as the table chip leader.
You're, of course, referring to the main event, which we covered together last night. An absolutely amazing event, all the way down to the main event champion, Dinh Duc Linh of Vietnam, a local poker hero. Of course, the runner-up was Akshay Nasa from India. I actually went around, checked out the outer tables during the break. We're down to 4 tables. Many Indian brethren still around. In fact, I shouldn't just say brethren, female player from India as well. Nobody on this table, I believe, but we do have a new set of feature table players here. I'm happy to see some new faces, get to know them. Sad to see Elky go, of course, a huge fan of Mr. Elky. But some absolute crushers on this table as well. As you would expect at the APT High Roller, we're looking at one of them right now. Fedor Dedalov, a total crusher, very common face at the APT circuit and all the events. We'll tell you more and more about all these players. As expected, I'm looking at about 6 flags among 8 players. A testament to the usual diversity you'll find at APT tables. Fedor, of course, from Russia. In the hand right now, opening up 3 deuce suited. That's what having 70 bigs will get you. Being able to open 3 deuce suited on the button.
But then we have the small blind, the big blind are looking him up, and we get King 9-4 or diamonds. Tai Chu has a gut shot, and Henry has a flush draw with a gut shot as well. Bet from the original racer, the pre-flop racer.
Tai Chu, by the way,
bet.
Stephen, Tai Chu goes by Chuck.
Oh,
that's easy.
There you go.
Hope he doesn't.
Well, there's no folding for John Henry here. What?
Wow.
Okay, well, obviously there is folding. And then we get fold. Wow. Well, my piece of A4 is filling with little ticks of me getting it completely wrong. It's filling up fast.
There we see some of those flags that I was talking about. C2 also Worth mentioning Grant Gardner, one of the most familiar faces at the Asian Poker Tour across multiple stops. I believe he goes by Fitness Farang, one of those expats living in Thailand. Has his usual mask on, has his usual guns out. Both a physical and mental health fitness expert.
You see the Patrick Antonius of the APT, is he?
You know what? That is a great way to describe him, it seems like. Not just in terms of his aesthetic, but also because he's a crusher. You'll often find him meditating, actually, before the event kicks off.
Very good practice. Very good practice. I remember meeting Patrick Antonius once, and he is indeed a very big person. Just tall and big and very imposing. Quite quiet, actually. You know, he's... You know, he just... Oh, that's my friend Ray.
Easy game, easy game, easy game.
Easy game, huh?
I don't know how to say easy game in Russian, but feels easy.
Lucky. Lucky? Okay. Time. T-S.
Huh?
Time lucky.
Time lucky. Wow. I believe that's seat number 8. Time lucky.
In Russia, if you call someone like Kartoshka, is it a bad thing? Can you call them a potato?
So one thing to supplement that information earlier, Tai Chu played at the Triton event in Cyprus not long ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. So he's not just your everyday high roller. He's a proper super high roller.
Super high roller. I want to be a super high roller.
You know, he's not just a supernova, he's a supernova elite. You know, it's just that bit more special. Right, pocket aces goes all in, which is pretty standard, I would say, with just over 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds. With aces at UTG +1, cutoff picks up jacks. John Hendry. John Hendry. He's decided to call. Tai Chu gives up. I guess he's gonna see the bad news. Aces versus jacks. Classic domination. 80-20.
Seat 4, Azamart.
And all the
control.
suits are blocked as well. No help at all. No help either. King will wraps it up.
Clean run out there.
Asmat. It's a very, very much needed double up.
For the player from Kazakhstan. Asamart, I believe, is how he says it.
Asamat. Okay, got it.
We'll do our best here. In case anybody knows him in the chat, do let us know. Guide us through it. So 79 bigs for Fedor.
Ooh,
overwhelming
nice.
chip leader. One of the tournament chip leaders as well. As we get close to the bubble, and this is the time to really use that chip lead, accumulate more chips, put pressure on the shorter stacks. We are 6 players away from being in the money.
If I remember correctly, Elky, before the break, had 1.1 million. So you were absolutely correct that he was the top 5, one of the top 5 chip leaders.
By the way, as we get closer to the money bubble, we will be covering more and more action on the outer tables. But in case anybody in chat is trying to follow a player who was perhaps on the feature table before this, or never made it to the feature table, at least so far, you can always go to the website, apt.poker, go to the live reporting section. You will see the excellent work our outer table reporters are doing, our live coverage reporters, Mr. Noel Zarate and Kai.
Spicy, boys, spicy.
I think live poker reporters are the unsung hero of the ecosystem. I think without any live reporting, an event is just simply not complete.
You like it? Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You know, the writers are far, or I would, with no disrespect to us, I think the writers are even more important than us.
Absolutely. I am the first to agree.
Exactly.
I remember in the old days, we're talking, 10 years ago. A colleague of mine went to Australia to play in a pretty big event in Sydney. It wasn't the very big one. It was a pretty big one, and we were like everyone at work were just glued to the screen, pressing refresh on pokernews.com, trying to figure out how he was doing.
I've been in the same boat, not only to try and rail my own friends, but even others trying to rail me on the rare occasion where I have something going on in my life that is worth a rail. Live reporting has been savior.
No, tell my heart, make it break.
And you must know Ben Wilson, right? Ben Wilson, I've known him for years, from the Macau days.
Yeah.
And he's just like a legend in the live reporting scene. Always quite funny.
Wager them all.
Always
all available.
Always picks the right
Natural 9.
hands to report.
By the way, check out this shove with the 5-4 suited from the small blind natural 9, he says. Power poker. Putting that pressure near the bubble. Yeah, I was talking to Ben Wilson, of course, part of our production team here at the APT. Lives in Macau.
Yes.
And Welsh, I believe. And I brought up one of the few Welsh references I know in life, since we've been discussing British sitcoms, Stephen, is, of course, Gavin and Stacey. Legendary British sitcom. And, of course, Rob, I'm forgetting his name, Rob, the comedian, plays the famous character of, like, sort of the sincere but annoying uncle.
Yes.
And Ben tells me it's actually based on his stepdad.
No.
That globally famous character.
Really?
Yeah. 100%, he said. Only Ben Wilson could come up with a story like that.
That's very funny.
Sorry? Ooh, Australian singer. No, it's tough.
Rob Brydon is the comedian I'm thinking of.
I think the most famous.
Yep.
Oh, actually, I can't even think.
Comedian slash actor.
Oh, who's a famous Aussie singer? Other than like the Australian Idol. Who made it? Elvis, I guess. Maybe me. Maybe me. Maybe me. Yes, I am. Yes, that would be nice.
So you said you spent a lot of time in the US and obviously a lot of time in India. So how come you got so much into British comedy? Like, how did you, you're not like a very, very young person where, you could get Netflix or internet and stuff like that. When you were younger, how did you get, apart from the DVDs, how did you know what to watch?
It is more of a recent phenomenon, like definitely the post-Netflix era, where I sort of caught up on the best of in terms of comedy and sitcoms. I really love comedy. And I actually really love, I mean, this is now an outdated term, but I love television. I love TV shows. I'm one of those people who doesn't feel guilty watching a lot of TV shows or consuming a lot of content, at least scripted content like that, because I just see it as like a hobby.
Fair enough.
And I'm a huge comedy nerd. And the UK is one of the top comedy destinations in the world by far. Great culture.
I would say
of
so,
both
yes.
stand-up
I would
and
say so.
sitcoms.
And do you, have you had a go at stand-up comedy yourself?
In fact, I have. That sort of open mic starting point that everybody starts with, I kind of really loved it when I lived in San Francisco. One of the coolest things I've ever done. I was pretty into it for about a year and a half. Never wanted to take, it's sort of like saying I was into the guitar, like I wanted to learn how to play, get to a certain level. I had no dreams beyond that. But funnily enough, the hardest part is to get started, bomb, as they say, all the time, which is to say get no laughs, hear the extremely loud silence of the audience, figure out your place in life, and then reevaluate things. But I 100% recommend it to anybody who wants to think about it. Go try stand-up comedy, even though you will fail, and that's very much similar to poker. Not to bring everything back to poker, but this is truly appropriate. There is simply no way to learn and get better than by failing. It's sort of like, if you think you can just get laughs, it's sort of like saying you want to improve at poker by winning every hand. So the whole goal when you start out is to bomb, is to not do well, is to hate yourself a little bit, and then go and improve, you know?
Sounds very bleak, but also very true.
Very rewarding, eventually.
So this flop is 10-7-6. It's a rainbow board. Ace King is way ahead. Decides to check. Turn comes the deuce of heart, which is of no help to either player. You'd be very ambitious for the big blind to take a stab here. And he is going to. Puts out a 35k bet, which is a third of the pot. Less than a third, actually. Very small bet. Enough to get Ace King to fold.
Wow.
There you go. Triton player, you see, different class.
Well, these bigger stacks are sort of having their way with the shorter stacks right now. We're not even that close to the money bubble per se, but you know what? This is a huge event. It's huge money up top. And it's also the last event. All these players have worked very, very hard all series. Now they're in day 2 of this high roller. They've put up the 80 million VND buy-in. Who can blame them for wanting to at least cash and go from there?
Well, I shared an Airbnb flat with 2 other players from Hong Kong for the Taipei series, and we ran terribly. You know, I think between us we had 1 cash until the last day, and of course we had a lot of swapping and da. You know, so we thought, oh wow, it's going to be a losing trip. You know, just have to take it. And on the very last day, Alan came 3rd in the single day high roller event.
Lovely.
And that was absolute trip saver.
Trip saver.
Everything paid off. Trip
That's what it's all
saver
about.
indeed.
They should rename this event to the APT Trip Saver High Roller.
Actually, there's another single day high roller running
true.
right now. That is the trip saver.
That is true. Slightly smaller buy-in. But given the number of entries it's likely to get, it's going to be a great prize pool there as well.
Ace King is tanking in the small blind.
The chip leader.
So we have a cutoff open. Button just flattered with 10, Jack 10 suited, and Ace King off is tanking from the small blind with a lot of chips. Against the chip leader, of course.
Fedor has just been raising any two on this table. Really making the most of the bubble.
And he's taking up quite a big raise to 200k. We talk about 10 big blinds here. It's a big raise from small blind. Easy fold. And I don't think Henry has much of a choice but to fold his 10 jack suited.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll be very surprised if he did anything but to fold. And he's folding. Good. Phew! You know, if I keep getting it wrong, I'm not going to have a job soon.
John Henry from Indonesia, over 110,000 in lifetime earnings. Looking to double that at this event.
We have another dealer change. They're wearing red today. They were wearing gold, yellow gold yesterday. Today is red.
Yeah, they mix it up. Kayla, I believe, is the name of this dealer. She's the one who had a little manicure with APT written on her nails.
Ah. Lovely smile there.
How's that for brand loyalty? Grant Gardner, mask is off. You get to see the full mug. Well, not full, the shades are still on, but a rare sighting. Grant lives in Thailand.
Could have been me.
Representing England.
So I actually play against Dylan Foster in Taipei as well. And yeah, he was a funny guy actually. He was very chatty. He was very good at laughing at himself. You know, he tried to project this image of an absolute, you know, of a very, very green fish that he's never played before, and that he's bankrolled by his trust fund. It's a very beautiful story. No one believed him, of course.
The old Phil Lark quote comes to mind, all lies at the poker table. John Henry commits himself with the pocket sevens. Grant had to put in two bigs already. Wakes up with 9-8 off. As it happens, would be in a flip. If he could see the cards, he would call instantly. Unfortunately, has to let this one go. 9-8 off is just too weak despite the pot odds.
He'd be absolutely out of line if he did call, even though he only had 5 big blinds. Thank you, Gilbert. They are wearing ao yai. It's a Vietnamese traditional costume. Back to your comment earlier, Gilbert. Yeah, no, it wasn't the Aussie Millions. My colleague, Aussie Millions didn't exist at that time, so he was playing in APT Sydney event, and it was considered very, very big. It was, I think, it was 15,000 Hong Kong main event buy-in. It was massive at the time, and the whole office were glued to the screen, refreshing pokernews.com every minute just to see how Chris was doing.
Fedor wakes up with a real hand this time. He's been getting pretty out of line with his raises. Under the gun +1 should get a little bit more respect. Fedor no doubt is hoping somebody plays back. Grant with the 4 big blind stack does not find something he can get in there. Down to the blinds.
Trust Fund Baby is calling from the big blind. I'm simply repeating what he told me. Flop comes 8-7-7 with 2 clubs. Dylan's hit top pair. Ace King must feel relatively comfortable here. Puts in a bet. 40,000, two big blinds.
Dylan rocking to some beat that's going on in his head. We had Ling yesterday, smiling with every hand. Dylan now seems to be rocking.
Yeah, it's an easy call with top pair. Six comes in the turn, which actually changes the texture of the board quite a lot. Checks again. Is Fedor going to be able to pull the trigger once again on the turn? Nope, he's slowing down. And the river comes. 4 of spades. I think it's an easy check call here for Dylan.
Can't really value bet, not only because there's 4 to a straight on the board, but because Fedor might play hands that are, well, he's reaching for chips. Could be a block.
Slightly prefer a check call.
More than a block, or about a third pot. It is fairly value-ish, this bet. Certainly likely to be ahead, but I was about to say there are hands that actually beat the 10-8 that Fedor could have in his range and gets paid off from the ace-king. What a great value bet that ended up being.
Yes, he does live in his own little world there.
I love it. We need more characters at the poker table. Dylan Foster. Certainly a contender. Go for it, Dylan. Hog up that camera. We're here for you, buddy. Beatbox, dance, celebrate every pot. I love it.
He has a massive tattoo on his arm. That is the skyline of London. So that's how I struck up a conversation with him. Because oh, so why? How come you obviously you sound Australian? How come you got the skyline of London? So, oh, I lived there for 3 months. I'm like, oh,
wow,
is that a bluff?
You could just be one of those in real life trolls, just loves trolling people. That sounds like a pretty out of line tattoo, if that is the case.
Best photographer I know.
So joking aside, Dylan Foster has his total life earnings is almost $400,000 US.
Lots of experience, clearly. Does explain that sick value bet. Just knew where he was at, wanting to extract value. I mean, that was 10 value at its best. Did serve as a bit of a blocker, of course. Was sort of setting his own size for a showdown in the sense that if his opponent had checked behind with some overpairs, even some better eights once in a while, probably would not call off a raise, but worked out to perfection.
In fact, judging by his Hendon Mob entry, he came 7th in a single day high roller in this series, and then the Zodiac Classic sponsored by Natural 8, he also came 7th. So he doesn't need this for a trip saver. He's here to earn extra.
777. Would that be a good outcome or a bad one?
777.
Not sure.
Well, it's a bit of a, you won it all, don't you? Yeah, 7. You make the final table. You haven't quite achieved enough, right? Top 5 is good. 7th. I mean, I'm not going to complain if I come 7th in every event that I play. I'll be very happy.
What a life that would be. Imagine if a genie granted you the wish of final tabling every event and coming 7th no matter what.
Well, I guess I'll be playing the 1 drop. I'll be playing all the super duper high rollers. I'm no longer going to grind the $200 turbo, nightly turbo.
Seventh place in this tournament, by the way. Good for 459 million. That's $19,500. Not bad at all, huh? 6x on your investment.
Well, that's more than the combined winnings of his series so far. So he came 7th in the Zodiac Classic by Natural 8, took home 111 million. And then the single day high roller 8 max, he took home 227. So far he's in for 338 million so far.
Grant Gardner, by the way, has stepped into it here. Unfortunately, waking up with the monster ace queen, but running into the ace king of John Henry is at risk, despite waking up with the great hand, is far behind. Needs a queen, or how about flopping the nut straight? Pink.
The club is of no help.
You know why you won that? Because you weren't greedy. You didn't have to.
Wow.
You went chop, 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 chop.
Yeah. Hog up that camera. Obviously, Grant, with all the work he puts into his mental game, was absolutely stoic, takes everything completely regulated. Everything in his stride is what I meant to say, and I believe Dylan implying that he was rewarded for some sort of patience, perhaps?
King Jack 10, you reckon?
That's how you do it, hey? I waited enough. Do it in style.
That's how you do it, he says. Well, we welcome the 105 people watching on YouTube. Please do us a favor by clicking the like. And if you're really generous, do subscribe to our channel and hit that bell as well. You will be a massive help to us.
Folded to the blinds and the big stack of faders in the big blind, in the small blind, excuse me. We'll be doing some raising into the big blind, I'm sure, given how he's been playing this feature table so far. Quick look at the stack of John Henry. Decides to limp this time. And perhaps the 16 big blind stack of John Henry is the reason why.
Yeah, partially.
Wants to give less spot odds for John to jam over him, which John does anyway.
195.
Nice timing.
Aggressive. Aggressive. Aggressive.
Dylan Foster is truly a character.
Grant's doing his best. But he's the Zen
Very
warrior.
talky, very chatty.
Be trying to match my energy.
Comes across always quite nice. You see the tattoo? Oh, you see that? That's the on the lower side of his arm.
Pretty
That's
cool.
the skyline of London. Yeah. Are you a tattoo person?
Fortunately, no, I'm not cool enough and slightly afraid of needles, I'm afraid to say. Not sure where that phobia comes from, but it is there. Pops up when it comes to getting blood tests and the like, and whenever it comes to the idea of getting a tattoo. How about yourself?
And I guess for a darker skinned person, it's always harder to find the right color, right?
Yeah,
For a
I mean,
tattoo?
plenty of Indians have all kinds of tattoos. A couple of my friends are, what's the right word? Ink heads? Am I getting that right?
Yes, correct.
So are you a tattoo person?
No, I'm not. I'm not a tattoo person because I am never decisive enough. You know, I never feel
Yes.
like I can commit to something for that long. I hope you're not listening, Rachel, my wife.
I didn't want to say anything.
I didn't mean you. I didn't mean you. Yeah, you know, it seems like a commitment, much bigger than something I could make when I was 18. You know, getting a tattoo is something you do when you're young, right? You know,
True,
and
true.
I always felt like when you're 18, I didn't even know what I wanted for dinner, let alone a tattoo that would stay with me forever. And then once you got over that early 20s, you know, you just lose the urge to get one.
Just don't be aggressive to me, okay?
I think we're
Sorry, you
both
were
past
saying?
our prime there.
Oh,
Let's have
completely.
aces, then you can do whatever you want. I don't mind.
John Henry got that one through with the queens, 3-bet from the blinds. Azamat had to let that one go.
You don't need to. It's not a necessity. Unless you want to win. I guess it's a necessity. Take every single chip. How crazy is that? 166 players start, and the winner will take every single person's chips. Not a single person can bust them. Absolutely
That is correct, Dylan.
incredible.
The winner would take every single person's chip.
Nothing like winning a tournament.
Actually, plus more, Dylan. Because when you color up, sometimes you add extra chips, slightly more than the total chip count.
Fedor still looking to pounce on all the shorter stacks, use that bubble and ICM pressure to accumulate more chips heading into the money here. Opens King 8 off, and John Henry, who has been active in the previous two hands, finds tens on the button, has chipped his way up to 24 bigs. Another 3-bet.
195.
Excellent combo to 3-bet from the button, pocket tens.
At what point does Fedor think that his opponent is fighting back without much of a hand? Not this time.
John Henry is
Bingo, bango,
politely laughing along.
Well, Azamat seemed to have enjoyed it, the player from Kazakhstan, and Dylan Foster seems to be having a good time at the table. Looks like it's infectious.
Pocket two, never lose. Z high, never die. Z num, play for fun.
Gilbert, no. Coloring up sometimes add extra chips to the total chips in play.
Can't all be hoodies and sunnies.
Not all the time, but sometimes it does. On some very rare occasions.
Oh, me. Sorry, I'm having too much fun.
I love this guy. We need one of Dylan at every poker table. Around the world.
You know, he looks a little bit like Kevin Smith, the director.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
Are you? Yeah, do you see it? Yeah.
He looks a little more Australian and a little more jolly than Kevin Smith in my book.
Yeah, true.
Something about the Australian vibe around Dylan. So his last name is also Foster, which I hate to say it, but that beer was promoted around the world as quote-unquote Australian for beer, Foster's that is. Now I cannot help but associate that name with the beer. All in, nines. V Ace Jack, Grant Gardner once again at risk. Needs some help here. Is flipping. The nines of Chung looking to eliminate Grant. Ace, right on the flop. Whew. The spin up continues for Grant unless a 9 hits. Not exactly a 9. Safe river as well. So Grant has managed to chip up all the way up to 22 bigs now. I believe he was down to 4 bigs. What a spin up. All right, plug away, Grant. You deserve it, buddy. Hypno poker, he says. 28 players left in the field.
Poker.
People getting sticky, it seems like. Only 1 elimination since the start of the break.
There's not one short stack that would get picked on at this table now. The smallest is 16 big blinds, which is, you know, healthy enough. So back to the Kevin Smith conversation. I think the funniest thing Kevin Smith has ever done is the YouTube clip of him talk about Prince. Have you seen that?
I
So
haven't, but I can
long-
guess. Let me guess. He's weeping
go
like
on.
a baby.
Yep, that one.
Yeah, he's known to do that. I haven't seen that one, but I've seen him talk about Marvel movies, and I can only imagine.
Oh, it's very funny. Apparently, Prince invited him to stay with him for 5 days to make a documentary about Prince.
Happy days.
He's a good storyteller.
And
I'll give him that.
oh, Kevin Smith is amazing. A
28 players
bit of
remaining.
an acquired taste, but I could, you know, he was tasked to do Superman many years ago, and I could imagine him making a great Superman movie. Kevin Smith.
Exactly. Good man.
Yeah, that was the one with Nicolas Cage, right?
Nicolas Cage was meant to be with Tim Burton.
Oh,
actually.
that's right. That's a different one.
Yeah. With long hair.
Yeah. And Nicolas Cage went on to name his child Kal-El, I believe.
There you go. And there are rumors of Nicolas Cage making an appearance in the new Flash movie.
Are you spoiling something here, Stephen?
There are rumors. I cannot confirm or
careful.
deny.
I know you've seen it.
It's fantastic.
I just noticed
And if
Dylan
Stephen
Foster's
Lai-
shirt,
Sorry,
by the way.
go.
It says Whale
Yep.
Pond.
Yes. It's not just fish, it's whale. I was just going to say, if Stephen Lai and Stephen King both think the Flash movie is good, it can't be that bad. It's a jam from Tyne Lucky.
Nicely timed.
Tough call for King Queen. Yeah, it's very tough call for King Queen.
Chuck Ty has to let the King Queen go.
Oh, Chuck, yes. Gilbert on YouTube asks, Steven has seen the Flash movie. How? Well, I went to watch an unfinished screening of the Flash. So the version I watched didn't have all the computer graphics completed. So it wasn't the final version. There were no post-credit scenes either. So, but even without all those things, it was amazing. And I expect it to be even better when the work is complete on the 15th of June. No, 15th of June it comes out, Gilbert. Not a couple of months.
Isaac asks, where's Elky? You know what, Isaac? Something that we are wondering ourselves. That's simply because we're in the booth and we have not had a chance to check out the live updates. The outer tables are being tracked extremely well by both Noel and Kai. Do check out the live updates on apt.poker. Fortunately, we are bound to covering the feature table here. But I know he's in the mix. He had a great stack as he left the feature table. And unless some misfortune has followed him, he's probably putting it to work near the bubble.
But I must remind the viewers that we are half an hour delayed. So if you're reading the live coverage, text live coverage, you are seeing something 30 minutes ahead of what you're watching right now. Just stay with us. We'll keep you updated. Tyne Lucky flops a middle pair and puts in a bet. Fado's not going anywhere with bottom pair and a gut shot. And that's a call. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. No help. And doesn't change the board one bit. Fado checks. Tyne Lucky checks as well. The river is the 10 of diamonds, which gives Fado 2 pair, but also completes the flush.
Tricky spot on the turn for Chung there with the ace-9, the middle pair, best kicker. I think the stack to pot ratio just left him a bit handcuffed, obviously close to the bubble. Did not want to put himself at risk, and Fedor actually makes a check that's going to be music to the ears of Tyne Lucky here. Turns his hand into a bluff. Does not take his showdown value. Once again, we're seeing the difference between the main event and the high roller here. Just saw at the start of the coverage today, top pair turned themselves into a bluff. Now we see a hand that did have some showdown value start to represent the straight. It's going to get called down by the 2 pair of Fedor.
The rich gets richer.
Maybe a slightly unnecessary leak of another 80k chips there.
Yeah, he's perfectly showdownable. I think the 9 there, the second pair, or third pair by the end. But he decided to turn it into a bluff.
A very small bluff too at that. I mean, representing something like a straight, cannot really have the backdoor flush with that sizing.
So you have to ask yourself, you know, if he was trying to value Fado, what kind of combos was he trying to value? there were a lot of two-pair possibilities out there. You know, the board was quite coordinated. 10 Jack got there, 9-10 got there.
Tricky spot. Undergun +1, King 10 suited, 9 big blinds left in a stack. Let's not forget that big blind plus big blind ante combo comes at you fast, gets it all in.
Well, I'm glad you said something first, because I was just about to say it was an easy fold under the gun +1. King 10
I'm telling you,
suited
Steven,
with
I've
9 big
seen some
blinds.
crazy things under the gun and undergun +1 during this series and overall during tournaments that have big blind antes. Players just loosen up when those 2 big blinds to be posted are coming towards them. If you remember from yesterday, our 4th place
yes.
finisher, Kwong, jammed Queen 9 off, ICM suicide, despite the shorter stack of Takumasa waiting behind him, simply because I am sure he did not want to post the big blind plus big blind ante in the very next hand.
Still, I still believe that was slightly questionable. Because Takamasa was really, really short. Anyway, back to the present. We have Dylan Foster folding 9-3 suited. King Queen suited is very playable with 10 big blinds from the cutoff, and is a jam. Very, very standard. Gets a fold from the button. John Hendry, ooh, has an ace. Nope, no good.
Yes.
And got a call from Chuck.
Really? Queen 10 off?
I think so. I think so.
What a great spot Azamat has found himself in. It's almost like his patience has been rewarded. Gets it in with way the best of it. Not much changes on the flop. Both have a queen. Still needs a 10. Otherwise, Chuck loses a chunk of chips. Indeed he does. And Azamat gives a thumbs up to the camera on the double up. So all the short stacks surviving. A really loose call there by Chuck. Had the stack to be able to afford it. Just took the gamble spot. Something you might do in a bounty tournament. Not sure about the high roller. And now our bottom stack is 12 bigs. Tying lucky.
Oh, he's such a character.
Show him how it's done, Dylan. If by the end of this feature table, Dylan has Azamat, the player from Kazakhstan who just doubled up, dancing like him. That is the right result.
Oh, pocket kings from the cutoff. The most aggressive player at the table, picking up pocket kings. There's only one outcome. And that's a race. To just 2.2 big blinds. Chuck tie from the small blind with an ace. Gives it up.
Wow.
Tying lucky with pocket kings.
You don't see that every day.
You know why?
Why is that?
I was going to work out the maths. Like it's something like 20,000 to 1 or something.
Interesting. Well, technically, we have a player at risk. Unlucky. Could get a sick beat here. Not to be. Chop it up. I guess Chunk technically loses a smidgen of chips in that hand, considering his big blind anti-post.
See you both stretching the game to its max. Strong ranges.
I believe we're down to 26, Stephen. And if and when we hit the 24-player mark, which is 1 away from the money, we will have to redraw for tables. We're playing 8-handed. And then we will be on the stone bubble with 3 tables. So I suspect some point in this level we will be redrawing 4 tables. Another premium for Azamat.
Wow,
Jams
it's
it
jamming
in.
22 bigs. Wow. Ooh, pocket 9s from the hijack. Asking for a count.
I think Azamat was playing, keeping the bubble in mind. Perhaps was not wanting any action. Of course, with Ace King, things would have gone perhaps the same way.
He didn't take the approach of leaving 1 big blind behind.
Yeah, I don't think he looks like the kind of player who leaves 1 big blind behind.
What kind of player would that be?
That little nuance hasn't caught up in Kazakhstan yet, I think. More of a recent modern poker phenomenon. If he'd simply opened, of course, he might have faced the heat from Fedor anyway. As it happens, he's going to be in for a flip.
Wow, that's a massive call.
Look at this.
Oh.
Not only is it a 6 spot, but unfortunately for Azamat, a lot of his outs are now in the hands of Chuck. Ace King on the button. The chip leader has effectively committed himself. Understandable use of the time bank.
So here's a question for you. If Chuck rejams, which covers Fado, oh, it doesn't cover Fado, but it's pretty much similar stack to Fado, can Fado find a fold?
I highly doubt it. Too much in there.
Because he's going to jam. No! Wow.
Not at the bubble.
Whew. A Triton player behaving like an ICM slave. What's going on?
Big flip.
He's not going to be very happy. He's not going to be very happy that his king and ace were blocked.
1.2 million in the middle. 6 high board. Good for the 9 so far. Some chop outs. 5 would chop it. Ace or king. Not to be. Hard luck, sir. Out in 27th place.
You can smile.
Goes out with a smile.
Seems
Much
quite happy.
respect.
Well, Dylan is actually dancing now. He's actually stood up and dancing on his feet. Well, I didn't see him at the Taipei Players Party, Dylan Foster. Maybe he had somewhere more fun to go to.
And look at Fado racking up those chips. He is most likely an out-and-out chip leader in this tournament now. Won that massive flip of 1.2 million chips. Came into this table and perhaps to the entire tournament as the chip leader. Was constantly taking jabs and stabs with mixed results, but that huge flip has put him in pole position.
I don't think you can complain with over 80 big blinds at the bubble. You know, it's a very good place to be. Oh, Miss Steele.
Yes. Suited Kevin in the big.
Echoing what you said earlier, when we play down to 24 players, I think we're at 25 players right now. When we play down to 24 players, there's going to be a table redraw. And then the bubble play will commence.
So I believe Azamat was our 27th player out. So 2 players to go.
Oh, okay. 2 players to go. So we're down to 26 players right now.
Mind you, 23 players paid. Every short stack right now is surely keeping the fact that they're a couple of spots away from the money in mind. Could take a while to reach the bubble. Obviously, this first sort of step of reaching the 24-player redraw. Let's just listen to Dylan for a while.
Alright, I'm going to stop talking because I'm going to let Dylan Foster's singing go through the... Let the viewers enjoy Dylan's singing.
Natural 9. No good.
Natural 9.
Yeah, yeah. So, do wish my 6 match. Kill the 6 in the mind. We ran it.
81 big blinds. No doubt the chip leader on the final day of the APT Hanoi High Roller event. The average number of big blinds is 26 and Fado has 81 big blinds. Huge chip lead there.
Maybe I'll check out the live updates. I'm curious about how Elky is doing myself. Let's see. I'll guide the chat along. apt.poker. Hit the hamburger menu. Go to live reporting. This says Summer Series Hanoi. And then the very last event, the one we're looking at right now, the High Roller 8 Max. 4 billion VND guaranteed. We far exceeded that, of course. Now, I'll be careful not to get spoiled, so I'm only searching for Elky. We're, of course, on a 30-minute delay here. Well, no Elky update, which to me is the same as a good Elky update. Certainly still in the mix.
The old, oh, no news is good news.
Indeed.
On the ace high board, Dylan bets into Fado, who had pretty much nothing.
And by the way, in case anybody in chat wondering, our live update team is very careful not to spoil the stream on their updates. So in fact, they cover the outer tables, but if anything major happens, if there's a bust out, perhaps they'll put it in there, but anything that's being streamed, so the main event and the high roller, they will actually not spoil for those who are watching along. How cool is that?
I didn't know that. That's very cool. So Dylan set a little trap for Fado to bet into him, and this should be quite comfortable with top pair. No kicker, well, okay kicker.
That's a kicker, you know. When there's a 4 and a 3 on the board, I count it. How about this river? Does complete the king jack. Fedor takes a showdown value. Could have tried to convert his hand into a fancy bluff, but having enough showdown value actually worked against Dylan's trap. Fedor checks behind.
And probably Fado just saw it so clearly as a trap. There's no point, right? No point betting into a trap.
You rivered a pair. You rivered one pair. You made a 10. Pair of 10. No.
Dylan wondering why Fedor did not bluff the river.
You can't have it all your way, Dylan.
Whale Pond. What a shirt. It's like a club of people proud to be whales. Amazing. I joined that in a heartbeat.
You got to have a bit of money first, mate.
That's the problem.
Young Chucky has got pocket queens from under the gun. Strict forward open. Got a fold from Tyne Lucky. Grand Gardner from the cutoff as ace-8 suited, which is very difficult to play with 17 big blinds. Very difficult. Good decision to fold it. On the other hand, at the button you have Dylan Foster. Ace-10 off. With his newfound fortune.
Ask Chuck how much he's playing. Given the bubble situation, Chuck being a middle stack, is this one of those spots to put pressure on a middle stack?
I'm afraid against a UTG Open, not such a good idea. You still have to respect a UTG Open. I know a lot of people watch a lot of streams and you see a lot of people going out of line UTG, but a UTG Open is generally a lot, way better range than your ace-10 off.
Especially from a middle stack near the bubble.
And I don't think Chuck is, spewy enough to open anything willy-nilly from UTG.
You take your path, make
4-bet.
me scared, man.
Insta-fold.
Don't do that.
You made me scared, man.
Take your card and fold it.
I just want to make sure they weren't aces.
So I don't have it, right? I don't have aces.
Chuck says
That's why
Dylan checked his cards before folding to the 4-bet, which was scary because Chuck was afraid a 5-bet jam might be coming, which is just gonna leave you paralyzed if you have queens.
real quick. No problem.
Nice little pickup there, thanks to the aggression from Dylan.
I'm not a fake tanker. If I'm tanking, it's real.
Never change aces 3-4.
I'm not a big tanker. Well, if you keep eating the way you do, Dylan, you might end up being a big tanker.
Mean pun there, Stephen.
Sorry.
I'm sure Dylan, of all people, will take it in stride, as jolly as he is. And his energy certainly has been infectious on this table. I mean, look at how Chuck was talking about the hand, laughing. On the other hand,
they are merits of being friendly at the table, and they're like, being nice and pleasant does get you somewhere.
yeah, on the other hand, we have Fedor. He is here to do some damage. He's at the office right now. Completely focused, super intense. Knows he has a chip lead in a great spot. At the bubble or near to it. A lot of short stacks around. Can put a lot of pressure, and 9 deuce is the hand he's going with on the button here to apply that pressure. Whew. Loose defense by John Henry, and Chuck wakes up with ace king. Getting hit by the deck.
Well, he miraculously folded his ace king earlier against Fado's pocket nines.
All in this time.
Pre-flop.
Knows how wide Fedor would be opening. Knows John Henry cannot call. Obviously his hand is good enough to survive most calls. Are we on the bubble here?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
More likely the sort of soft bubble of hitting 3 tables. And that's it. We have hit 3 tables down to 24. Wrapping up the last one on this table, I see Ashish Manoj still in the shot from our first feature table.
Too good, too good.
Involved in a big hand.
Gamble, gamble. Gamble, gamble.
Gamble, gamble. People shouting.
I can't see the board that well.
Oh, bubble. Bubble, bubble, trouble, toil and trouble. You don't have chips, you might just bubble.
So this could be the stone bubble hand.
Paging ratio.
We're already down to 24 players.
Paging ratio.
Goes to showdown. Pocket jacks will take it down. And with that, we have hit the break. Down to 24 players at the stone bubble of this high roller. The final event in our coverage and one of the final events of the APT series here in Hanoi. My name is Vidar Singhal. I am joined by Stephen Lai, and we will be continuing coverage of this amazing event on the stone bubble when we come back from this quick break. Stay tuned and we will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Spot odds being offered are just immense, and Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent could be behind? I think one of the reasons that Chen went all in very quickly, by the way, is to represent some strength. What is that? Is that a laydown?
No, he's called. I mean, it's great news, you know, when you're in Chen's shoes, you jam, your opponent has 44k more to call to win 339k. And he doesn't want to call. Like, it's good news. One out for Kim. What an absolute gift for Chen on the bubble. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This pot just blew up out of nowhere. Wow. Close.
Close indeed.
3 across. 6 of hearts. Chen with a huge double. 63 big blinds now.
Look at that smile, Henry. He's gone from being on the verge of elimination, not knowing where exactly was in the hand, to pretty much knowing he can now sit back, make that min cash were he to.
Hey, that's cheating, Greg. Sorry. Sorry,
La.
Sorry, La.
So Serena has put DJ all in. DJ in great shape, Greg.
Fantastic.
With the Queen 8.
Domination Nation. DJ Arashi, the favorite to win here, though everybody at the table hoping for a bust. Deuce, 3. Not going to be much help to Serena. 10's not going to be much help. Needs a 7. And that's going to be... Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi, our bubble girl here at the Influencer Challenge for Natural 8. Got it in so good. Please, 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 as a sign of respect, Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi.
Oh, Barry on a bit of a spin. Picking up with Ace King in the small. Button open from DJ Arashi.
15 big blinds effective.
I think it's just a jam. Don't really want to be doing too much inducing with ICM.
Bamboo posing, berry time! On fire.
Oh my word. What is going on today?
With a Jack offsuit.
What is going on today?
And as the overwhelming chip leader, really not too concerned, even if he does lose some chunk of chips here.
Well, that's going to get DJ Arashi out the way with. So we're going to be flipping. I mean, if AJ can hold here with the jacks, it's pretty much his tournament to lose, right?
Oh man, Barry all in for his tournament life with Ace King versus Jack. One of his outs. One of his outs is gone.
Oh, he's doing the stand-up. You did a bit on this.
A stand-up game, impromptu stand-up game. The further you stand away from the table, the higher your equity goes.
I believe it. So, one of the biggest flips this tournament so far.
People cheering for Barry, 161 viewers. Needs to find the ace or the king or will face elimination. Barry with ace king all in for his tournament life. Everyone's saying, in Barry we trust. Barry will win. Barry, Barry, Barry. Flop king. The chat is going wild as flop comes. Queen, 10-3.
Okay, okay.
Wow, interesting. Gut shot, 2 overs.
Neither player can be dead on the turn. That's the beautiful thing about this board.
It finds the ace. And now, Ace Jack soon needs to find a king and only a king. Set outs are no good.
Yeah.
So sick, and that's going to be a massive double for Barry W as the chat goes wild. Picks up king high versus a button open.
Hold up, let Barry cook. Oh wow, Serena's asked for a count. Serena has asked for a count.
Serena dominated. Nope. Serena dominated by one hand. Dominates the other.
I mean, this if she goes all in, this could be over right here, right now.
Versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, but if she just assumes that Barry's opening super wide, which he should be on the button, and that ace-5 is doing well against the AJ jam. Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. I mean, Serena's called and left herself with less than 10 bigs. What's Barry going to do? Could be over.
AJ
right
here.
here.
AJ here just going, oh dear.
38, okay.
Wow, folks, I feel like it's culminating to this moment here. All three players getting
It's a
into
three-way
this here.
all-in, can you imagine, to end things up?
All in here for, wow, Barry W and Serena with only 9
see
big blinds
AJ.
behind.
Aaron's just like, okay, I stepped in it. I stepped in it. It's 5 dominated. You need diamonds or a king.
Basically 6-1.
It's such a sick
Serena
spot.
to call. Does she just take the level? Does she just take the, oh my, I don't even know. I don't even know. What an insane hand. 261 people in the chat and watching.
Chat, smash that like button. We're here all week. $1 million prize pools being smashed. Players from all over the globe flocking to Taipei for the APT New Era launch. Potential 3-way all-in.
What happens if Barry stacks both of them at the same time? Does Serena get the second place?
Serena gets second place, yeah. But she just has to fold now. Because the worst case scenario is that AJ wins the side pot, Barry beats Serena, and Serena bows out in third, and AJ's left playing heads up against Barry. Wow.
Holy crap.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Turn the 9 of spades.
2 outs once for Barry.
Needs an ace and only an ace. Or AJ is getting the double up here. River. Boat. 9's full of kings for AJ here. Getting a big double. More than a double as a triple.
Triple's up, mate.
Wow.
Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the 10s.
Oh,
Chang
wow.
gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands if he can hold here with the 2 red 10s. Win absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the Queen 4 rather than waiting. Wow, Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players, his kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Lek in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend, looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes, wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
A 50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Top pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayats in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hijacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets. The American Airlines. The pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when
3x.
they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to the official live stream of the APT High Roller final day. I'm Greg Goes All In and I'm joined by my esteemed colleague Stephen Lai. Stephen, how was your break?
Well, I actually took a very, very short nap.
Wow.
A power nap for
of
10
sorts.
minutes.
Very
Yes,
nice. I
yes,
hope you
yes.
had some sweet dreams. And some sweet dreams are going to be coming true today at this event of the APT High Roller, with number one place taking home 2.7 billion VND, about 113,000 USD. Stephen, you've been doing some commentary on this event. I've just come in. What have you been noticing?
Well, the chip leader Fado is really bullying the table. He's opening all sorts of trash combos, and sometimes he gets through, sometimes he gets resistance, but he's not stopping. So he is game for sure.
Yes, I had the pleasure of doing some commentary for Fedor on the day 2 of the main event here at APT Hanoi. And Vidar and I think the one thing that strikes me and stays with me is that Fedor he does not like to pump the brakes. He has two pedal. He has one pedal in his car, and it's just go, go, go. Definitely not a competitor who's not afraid to put you in tough spots. I'm also noticing that the chip leader, as you can see right here, Dylan on the right here from Australia, he's been chip leading. What have you been observing about that dynamic or about his play?
Well, it's funny because I actually play against him in Taipei, and he was obviously very chatty, very charismatic, talked a lot, and wasn't afraid to strike up conversations with people who could not speak English. And he was singing, dancing all the way through. And he's been doing the same in Hanoi.
Yes, Dylan, I have had the pleasure of getting to know and getting acquaintance with Dylan. And yes, definitely quite the eccentric man representing Australia. Always can expect some really strong characters from there. And speaking of Fedor, let's get back right into the action. We see Fedor here with Ace-Jack of Hearts opening up to 55,000.
He's very top of his range for Fedor.
Yes, you were saying that Fedor has been opening quite loosely, so nice, pleasant surprise. That image of being a loose, aggressive player going to pay off when you actually pick up a hand, but wow, cooler situation here with Ty in the small blind.
Well, he wants to be known as Chucky, apparently, so his nickname is Chucky. So Chucky, with his aces, he recently played at the Triton event in Cyprus, so he's very used to the super high roller scene, I'm sure.
And definitely going to be putting in the 3-bet here for Chucky, Thai Chucky Chu of Vietnam, pardon me. Going to 3-bet it to 165,000 as it folds back to Fedor with Ace-Jack of Hearts. I imagine in position with the suited Royals will be continuing, but stranger things have happened.
Well, I think we have to consider the stack sizes as well, because with Chucky having a very healthy stack, Fedor would want to keep the pot relatively small. So a call is much better than a 4-bet, and a fold would not be too embarrassing either. Let's see the flop.
Flop
comes 6-5 deuce, rainbow. Aces must be very happy right now.
Yes, overpair for Chucky, and the 2 overs for Fedor and the backdoor flush and straight. We'll see what Chucky here in the small blind does now.
Well, I think it's a pretty standard continuation bet. No, okay. Well, maybe he's setting a trap for Fedor to bet, because obviously Fedor has a very aggressive image, and let's see whether he will fall for the trap.
I think that's definitely a strong consideration.
I don't imagine Chucky will think Fedor has hit a set or anything like that, right? He's not worried about Fedor having a set.
Absolutely not. Chucky probably hoping that Fedor has an overpair that flats against the 3-bet, pocket 9s, 7s, 8s, 10s. But Fedor going to use his 2 overs and the backdoor flush, backdoor straight as a candidate to take a stab at this pot. And now action back to Chucky in the small blind.
It's actually quite well concealed aces here. It's hard to imagine aces checking on this board.
And not just a check, but a check raise here by Chucky in the small blind. It's going to be a chunky one, 450,000. as you had mentioned earlier, Stephen, Fedor here, considering the stack size, is wanting to keep this pot small, and this pot just seems to be ballooning more and more. Too uncomfortable for Fedor as he lets go of the ace-jack of hearts. What an exciting first hand back from the break.
One thing I noticed comparing this to the main event I covered yesterday, the final table of the main event yesterday, players were, the table had a really friendly vibe. So everyone was showing each other's hands, like, oh, look, I just opened kings, I opened queens. Everyone was showing off their cards, and I haven't seen that once at this table yet.
Yes, high stakes at the main event, but even higher stakes at our high roller. So yes, we still, as you can even see here, lots of camaraderie and laughing and smiling, but perhaps these players being a little bit more protective and private about their hands, as Punat and Chucky have a good laugh here in the cutoff versus button laughing range, if you will. Oh, if only I can only wonder what they could be laughing about.
I don't know actually.
Probably Dylan cracked a joke.
Very likely. Love to see the Australians here at the Asian Poker Tour. Of course, the APT drawing lots of people from all kinds of places, from Malaysia to Japan to Korea to Azerbaijan. I totally butcher that word, but even countries I can't even pronounce the names of. So, folks, the APT is a wonderful place to be. Want more information about upcoming events, please go to apt.poker. As we see Fedor pick up another ace-x hand, much downgraded this time to ace-4 offsuit and +2.
Obviously, he's going to open, judging by his tendency. He's not afraid to put chips in the middle. Raise it up with an ace, from the low jack. It's a little bit loose, but considering he has a big stack and he knows what to do post-flop, I can see the merit of that.
Absolutely. And it's definitely worthwhile to also consider and remind the audience that we are very close to the money. 23 players get into the money. And right now, I believe we have 25 players remaining. 25 or 20, let's look at there. 24 players remaining. We are on the stone cold bubble, so which means we are hand for hand, which is why there is going to be a brief pause in between hands as we wait for the other tables to catch up. So folks, if you're tuning in right now, it's a very exciting time too. We are on the stone cold money bubble here, which again leads back to what you said, Stephen, about looser stacks being able to put a lot of pressure and open very wide given all of the ICM implications.
Oh, it's a fantastic time to have chips, don't you think? When you are nursing a maybe 15 big blind stack, you're just playing very cautiously. You're looking over your shoulders, making sure that someone else will bust, and you can lather up and get your, at least your minimum pay. It's not a massive buy-in. We're not talking about millions of US dollars, but it doesn't matter how rich you are. Bubbling in any event is not a comfortable thing to do. So I think, it doesn't matter how experienced or how rich or how battle scarred you are, you still care about the bubble and making into the money.
Of course, because it's not just about the money. The object of the game is to win, and that's what every single one of these high rollers is here to do, folks. It really can be anyone's game. Speaking of which, Kunal Patni going to raise it up from the hijack with Queen 9 of Hearts. He's going to get around to the big blind. Who folds? So in a nutshell, about hand 75, not much happened.
Well, I suppose something did happen with aces earlier, but it never materialized into a disaster. It was building up to be a bit of a disaster, but it stopped just before it hit the disaster button. But like I said before, when you are, like John Hendry or with 14 big blinds, you are very cautious. You are very cautious. You are thinking, you are folding pocket jacks even. That's how tight you would need to be at the bubble.
Absolutely, because a lot of these middling stacks have to be very cautious due to the fact that there's a lot of other smaller stacks, so they're highly incentivized to just wait out for the shorties to bust out first instead of putting themselves at risk or in a tough spot. And we go into yet another hand here as it folds all the way around to the button. People are playing tight, but no one even picking up anything close to resembling a hand, except for Dylan Foster of Australia, now picking up Queen Jack offsuit on the button.
Isn't it crazy? He's from Australia, and his surname is Foster, the famous lager.
The famous lager?
Lager is a beer. It's a kind of beer.
Yes,
like
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
I love myself a nice cold lager. I feel you. I feel you. After the amount of hours you must have been doing for the commentary, I would imagine I could use a lager too. But Foster is going to just shove this in, bully the middling and short stacks, and it's going to take it down. Chipping up nicely here for our current, I believe, chip leader at this feature table. Let's take a look at our player positions. Dylan Foster, 1.1 million. Pardon me, the title of chip leader right now is tied between Fedor and Chucky, 1.6 million in chips.
Even if my big boy Russia comes in, I still all in versus you.
By the way, I was saying people weren't showing cards, showing their whole cards. Dylan just did the, pick one, left to right, and he showed the queen to his the player to his right.
It's
You
interesting
trust
that
Dylan to do
Yes.
all the tricks.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because I was also observing that yesterday at the final table of the main event, especially when they were three-handed, when players were shoving to, players were shoving, they would, after the rest of the players folded, they would show an ace. And I think it kind of highlighted to me the importance of building credit, a credibility. Because fold equity becomes just so much more valuable nearer to when you're three-handed with big pay jumps. Am I mistaken in saying that?
Speaking of the devil, a player on the outer table just raised and showed an ace.
What did I say?
Yes, you did just say that. Well, I personally don't. I personally just play, just keep my cards to myself because I think they are the most important assets. I don't want anybody to know I raise an ace or I raise complete air. If you show once that you raise with an ace and next time you don't show it, it's a bit of a tell. And you don't raise every time with an ace. So, just by showing it once sets some kind of example for you to follow afterwards. And I don't like that. So I tend not to show my cards.
Completely
however
understandable.
Big or small.
Yes, it's a game of information. People think that the currency of poker is the chips or money. It's not. It's information. So don't hand that out for free. Dylan Foster on the cutoff with Queen Jack once again, now the suited variety. Gonna raise it on up, and Fedor, our chip leader or co-chip leader at this table, picking up Ace King suited in the big blind. This could get spicy.
Such a beautiful hand with them being spades as well, Ace of spades, the most beautiful card in the deck.
Someone really put into
He's
perspective
gonna make a
for me
raise.
the
Yeah.
other day that Ace
Go
King
on.
suited is more rare than aces. But sorry to interrupt you, Stephen. Yes, you're saying that.
Oh, Ace King suited. There are only 4 combos of Ace King
Correct.
suited versus 6 combos of aces.
That's right. And the 3-bet coming in by Fedor, 175,000. Action back on Dylan Foster.
When I'm teaching poker, oftentimes one thing that really blows my students' mind when they first started is that I tell them an offsuit combo has 12 combos versus 4 combos of suited versus 6 combos of a pair, and it just blows their minds because they just never thought about it in that way. There's so many offsuit ace king versus ace king suited. Ace king suited is very, very rare indeed. Anyway, back to the hand. Queen high flop with a pair of deuces.
Dylan Foster taking the lead, outdrawing the rare ace king, flopping 2 pair, queens and deuces, jack kicker, but Fedor, who doesn't like to pump the brakes, he's gonna go and make a continuation bet here of 135k into what would have been 380-ish, 85k? No. And action back to Dylan Foster with top pair versus what he knows is a very aggressive player. Gonna make an easy call. As we're off to the turn card, Fedor needs a spade or an ace or a king to pick up equity. It's not gonna come as the turn brings to the 9 diamonds, and now back to Fedor. Curious to see what he does now. Will he pump the brakes?
But the 9 actually doesn't help Fedor's range at all with his big blind 3-bet. You know, he's unlikely to have any, you know, ace 9 or, you know, any 9 combos really with the big blind raise 3-bet there. So he's simply repping something bigger than a queen. So he's repping kings, he's repping aces, he's repping possibly ace queen. You know, he's not repping any deuce there. So he's just pumping, thinking, okay, well, you're playing quite passively, Dylan. Maybe you will, you know, get blown off the pot with pocket jacks or pocket 10s. But little did he know, Dylan has the goods. Top pair, almost impossible to fold here.
And credit to Fedor as well. All those hands that you say is representing aces, kings, ace, queen. With the ace, king of spades, he does block a lot of those combos. So it could easily have any of those in his 3-bet range. But facing a bet, Dylan Foster going to make the call. Will Fedor make the triple barrel or improve on this river? We're about to find out right now. 7 of hearts, no good for Fedor as Dylan gets the check mark. And the question is now, will we see a 3rd barrel from Fedor Daedalov in the big blind?
Wow, you know, if he does manage to pull the trigger on the river, I will have a lot of respect for this man. However, you know, the pot is 1.4 million, and we are playing, you know, the effective stack is only 390k. It's going to be impossible for him to make a massive overbought. You know, it's like he can't bet that much. So I think checking down is the only option left for him. He tried 2 streets, didn't manage it, so time to cut losses.
Cuts his losses there. I was hoping to fold out those hands you mentioned, those middling pocket pairs like 10s or jacks, maybe even 8s. And no good, top of range for Dylan as Dylan Foster skyrockets too. Chip leader once again, 71 big blinds, 1.8 million in chips, making his presence known and representing Australia. Here at our feature table, you are watching the bubble coverage right now of the high roller event on our last day in APT Hanoi, folks. 24 players left remaining. 8 of them at this table, and 23 get into money, so we are 1 away from the money. Hand-for-hand action is ensuing, and it is an exciting time to be here, so make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Help us grow the game of poker in Asia. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In, and my esteemed colleague, Stephen Lai, as we get back yet into another hand here, hand 78 of the day. Players have been playing for about 5 hours now. And as we see the players fold around, Dylan Foster needs to scan his cards, not the chips. There we go, Dylan. Jack 8 of spades in the hijack. Chip leader, he's unafraid. Gonna raise it on up and open here with Jack 8 of spades in the hijack.
Wow, he never thought, you know, with his holding in the previous hand, Queen Jack was very speculative. He never thought the pot would blow up to 1.4 million. And for him to take it down, I think he must be feeling very pumped right now. The adrenaline is flowing.
He likely probably wouldn't have loved a triple barrel. I think also some consideration is that even though it would have been an effective small bet, it would have been for his tournament life on the bubble. So definitely some fold equity, but and in the end, Fedor just not taking that triple barrel bluff. Like you said, a lot of respect to Fedor if he did. And a lot of respect regardless. Action now and on. In the big blind, not going to defend 5-4 offsuit. Gonna play on the tighter side, as we mentioned, which is the strategy when ICM implications are out the door.
So going to be a raise, and Dylan takes yet another pot as the rich get richer. Let's take a look at our short stacks here. Anatoly of Russia and John, our short stack ninjas, under 15 bigs, 12 and 11 respectively. Just holding on for dear life to get that sweet, sweet min cash of 135 million, 5.7k USD approximately.
We always talk about ICM assuming people understand what it means, and I have a way of explaining to people who are not so familiar with tournament poker. ICM simply means if you don't die, you are likely to win more money. That's my summary of ICM.
Stephen Lai, everybody. Don't die. Stay alive. Win money.
Die. Stay alive and win money. How about that? How about that for a summary?
Very good.
The other day I was talking to my student about stack size, stack distribution and different strategies. And I said, you can categorize them into 3 slots. You have the deep stack, you have the middle stack, you have the short stack. And then you can look at it like you look at society. The rich will not, the rich will exploit the poor people. The middle class need to maintain and just fight amongst each other. And the poor will just remain poor, so just take a shot. So, if you're rich, if you're the deep stack, you do whatever you want. You attack whoever you want. If you're the middle stack, you don't want to attack the short stack too much, because they call off light and then you'll be crippled. You just want to attack amongst yourself, the middle bit. And then if you're short, you should just take a shot and try to climb up to the middle or to the top. And that is the summary of my strategy in MTT.
Poker, a reflection of life and our current economic state. We're back in a hand here, folks.
My critique of capitalism.
I know.
I am.
It's a beautiful game. It's very reflective of life. Sometimes you can do everything theoretically right and still lose everything, or vice versa. Let's take a look at this hand here. We had Domination Nation happening, Queen 8 versus King 8, but Queen 8 gonna outflop King 8 here in this blind versus blind situation between 2 middling stacks. Kunal Patni ahead with 2 pair, aces and queens. H-kicker on, out of position here. Going to take yet another stab with King 8 high. Bets 50k into 150k. Thoughts about this, Steven?
I think it's possibly a bit naive, actually, this bet, because you're playing against a stack that can actually you don't want to blow the pot, okay? With a king with no improvement ahead, that's you don't see anything like hitting an 8 is not. Might not actually help you. So checking that turn is much better than betting that. You're not going to get any hand to fold to you that has got any equity at all. And your equity isn't likely to increase on the river. So possibly a check. But, she decided to bet and now getting herself into a slightly sticky situation because she does hit her 8. Puts out a very small bet.
And a very small call by Kunal Patni. It's going to be the right call, though, as he shows the queen and is going to take this one down. An unfortunate hand for On. And a nice pickup here for Kunal Patni, our decorated poker player from India, representing Natural 8, as we see him pick up another stack of chips. Kunal Patni in the middle of the pack right now, 31 big blinds, our sole Indian player on this featured table. On taking a bit of a hit, but still third in chips right now, 35 big blinds, representing the motherland, Vietnam. As again, folks, we are 24 players right now, 23 get into the money. 106 people watching on YouTube. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you like and subscribe. It helps us grow the game of poker in Asia. As we take a look at this nice wide shot and the floor shot now.
Where do they find all these dealers? They are all so elegant. You know, they're not just pretty; they all just look so smart. You know, where do they all come from?
Yes, a good time to acknowledge the ao yai that they are wearing, which is a traditional Vietnamese garment. The APT does once we hit our live stream days, do designate a few select dealers to deal for the live stream, and that a lot has to do with competency with navigating a live stream table. But at the same time, it is TV, so we do provide them with a nicer set of uniform, if you will. As we get back into the action here at the high roller at APT Hanoi, Dylan Foster, our chip leader at this feature table, with ace-7 of clubs, going to raise it up from earlier position, +1. And An might just get right back into it again with 8-7 suited, though has been playing tighter due to the ICM implications, which Stephen Lai described earlier. ICM, for those who aren't familiar, it just means don't die, stay alive, make money. As action gets all the way back around to Chucky in the big blind.
I sense a hint of sarcasm there, sir.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm taking that to heart. None at all, sir. But I always say it with respect, and I will hold that advice dear to my heart.
Just so you guys know that I'm not
Don't die and make money. How about that?
Good wise words for poker and life. Don't die and make money.
Danger.
That's kind of the trajectory for life. We're taking a very existential route today, aren't we, Stephen?
You have some options.
Well, that's how I am, I'm afraid. You know, I tend to get a little bit philosophical.
I love it. Look at this. One of our side tables here. A big pot might be brewing as someone exposes his cards. Looks like it was a race to 100K from early position. A call and then a 3-bet. Action back on the pre-flop aggressor here. As we see Elky falling asleep in the middle position. It's been a long day of grinding, I'm sure.
And is this your second time in Vietnam or first time?
This would be my second time in Vietnam. First time in Vietnam was at APT Phu Quoc a couple of months ago. And it's been a beautiful country to experience for one of the first few times. And as a real, and also nice experiencing the diversity of Vietnam, from going from Phu Quoc, which is a little bit more rural and beach heavy, to Hanoi, which is just a bustling city.
How do you rate Hanoi in terms of development versus, say, Bangkok or KL?
You assume I've been to Bangkok. I have yet to go to Bangkok. Would love to go to Thailand one day. Have been to KL. I would say probably, definitely, yes, very urban. I would say quite urban, but traffic, I think, is that's just a country federal-wide thing where crossing the street is a national sport. But wow, hold on, we've got a big pot of brewing here. So initial raiser, the gentleman who was just featured on our screen, open. There was a 3-bet, and I believe an all-in or just a 4-bet.
It's a big 4-bet.
Big.
I think
4-bet.
Committed. Yes, committed 4-bet.
Why so nervous?
Why so nervous, indeed?
Oh, and this is post flop. Oh, I think it was a call as you went to the turn, perhaps.
Right. Okay.
Call the re-raise on the flop, and then out came the turn. Went to check, bet on the turn. Now action back here. What a sizable pot. Looks like a bet and a fold. They'll take it down. And a big stack of chips going to, I believe, Drew's way. So no bust out yet. One away from the money here at the high roller at the APT here in Hanoi. 2.7 billion VND up top, about 113 US dollars. You can see there 24 players left remaining. 23 get into the money. And as everyone got out of their seats to look and witness that hand, because it could have led very well to a bust out, but no, not yet. And another interesting thing about these bubble situations I've been finding is that as a big stack, you want this to go on forever. Isn't that right, Steven?
Absolutely. You know, when you have the big stack, you want those poor people, the short stacks, fight amongst each other. And you want to benefit from that by stealing their money, their chips. So it's a perfect situation with a big stack. You just want to be stealing here and there, taking a big blind or two, stealing the blinds, you know, because with the big blind ante, each hand, when you raise and take down, you earn 2.5 big blinds, and that's quite a lot.
Absolutely, especially when average stack right now is only about sub 20 big blinds. It is getting stressful. Normally, I find a lot of these APT events with their really long structures tend to stay relatively deep throughout, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see that average stack depth right now is pretty short. As we get back into this action here, Fedor from Russia gonna raise in the hijack with Jack 8 suited. Action now on Kunal Patni with pocket 7s here on the button.
Wow, it's a very solid ICM fold with his 7s.
No danger.
And as you
So
said,
let me expand that sentence.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Expand that
Sorry.
sentence. ICM, that's an ICM fold, meaning he wants to survive and make money fold.
Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. I love that. Stephen Lai, of course, a decorated poker player himself and poker coach. So anything he said, this is a great gig for me working here at the APT as a very recreational poker player, professional YouTuber, because I simply get paid to have a free coaching session with Stephen Lai. I am running hot in life, folks, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Well, you are way, way too kind. You know, I don't actually, you know, teach as a job, if that makes sense. You know, I teach people who are really interested in the game, and I vet them. I make sure that they have the passion, they have the right mentality before I sit them down and give them, you know, a few tips, I suppose. You know, I wouldn't call myself a coach as much as just a mentor, maybe.
Beautiful. I love that. And Anatoly from Russia picking up queens with 12 big blinds. It doesn't feel great picking up queens right as you're 1 away from the money with 12 bigs, but you have to raise it. Raise it he does, and let's see how this hand turns out.
Well, he is at the spot where he needs a double up urgently. So he's hoping that his open will induce some sort of fancy play from the bigger stacks. Oopsie daisy.
What? Whoa.
I think that was a misprint, surely.
Definitely must be. Chucky might have kings, I guess? Because we saw the small blind just
Chucky has
rolled.
a6.
Yes. Okay. Good. I just thought maybe it was a card read error.
Oh, no, that's an all-in. Oh,
That's
no,
an
that's
all-in.
three-way all-in.
Wow. Oh my, three-way all-in queens versus kings versus ace-6. Oh, okay, we're waiting for the graphics to catch up, folks. Okay, so it looks like it's a +1 raise, +1 raise, and then a 3-bet jam by kings, and then a call by queens. So Anatoly all in for his tournament life with queens as the underdog. A really terrible situation to be in. Russia on Russia conflict. Oh dear. Let's see our run out, folks.
Okay, show us your cards. Yeah, okay, so the scanners are correct. I wasn't believing the scanners. But pocket kings versus pocket queens. Only a queen and a queen alone can save Anatoly's life. Tournament life, even. I'm sure he's fully intact in terms of life. There's a king there.
Gonna be hard to improve here. Anatoly needing that set. Now drawing to backdoor straight, backdoor quad out. As the turn could very well lock this up, and it will, as Anatoly is our official bubbler here at the High Roller event at APT Hanoi, meaning that we're down to our final 23 players who are all rejoicing, Dylan included, as they have just made it into the money here at the High Roller. What a hand, what a cooler, and a good game to Anatoly of Russia.
Congratulations to all the high rollers who have ITM'd. You know, I'm sure there'll be one or two of them who have, you know, who are new to poker, and that feeling of making in the money is like a new chapter in life.
As the gentleman here shows that he literally only has 60,000 in chips, 2 big blinds, and surviving. What a legend.
What did I say about ICM?
Don't die, win money.
Exactly. Exactly that.
As we see more Bella on YouTube live chat say, yes, Dylan, let's go. Bella, of course, being one of our also regulars from Australia. Bella, thank you for the support in the chat. We love to see it. If you have a player that you're rooting for back home, please feel free to leave a comment and rail them on virtually. We're happy to relay what you're saying over to the YouTube live stream. As Kunal Patni now folded 7s earlier because of ICM, now much more comfortable being in the money, raising up pocket 5s on the hijack.
It's a difficult decision here, actually. A suited ace on the button. There are times when you need to raise that. Now the money bubble has burst. You know, everyone is in the money. You can be a little bit more liberal with your, you know, with your aggression. So, ace 3 suited, 3 betting from the button. I like it very much. Oh, and he's getting a fold.
Stranger things, Steven. Stranger things. He gets the call from Kunal Patni here. So we're off to a flop. Single raise. That's, pardon me, 3-bet pot as flop comes. King 7 deuce. Textbook dry board. 5's ahead, but cannot feel comfortable with 2 overcards to his 5s. Checks in flow to our pre-flop 3-better with ace 3 of diamonds. Has ace high and the backdoor draws. Makes a bet of, I believe, 75,000 into 425,000?
You know, we were talking about the modern game where sizing has become very, very small post-flop, and this is taking the Mickey small.
Gets the call as turn brings the 7 of spades, pairing the board as Kunal checks it over to Lev from Russia once again, who just won a big chunk of chips with kings. Lev does not pick up more of those backdoor draws. 7 going to be pretty bad as Kunal is going to have some 7x's there. And a very comforting river for Lev as he hits his top pair here on this river.
Oh, it is a very easy check for pocket 5s because, you know, he knows he has enough showdown value to, you know, to check, to just check. And then when he faces a bet, it very much depends how big the bet is. And this is a pretty big bet.
Yes, 300,000.
Puts in a 300k bet.
Into 575,000, just about a half pot bet, meaning Kunal has 3-to-1 odds. Means he has to be 25% right, or at least ahead of 25% of Lev's perceived range. Am I doing well so far, Steven? Coaching approved?
Oh, mentor.
Mentor
No, Greg.
approved.
Yeah, obviously that was the maths, but I think more importantly, he is attacking half his villain stack. So he calls up and is incorrect, he loses half his stack. I think a lot of the times in tournament poker, just by looking at pot odds and chip EV is not enough. You really have to think about your stack size relative to the field. So we're talking ICM again. And, once you get crippled, if you get it wrong, you're down to 10 big blinds. What can you do with that 10 big blinds? 22 big blinds, you've got a lot of moves, a lot of maneuver possibilities. But 10 big blinds, you're really at the very critical point. So that is a huge pressure put on Patna there.
That's something I've never considered before. I'm really glad you brought that up. So my background's mostly in cash. I'm used to hundreds of big blind stacks, 100, 200, 300. So navigating a lot of the nuances of tournaments has proven a little bit more challenging for myself, which is why I'm glad you brought that point up. You're saying it doesn't really matter so much the chip EV or the pot odds, but has to do a lot with one's stack depth.
Exactly, yeah. Liam is saying, Dylan is my coach. Go, coach. You've got this.
Love
yeah,
that.
Well, Dylan is in a very comfortable position right now. He took down a very big pot earlier. He's sitting comfortably with almost 2 million in chips. He's very, very comfortable.
Yes, and speaking of Dylan, Dylan has raised Jack-9 suited on the button, going to get some resistance from the small blind with pocket sevens, who just 3-bet him to 215,000. And wow, Fedor from Russia in the big blind picks up ace-king of clubs. Will we see a cold 4-bet here?
Oh, I've seen Fedor 4-betting with a lot worse.
Wow, and Fedor just goes all in, and a snap call by John, who only has less than 10 big blinds effective, so has to call up the sevens. Is happy to see that he is flipping and not completely dominated. But folks, that means that John is all in for his tournament life with sevens, needs to fade the ace or king on this flop, comes clean as it comes jack high. Needs to fade the backdoor clubs or the king on the turn. Dagger to the heart. John now only drawing to 2 outs. Needs a 7. It's not going to come, and that's going to be a good game for John. Andre eliminated here in 23rd place of APT Hanoi's high roller event. Good game, sir.
Wow, I've been calling him John Hendry. So you're right, it's probably Andre, right? French, perhaps.
I have to admit, though, Steve, I'm not familiar what flag that is, so I'm going to look that up right now.
Isn't that Indonesia?
Your guess is better than mine.
Well, let me just use my emoji maker. Just type Indonesia, see what Indonesia comes up with. Modern technology.
I've gotten confirmation that it is Indonesia.
Yep,
So
Indonesia.
yes, good. Yes, you are smarter than a 3rd grader. You remember that show where they would ask you simple geography facts or things like that, and then as all the contestants are adults and they get it wrong. It's like we forget these things. But nice. My flags, I've forgotten all of it. Does anyone remember anything from 3rd grade? Anyway, Steven does. That is the Indonesian flag.
Phew, phew.
Phew.
I almost embarrassed myself.
No. If anyone embarrassed themselves on live stream, it's me, okay? And we've seen a lot of different things happen on these live streams. As we get back.
By the way, I'm gonna thank you on the stream because I don't know whether you remember 2 weeks ago Ray asked you about RFID. An RFID table. Well, he told me he did. Anyway, I was looking for an RFID table, and then he told me, "Oh, Greg has one. It's quite easy to set up." So I think he asked you about that.
Yes, I don't quite recall the conversation, but yes, Stephen, I'm happy to lend some insight to you about how I acquired my RFID table.
Well, I went to the website, and it seems very easy to control. It's almost like a single-person operation. So Here we go.
For a while there, I was operating my show almost as a one-person show. It is challenging, but we can make it happen, Steven. We'll make it happen. We've got some action here, folks. We've got spade on spade action going on right now. Looks like a single raise pot, +1 versus hijack. Chucky, the pre-flop aggressor, going to check on a Jack 3-3 board, which I find curious. Dry board, wanting to be betting range. But Lev does bet out here once check to with the 1 over and the backdoor straight and backdoor flushes. Bet 60K into 225K, a little more than a third, a little less than a third, a little more than a quarter. Action back on Chucky with 9 high and 9 high. Very likely going to hit the muck as it does. And another nice pickup here by Lev.
Spade on spade action. That's very homoerotic, and we like that.
Hey man,
but,
we're in Vietnam. Anything, it's all good. It's 2023.
Yeah, well, you know,
come as you are.
It's 2023. Exactly, 2023 is all good. But joking aside, I was talking about very small bet sizing. You know, it's
yes.
The reason why you do very small bet sizing is not to do with pot odds. Once again, is to do with your stack size. You know, you're not committing. You know your action isn't to not give your opponent the right odds to call. In cash game, you try to say, okay, you see a flush draw possibility, so you bet really big to deny your opponent's drawing kind of intention. But in a tournament situation where everyone is short, no one has got more than 50 big blinds generally, you know, you can actually bet smaller to accomplish the same outcome. So betting small leaves you open to fold easy on the turn. Also, it really helps you to preserve your stacks. So, you know, the modern MTT game is very small ball. You bet very, very small all the time.
Wow. You answered one of the questions that I've been having for a long time regarding tournament poker and having commentated and watched tournament poker. And that question being is like, why do we bet so small when it's, you know, when we want to be charging those draws? And when we bet small, don't we just give good odds for those draws to be calling? Why should we bet bigger? And you really just answered it, and it seems like there's multiple good reasons for it. Is to, one, preserve your own stack size. Two, you have fold equity anyway. And so
I think the most important thing is, Greg, is it doesn't matter how big you bet. If they want to draw, they will draw.
Right.
Because you're never going to have enough of a stack to bet the wrong odds.
Right.
For your opponent to draw.
Right. Even a pot-sized bet on the flop, they just need 33% equity, which is about the odds you need to chase your flush draw, which makes sense.
So you're never going to be able to accomplish that. You know, you're not going to pot every flop. Potting every flop is not very ICM sensitive.
I see. And I also enjoy what you said about when you bet small on the flop, it allows a large range of hands to come along here that can't continue versus a turn bet. I just love that idea that the small bets keeps the ranges wide so you can get more hands to fold on later streets.
And, you know, once again, you know, I cannot emphasize enough, you are playing with very, very limited resources, i.e. your stack. You cannot put your hand up and say, rebuy. You know, that is not a possibility in a tournament situation. So, you know, your stack is so important to you. And, you know, if you don't die, you can win money.
And now that you've mentioned it, I'm also I'm kind of realizing the pattern that you will see a lot of small bets on flops or maybe even perhaps turns, and then it's about turn or river bets or streets that we see larger bet sizes. So I would love to pick your brain more about that, but maybe we'll see it happen in this hand. But as Lev picks up ace king of diamonds here under the gun, as action folds all the way around to the big blind to Tai Chucky Chu, who's going to fold in the big blind. It's going to be a nice little walk as Dylan screams his ninja for some reason.
You want to call? Let me raise. You like?
Well, I remember meeting Dylan in Taipei. We played at a high roller event together. And then I saw his tattoo on his arm with the skyline of London. So I struck up a conversation with him. And he told me, and I'm quoting him, whether it's true or not, you know, is yet to be discovered. But he told me that he's a trust fund baby and he travels around the world. He lived in London for 3 months and loved the place, so he decided to tattoo the skyline of London on his arm. You be the judge.
I love
whether
it.
he is lying or not.
I love it. I mean, like, I think everyone has a lot of a city has a lot of sentimental attachment, so I can understand. I haven't noticed it myself, but now I'm eager to take a look. And Dylan continues to run hot here with pocket 10s under the gun. He's going to raise it on up as action folds around to Mr. Kunal Potney, who's going to be thinking about this for a hot second with 18 big blinds. He's going to make the fold as action gets back around to the big blind. Lev, who picks up ace king versus an under the gun raise.
It's a classic flip, 2 deep stacks, possibly locking horns here. Dylan is not going anywhere. I can't imagine Liv putting in a 3-bet that is so big that is uncallable. I do say though that if you're out of position and you have ace king offsuit, it's very advisable to 3-bet rather than flat. I can see some merits in flatting out of position a suited hand, but an offsuit hand you want, you know, to get that full equity pre-flop because it's so much harder to play post-flop.
I see what you're saying is that if it's suited, it has a lot more playability and flexibility post, so you're incentivized to flat.
But off we go. Dylan, you're talking too much.
Oh.
Right. Jack, Jack, Queen.
Dylan Foster still holding here in this 3-bet pot with the 10s, but has to be wary of the queen and over pairs, perhaps some Jack X's. As Lev is going to lead up, going to c-bet here as the pre-flop aggressor. Bets 90k into what was 465k.
For a Broadway flop, this is as good as Dylan's going to get. You know, a AAB board, a paired up board, means your opponent is less likely to have hit a pair because he's only got, you know, 2 chances of hitting a pair. So, you know, pocket 10s, I think is still pretty good here. Turn comes a deuce of heart, which helps no one. Doesn't change the texture of the board one bit.
Notably,
Lev
Lev
very
does
static board now.
have the ace of spades and the king of hearts here, so could represent perhaps one of these flushes if it does come in on the river. Gonna go for elect for a check here, and now curious to see what Dylan does. Does he go for value as he assesses that he's ahead, or does he just try to realize his pocket 10s showdown value?
I think if he doesn't bet here, he's really exposing himself for a bluff on the river. So by checking, oh shit. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear there.
No, it was it was an oh shit kind of river, as the river brings a king of spades, bringing in the front door flush, which Lev does block, but regardless, Lev does have top pair, top kicker, as Dylan now sees 3 overcards to his 10s, and Lev
straight from the heart there. Straight from the heart.
Straight from the heart.
Oh shit.
That's real life gangster poker, man. That's, you know, emotions are high. And yeah, and that's, you know, that's even just Dylan just said it there. That's a pretty river. Oh, as he shows
but to be
the
honest,
ace king.
To be honest though, like let's go back to a more serious point here.
Sure.
By checking the turn, you're repping a smaller pair. Okay, you are really telling your villain. You know, he's almost inducing by checking. He's not actually looking for showdown value there. He's actually checking to induce a river bet that he will snap off. Obviously, the king wasn't the right card for it. You know, if a 4 were to appear or a 5, I tell you, he will snap off any bet of a reasonable size.
I see, I see. Well, nice catch there for Lev with ace king as we get back once again into the action. On Win, who's been playing pretty tight and conservatively, and understandably due to the ICM situation that was happening right before the bubble. Now opening Queen 8 offsuit in the hijack, which is a little loose, so nice to see her opening up a range here. Getting into the mix with Queen 8 off, and runs into Lev's Ace Queen offsuit in the small blind. Lev running really well, had just picked up Ace King, now has Ace Queen. Also worthy to note, we're down to 19 players now, 23 win the money. We have since lost 4. A 3-bet has been made here by Lev of about 190,000. Exactly 190,000. And On likely will get away from this fairly easily with quite the speculative and marginal hand.
Well, I'll be very surprised if she continue here. You know, it's a bit of a speculative race, slightly unorthodox, but you know, it's time to cut her losses and just fold that pre-flop.
As we take a look at our chip counts, the chip leader status now goes to Lev of Russia, 70 big blinds. Dylan Foster now falls second in chips, and Kunal Potney now, not a very short stack, but our shortest stack with 18 big blinds.
Alarm bells will start ringing when you hit the 15 big blind spot. You know, when you go below that, you are getting so little fold equity against the bigger stacks, and you know, you can be jamming with, you know, pretty premium hand like Ace Jack suited, and then, you know, like Queen 9 would call off, and then you are 60-40. You're not really that much ahead.
Yes, always good to have more money, but Kunal Potney, no stranger to these different situations. Gonna find its right spot as On picks up King Queen offsuit under the gun, also known as Beauty and the Beast. King Queen offsuit, tail as old as time, raises it up under the gun. I usually sing every time I see someone pick up King Queen offsuit. Tail as old as time, true as it can be.
Well, I think we make a good pairing here. You know, me, the boring old man, philosophical and cynical, and the entertaining Greg.
Yes. Stephen and Gregory.
Yes.
We have fun
Streaming
here at the APT.
233 people.
Yes. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. They never do. Kunal Potney going to fold. He hasn't done it yet, but he's going to. Shout out to myself. And now action on Chucky. Thai Chucky 2 of Vietnam on the hijack. 46 big blinds to start with Ace Queen off suit. Definitely going to be making the raise here to what looks like 65,000 from my eyes. The greens are 25k, blues are 5, and we got Ace Queen on Ace Queen Violence. One is suited, one is not. Lev just picking up a hot run of cards. Curious to see what he does now with Ace Queen of Hearts. Lev going to make the 3-bet with the suited Ace Queen. Going to put Ace Queen offsuit in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. But it is versus a late position 3-bet, of which Ace Queen offsuit can still be quite ahead of a lot. Can't be too scared of Ace King, though does have to be wary about that. But action back on Chucky here, as you can see in the hijack. Does make the call. So Ace Queen on Ace Queen conflict. One is suited, one is not. 3-bet pot as flop comes. 8 deuce deuce, 2 spades. So Thai Chucky Chu of Vietnam actually slightly ahead with the backdoor spades. And on this very dry board of 8 deuce deuce, we can imagine seeing Lev making a continuation bet here with range, as he does, utilizing small bet sizes as we've seen quite a bit now, 150 into 395,000.
Oh, that's quite an aggressive continuation bet, actually.
Quite large, isn't it?
Hmm. Okay, a small kind of tip, I suppose. A thing to remember is when the board is wet, when the board is dry, you bet small. When the board is wet, you bet big. When the board is very wet, you bet small again. So it's like a bell curve. So you generally bet small, but when the board is, suitable, like it's some occasions you bet big, and then that was the occasion when there's a spade draw and a pair of board, you can bet big there. This is helping no one.
Backdoor spades don't come in for Thai. It's now officially a chopped pot. But with the ace of spades blocker, does Thai feel like he can turn his hand into a bluff here? Or does he want to just go ahead and realize ace high? Stay tuned to find out right now.
Well, no one is hitting the 8 or the 5 or the 4 or the deuce on this board. So, is he targeting a small pair? Can he make pocket 7s fold? Pocket 6s? Did anyone hit a set? I don't think people would play pocket 4s or pocket 5s.
It is a 3-bet pot, Lev being the 3-better. It's going to go check, check as the pot goes chop, chop. But I would love to revisit that idea you're saying of on dry boards you want to bet small. On wet boards you want to bet larger. On really wet boards you want to bet small again. And this is my understanding of it so far. On dry boards it's hard to get value from a lot of hands. Let's say 8 deuce deuce, there's not many straight draws, only really pocket pairs or 8x's or deuce x's can continue. And there's just going to be a lot of air. So therefore, to target to lob that range, you want to bet smaller. I can understand betting larger on a wetter board if you have value or balancing out if you're bluffing, simply because there's more you can get value from. Now, please explain to me why we bet small on really wet boards that like 5, 6, 7, all spades.
5, 6, 7 all spades because you bet very, very small because you want to protect your range. So, villain does have a very realistic chance of hitting. So if you bet big and he calls, you are, in a lot of trouble. Betting small is balancing because obviously on a very wet board, and it's a classic example is always UTG versus big blind. You open UTG, big blind defense, and on a 5, 6, 7 all spades board, you bet very small because villain will just give up. If he has like 8, 9, 10 or something like that, or an ace, we just give up. But if he does hit something because he can hit really hard, I think that's why you bet small.
I see it.
You're just balancing that bit.
And specifically against an under the gun versus big blind range with 5, 6, 7, that's gonna. Am I incorrect in saying that 5, 6? The big blind has a nut advantage versus the under the gun range. Has all the sets and weird
completely.
pairs.
So it's completely polarized on that spot. The big blind could either hit so hard that there's no folding, or he's just completely whiffed. So betting small will accomplish everything.
I see. Well, thank you for that, poker mentor, Stephen Lai, everybody. We got a single raise pot here, button versus big blind, Fedor versus Kunal. Kunal in the big blind flops open ender. checks it over to Fedor, who is ahead with king high and is the pre-flop aggressor. But again, like we were just talking about board textures, this would be what I would consider a wet board. There's straight draws available, flush draws available, 2-pair combos available. So Fedor going to bet 60k into what was 175k.
I would actually categorize this as borderline very wet board. Borderline very wet.
And a Kunal Potney going to make the call. Picks up the 7-high flush draw, but can't rely on that. Misses the straight draw. King high is still good here.
Well, he's just picked up another straight draw there. Oh, no, it actually had that already. Sorry, I lied. No, nothing's changed.
Bink. Plan A didn't work out, but Plan B works out fine. Kunal Potney makes the 7-high flush draw against Fedor's 3-high flush draw. Cooler Town. Action goes check. And Fedor now with the decision with a 3-high flush draw. I imagine this will go check, check.
Okay, this is a very, very wet board.
Yes.
This is very wet board, and this really, like, if he was to bet, he just needs to bet very, very small if he were to bet. Checking obviously is no shame there, because no point. Really no point.
All right, and 7-high flush works out for Kunal. Open ender does not get there. Makes a 7-high backdoor flush, and it's going to be a nice chip up. Put Kunal Potney now 700k, still our shortest stack at this table. Blinds currently are 150-30? No, 15-30? So about now has chipped up above 20 big blinds. Nice hand for Kunal Potney of India.
Have you noticed any other female players still remaining in the tournament?
I believe An was the only one. An was the only one I had noticed. Perhaps that was maybe only because she was in the feature table, but I believe she may be the last woman standing. And speaking of which, An, the last lady remaining, picks up ladies herself. Pocket queens on the button. 23 big blinds. Will open up to 85,000.
You've got to be happy with that. On the button with pocket queens, invincible.
Oh dear. And Kunal Potney with pocket sevens, 17 big blinds left remaining in the small blind versus a button open. Am I wrong to say that pocket sevens is a consideration for a 3-bet jam here? Or is that a little too wide?
No, it's perfectly good. You get a lot of folds. From especially a button open. But one thing to consider is, oh, no, there's a jam. One thing to consider is, is she a wide player? Like, does she open really wide from the button? That's something that, he needs to make an assessment on. In terms of theory, in terms of pure GTO, it's an easy jam.
And we imagine that An will make this call, just getting a count here.
Oh, just go ahead. Just go for it. You're going to call anyway. Stop talking. No, go on.
And it's a call. So we're going to see pocket pair on pocket pair action as Kunal Potney finds himself completely dominated with the pocket sevens, all in for his tournament life. Kunal Potney needs to mine a set here, needs to find the 7 of diamonds or the 7 of spades to stay alive in this tournament. The high roller event here on the last day of APT Hanoi as flop comes Queen 6-9. Kunal close to drawing dead, drawing to backdoor straight, backdoor quads. One of those backdoor straights comes in.
Never easy.
And needs to find a 10 or a 5 as river comes, King of Hearts, and that's going to be a good game for Kunal Potney of India.
Good game, sir.
Good game. Aya's in the chat for Kunal, and GG's in the chat for Kunal. And a nice hand to An Win of Vietnam.
He is one of the few Indian players that I know. He is, he's actually quite famous amongst the poker players in Hong Kong as well. So sad to see him go.
Yes, devastating. A little cooler there for Kunal. And being in the commentary booth with Vitter, it really highlighted to me the role that Kunal Patni has served within the poker community, but especially the Indian poker community, and has been at the forefront of growing the game of poker in India. So fighting that good fight, and we appreciate it. As the Asian Poker Tour is happy to grow, and our mission is to grow the game of poker all around Asia. So really glad and very privileged to have ambassadors like Kunal at our high rollers, at our main events, and at a lot of our series. And folks, if you want to join us for our future series coming up shortly in Da Nang and Incheon, go to apt.poker for more information. You just might see me there. What's up, Steven?
Yep, I think we'll wrap.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Serena has asked for a count.
Serena dominated. Nope. Serena dominated by one hand. Dominates the other.
I mean, this if she goes all in, this could be over right here, right now.
Versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, but if she just assumes that Barry's opening super wide, which he should be on the button, and that ace-5 is doing well against the AJ jam. Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. I mean, Serena's called and left herself with less than 10 bigs. What's Barry going to do? Could be over.
AJ
right
here. AJ here just going, oh dear.
38, okay.
Wow, folks, I feel like it's culminating to this moment here. All three players getting
It's
into
a three-way
this here.
all-in. Can you imagine to end things up?
All in here for, wow, Barry W and Serena with only 9
see
big blinds
AJ.
behind.
Aaron's just like, okay, I stepped in it. I stepped in it. It's 5 dominated. You need diamonds or a king.
Basically 6-1.
It's such a sick
Serena to
spot.
call. Does she just take the level? Does she just take the... Oh my... I don't even know. I don't even know. What an insane hand. 261 people in the chat and watching.
Chat, smash that like button. We're here all week. $1 million prize pools being smashed. Players from all over the globe flocking to Taipei for the APT New Era launch. Potential 3-way all-in.
What happens if Barry stacks both of them at the same time? Does Serena get the second place?
Serena gets second place, yeah. But she just has to fold now. Because the worst case scenario is that AJ wins the side pot, Barry beats Serena, and Serena bows out in third, and AJ's left playing heads up against Barry. Wow.
Holy crap.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Turn a 9 of spades.
2 outs once for Barry.
Needs an ace and only an ace. Or AJ is getting the double up here. River. Boat. 9's full of kings for AJ here, getting a big double. More than a double, as a triple.
Triple's up, mate.
Wow.
Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the 10s.
Oh,
Chang
wow.
gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands if he can hold here with the 2 red 10s. Win absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the queen 4 rather than waiting. Wow, Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players. His kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry
The chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his second double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend, looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes, wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Top pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim. Queen on the turn. Dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayats in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god. Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets, the American Airlines, the pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Drawing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts, and Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam, and if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize in Taiwanese poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
by our very own main event. 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing. So they're talking about it. They're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to the official live stream of the High Roller event here at APT Hanoi. Commentaries brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In, YouTube meme lord extraordinaire, self-proclaimed of course, and Stephen Lai from Hong Kong. Stephen, how was your break?
Excellent. I had to feed my cats, and they decided to talk to me for 5 minutes, complaining that I closed the door in my little study, my makeshift studio, and and just kept talking. And I talked back, and they refused to listen. So that was my break.
Yes, how dare you? How dare you work and do remote commentary? You should be feeding us at all times. As we thank you for sharing that about your little cat break. Love to see it. You had a little power nap the break before, and then you chatted with your cats the next break. Love to see how you've been using your breaks very well. This is a highlight from earlier on. This was the Stone Cold Bubble of the High Roller event here. A complete cooler, queens versus kings, as Anatoly is all in at risk with queens and king on the flop. Absolute just devastating here, and spoilers, Anatoly busts here in 24th place at the High Roller here at APT Hanoi, meaning that the 23 remaining players got into the money. And folks, we are now down to our final 16 players, our final 2 tables, and tonight, yes tonight, we are playing down to our champion, who will be taking home 2.7 billion VND, about 114,000 USD, and that's just a percentage of the overarching prize pool of 11.5 billion VND. That's a great part about being in Vietnam and having poker events in Vietnam, is that everyone's a millionaire. And some of these folks get to walk away as billionaires. Love to see it. And
so how does it? So speaking of Vietnam, so how much do you pay for a good, a good solid meal in Hanoi? Do you pay 10,000 or a little bit more, or how much do you pay?
That's a great question. A good amount, probably like 50,000, 75,000. About every 25,000 is $1 US or $1 Canadian, about that. So, and additionally, things are generally cheaper in Vietnam as well relative to what I'm used to in Canada. So doesn't take too much in terms of actual monetary value to get a good meal. But in terms of zeros, yes, plenty.
Excellent. Oh, that means with 2.7 billion, you can buy many, many good meals.
That's correct. And Chucky Thai Chucky Chu, as is his moniker, of Vietnam, with the mystery cards. Nyuk, new to our feature table, also with the mystery cards, needs to learn how to navigate the RFID scanners, as Jenny, the dealer there, has helped him out there. Great to
are
see.
we on first name terms here? Are we on first name terms here with Jenny?
Yes, yes, gotten to know a lot of the staff here, all very professional, and yes, I met Jenny yesterday. Action now.
See, that sounded far worse than it needed to be. You got to know a lot of them.
Listen, I just said her name was Jenny, and then you went, "Oh, on first name terms now, are we?" So, in my defense, you made that a lot worse than it sounded. But no, Jenny and I are colleagues, and again, this is a great opportunity to thank all of the staff here working at Grand Vista Hotel, helping us the APT run smoothly. I'm so glad the camera's not on, because I'm red like a tomato. Okay, so we had a limp here on the button, which I find very interesting. With the mystery cards by Ty, who has 33 big blinds. Actually on the small blind, who just flats the limp. And now Alex Lindop in the big blind here, representing the UK with Ace-King of Spades, Ace-King suited. We were just talking about how the suited Ace-Kings, or any suited hand, or sorry, Ace-King suited is rarer than aces, because 6 combos of aces, 4 combos of Ace-King suited. So which would you prefer to have? Think real clearly about that one.
Well, it has to be But okay, so before I answer that question, I have a question to ask here. So if the graphic is showing Alex having only 10k in stack, is that true? Or is it left
You know
10k
what?
behind?
I believe so, because I see he only has the 2 blue chips behind, so only does have 10k. Oh, you know what's happening right now? He's tank calling. He's trying to he is using up all of his time chips here, hopefully to get someone to bust in that time, and in hopes of making a ladder pay jump here. It's no secret what he's doing. It happens. It's a strategy. That's why the time chips are there. But yes, that is correct. Alex Lindop started this hand with 2 big blinds plus 10k. Only has 10k chips left behind. He was the person we saw celebrating when there was a bust out earlier, and he was only holding a handful of chips. So has managed to make a few more pay jumps, and now hoping to make yet another as he burns his second last time bank chip. Really agonizing about this situation. can barely hold back his laughter now. Everyone knows it's all good, Alex. Make the most out of your TV time. You just got to the feature table.
It's absolute ICM tank, this one. You know, if tanking and using up your time banks means you have a ever so slight chance of getting more money, you should do it.
He checks. He checks.
Wow.
He doesn't go all in. He
That's
checks,
really
leaving
cool.
himself to 10k behind. So 3 ways to
You know
flop
why he
in a
does that?
lit pot.
Because
yes,
okay,
why?
because if he loses this hand, okay, the next hand, even though he has to post a small blind, he can still win the ante.
Ah.
Right? That's why the 10k is very important.
But with top pair, top kicker, backdoor straights, backdoor flushes, I will imagine that Alex Lindop is very happy to go all in with his remaining quarter big blind as he uses his very last time chip. I'm assuming, unless those on his left are also time chips, which in that case, we're going to be here a while.
Oh, he needs no. Honestly, I think he's. You know, I know on YouTube people are saying absolutely disgusting behavior, but I don't think so.
No, not at all.
It's money. It's money.
It's money, and he has time chips. It's his money buying into this event. It's his time chips, which he is completely entitled to use. Totally, I respect it. I respect it.
It'd be funny if he checks. Yeah. I'm tanking. Oh, he's checking. Yeah, good check.
Well, Nyuk, we can see, doesn't have much with Jack High. Curious to see what Tai has, as turn brings the Jack of Spades, giving Nyuk a pair, second pair here, as it checks through on the flop. Might feel pretty comfortable. But multi-way, then again, maybe not.
No, Alex is in dreamland right now. Top pair with the nut flush draw. He cannot ask for a better board. Oh, reluctantly check. I think he's more concerned about the outside tables than this actual hand. Okay, if you fold, you are an absolute muppet. No folding.
I've never heard the word Muppet being hurled as an insult before, but now that I've heard it for the first time, it does pack a punch. Even just hearing it from like from third person, it's quite a stab. I felt it in my gut.
It's quite an English thing to say. You know, what a muppet.
And while Alex Lindop, no Muppet here, makes the call with his last 10k worth of chips with top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw, and now the nuts.
Nobody wants to ask me what to do.
Now he wants to take all the time banks back and say, it's okay, I'm all in, I'm all in. But then we have a side pot developing here. We still don't know what Chucky has. So he puts out a bet to take down the side pot, which is 255k. Basically a pot size bet, or for the main pot. It's going to be a very difficult decision for Win here. You know, we're talking a quarter of his stack, which is a substantial amount. And is he going to tank like Alex was? Is he going to use all the time banks and hoping for a bit of a ICM lathering? So the key here, what he needs to think about is, okay, so your opponent bets a, yeah, okay, time banking is good. Bets a pot size on the river. That means he, oh, no. You do not lose a player. So what is Chucky showing? Aces, of course. Chucky had aces and was brutally cracked, even though his flop top set cracked by Alex's nut flush. Well done, Alex. Now I bet you wish you didn't use up all the time banks. We're still at 16 players. No one's out. We are still fighting for that beautiful high roller trophy, as well as over 2 billion VND in prize money. 4 big blinds is still a very critical situation. You know, you cannot relax right now. You need some good cards, but you know, after the small blind, he's going to get to see 7 more hands before he needs to do anything drastic. So he's got a little bit of time, and in that time, other table could have people busting out. So you never know. I think he cannot be happy right now, but at the same time, he must have been a little bit relieved that he survived the hand previous to this one. Elky folding from UTG. Fedor picks up aces from UTG +1. He's going to raise. Should be 80,000.
Aces running hot on this table. Back-to-back aces.
Hello.
On our feature table. Gonna raise it up to 85k. Sorry, I did come in quite abrasively there, didn't I, Steven?
I was like, hello.
Hello. Top of the morning. And Alex Lindop, who had just survived with top pair, top kicker. Surprising to see those aces. What a sweat that hand was, wasn't it?
Oh, completely. You know, especially when Chucky actually flopped top set.
Yeah. Little did
The
he know how much
case
he needed
ace.
that spade. And Lindop fights to live another day. And oh my goodness, welcome to Cooler Town. Did someone order a refrigerator? Because we've got a cooler. Luke Martinelli of Australia picks up jacks in the big blind versus the +1 raise. Both players starting with 24 big blinds effective here. Is going to put in the 3-bet versus the +1 raise by Fedor. Fedor, who has had the propensity to play very loosely, now at the very top of his range with the pre-flop nuts, the American Airlines. And will he slow play or put in the 4-bet? Only time will tell.
He is going to 4-bet for sure, because that goes very well with his image, his aggressive image. He definitely has bluffs in his 4-betting range, and I think the table knows that. And Martinelli, being Australian, would know a thing or two about coolers, wouldn't he? You know, with the barbecues and the coolers with beers in. They know all about
Absolutely.
coolers.
But I think we did just see a call there by Fedor. Gonna slow play
Yep.
the aces. As flop comes queen high, queen 6-4, 2 diamonds, 1 overcard to Luke's jacks here. Fedor, of course, very comfortable with his aces. SPR right now, effectively, is a little less than 2, 1.5.
Okay, so going back to that hand, the pre-flop action, looking back, Fedor kind of, okay, maybe his thinking was big blind might not be as strong as something that could pay his 4-bet. 4-bet. So reason being because he's such a loose player. So now we're leveling, okay? So because he's such a loose player, he thought maybe the big blind would 3-bet a little bit too light against him, and that's why he kept it as a call on the pre-flop, which is all very reasonable. But hindsight is 2020.
And so was COVID. Luke now gonna check with the 5 of spades turn because it was 2020.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Oh, okay, good,
I was
good,
like,
good.
ooh,
Gonna
respect.
check now. Exercise some pot control on the queen high board as the board runs a little bit more connected. Shouldn't really connect with either player's 3-bet / 3-bet calling range. The action now on Fedor with the aces. Does have the best hand.
He needs to bet that. No point wasting those beautiful aces. Are you aware of an Indian player's name is Nasa?
Yes, I am. Akshay Nasa, Nasa Akshay, who had just, Akshay Nasa, final answer, who placed second in the main event yesterday at APT Hanoi, ran very well, ran very deep, played very well, and unfortunately
Yesterday,
just came short.
when NASA picked up aces, I got so excited. Wow, the space agency has rockets.
NASA.
No one laughed.
Very good. I'm laughing now. And this river here, King of Clubs, might just save Luke some chips now, as there are now 2 overcards to his jacks. The very reason why jacks are such an infamous hand to play, because 50% of the time there's going to be at least 1 overcard to your jacks on the flop. But action now back to Fedor with the aces.
Okay, so Martinelli's thinking must be at UTG +1, Fedor doesn't have ace king, so the king doesn't help him. There's no ace king there because ace king is a definite 4-betting combo. It's possible that he has a pair that is 10s or 9s. It's actually possible. So there's a bunch of bluffs there. There's actually enough bluffs for Luke to call off this bet.
And will Luke call off this bet here? 395,000 to win 1.8 million. Getting more than 4-1 on this call, close to 5-1. But if he does call, again, the bet sizes doesn't really matter as much as matters to relating to the size of pot, but relating to the size of the stack that Luke would have left. 3.5 million with 555,000 left behind, would only have 150,000 left behind on 4 big blinds. Makes the call, wow! And gets shown the terrible, terrible news. Slow played aces prevails here, as Luke Martinelli now becomes our short stack ninja on this feature table with only 4 big blinds left. The only consolation is that he just went through the big blind and won't have to confront that big blind and the big blind ante for yet another orbit. Nice hand to Fedor.
Okay, I know it looks very ugly and it's very sad to see Martinelli losing that big pot, but it was actually a good call. Like, it's theoretically correct. I just put the numbers through. Of course, we can talk about stack sizes, all that rubbish, or all that important theories. But in terms of number of bluff combos versus nut combo, really he just couldn't fold that. Pocket jacks is way too good there, with the action that was taken.
Absolutely. And this is the kind of the level of skill that happens here at the APT at our high stakes at the high rollers. But of course, lots of poker to be had by everyone. Yes, we have our main events, like the main event or the high rollers, but a lot of turbo events, side events going on as well. So lots of fun for everyone. Got some silly fun games too, like we got some PLO mixed with Hold'em. We had Super Hold'em as well. It's becoming more and more popular with our APT series. So I think some stud or drawing games may be introduced later on future series and events. So again, for more information about our upcoming series, go to apt.poker. We're really fun. We're not your regular series. We're a fun series.
And also very, very, very well run. I think that's the key to me.
Absolutely.
I'm a boring kind of guy. I play Hold'em, I play Omaha, all those crazy pineapple and whatnot. They're not really my cup of tea. But the Hold'em and the PLO, they run so well. And the feature table is so attractive as well. And you get to be judged by Greg and I on YouTube. What else could go wrong?
What else could go wrong? Again, we have to, of course, acknowledge the celebrity on our feature table here, Mr. Bertrand Gospelier, a.k.a. Elky. Internationally renowned and beloved poker icon Elky has made it to our Asian Poker Tour series here at Hanoi. It's been an absolute pleasure having him. And so sick to have him here on our feature table as we get into yet another hand. Fedor with 9-7 of hearts opens it up from under the gun, and this is what we mean with when Fedor, we say that Fedor has been playing a very loose, aggressive style under the gun here. Should have a tight range. He doesn't care. 9-7 hearts, let's go. Opens it up, but does get punished by our short stack, Alex Lindop, who goes all in for 4 big blinds with ace-10 offsuit. And Elky here, also short with 11 big blinds with king-queen of clubs. So facing an under-the-gun raise by a loose player. And all in on the button for 4 big blinds. And now in the big blind with king-queen of hearts with 11 big blinds in a bit of an awkward spot.
It's an easy fold to me. Let's say chip leader, the maniac behind you, who's going to call off, very light, easily. And it's a clear ICM spot, basically. Alex has 40% chance of losing. That means 40% chance of earning more money for Elky.
Oh my goodness, and that almost seals the deal for Alex Lindop, almost being flop dead here. And now, like a zombie with a crayon, Alex Lindop drawing dead. Eliminated here with ace-10 offsuit in 15th place of the high roller here at APT Hanoi. Good game to Alex Lindop.
Well, he knew he was not going to stay in the tournament for too long, because he's got his little bottle of lager in his hand, a cold bottle of lager, just enjoying himself. He knew, he's made a good payday. It's time to enjoy Hanoi.
Absolutely, and what better way than to relax with a bottle of local beer as we get back in the action. Congrats on the last remaining 14 players of our APT High Roller event. Again, folks, we're playing down to the winner today, who will walk away not only with the beautiful APT Lion trophy, but a very cool 2.7 billion with a B, VND. Also worth about 114,000 USD. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button and hit that notification bell.
Here's a fun fact for you, Greg. I was told earlier that Elky's lifetime earn. Oh, do you know Elky's lifetime earning?
I do not.
In live tournaments?
I do not.
Okay, do you want to care to guess?
It's at least $1.
Okay, well, that's a very good start, and I think you are underestimating him slightly,
I'm not. It's not. I said at least. Oh, actually, you know what? It's 14.873498 million. 14 million.
Okay, there you go. Google hand him up as a friend.
Yes, sir.
And if he were to take down this event, you will exactly put him over the 15 million mark. How cool is that?
That would be a great career milestone for Elky. So wishing him the best. Hopefully he can spin up that small stack. We're going to see another all-in here, folks. We're going to see Luke Martinelli all in for his tournament life. Had just been crippled with the jacks versus aces. Now with ace 5 of hearts, all in for his tournament life against queen 10. His flop comes 10-3-3. Devastation here for Luke Martinelli. Getting outflopped by queen 10. Needs to find an ace. Oh, goodness gracious me. Needs to find an ace, and only an ace on this river to stay alive. And how about a boat for John Bonades of the UK? And that's going to be a good game for Luke Martinelli of Australia. Good game, Luke. Aya's in the chat for Luke.
There you go. He's picking up his phone. All his friends are messaging him saying, come to this restaurant, this nightclub this evening.
Yes, and beer's on you as he walks away with a cool cash prize away from this high roller event.
Yeah, so what's your take on this? So when you play quite seriously, right? You play poker, pretty
No.
seriously, right?
Absolutely not. I'm
Okay,
a
well,
full-time.
you-
I'm a full-time poker meme lord maker, poker meme maker,
Okay.
and but the content just surrounds poker. I would say I'm a YouTuber
right,
first,
fair
and poker is my recreation and hobby.
Okay, imagine you were a serious poker player and you do this for a living, right? And when you win, like, when you come 14th in an event, and you make reasonable money, and then all your friends around you saying, oh, you won something, oh, you got to buy us dinner. How do you feel about that?
Probably terribly, because that's like, that's your job. That's just another
Exactly.
day at the
Yes,
office.
thank
I
you.
see your point of view now.
Thank you, Greg.
I see. As Elky, our superstar here, goes all in with ace 3 offsuit on the button with 11 big blinds. Action now on with 9 big blinds. Gets it through. Massive pickup here for Elky. A great result, getting the folds and picking up 2.5 big blinds. And lives to see yet another orbit. Fun fact that Vitter said, my favorite quote from Vitter Single, our other co-commentator, is that if all you do in a tournament is steal the blinds every orbit, you win the tournament.
That's correct.
Or my quote, which is, if you never go all in a tournament, you win the tournament.
If you never go all in a tournament, you win the tournament.
Or call
is
all
that
in.
even possible?
Yeah, if you don't call all in or go all in a tournament,
Oh,
you win
okay.
the tournament.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, here's another one for you. Okay,
Sure.
imagine you have some sort of superpower, and you know all your opponent's whole cards. They don't know you know. Like you can see through. Like you have some kind of X-ray
Okay,
vision.
yeah, I might pause that.
But-
Great.
Okay. Oh, I have no comment. Libel.
It
and-
was apparent. It's truth. Anyway, go on.
Anyway, but the curse, the blessing is that you are, X-ray vision man. The curse is you will always show down stone cold, like the worst hand possible. So you never take down when you show down. How far do you think you would go in the WSOP main event?
Sorry, what's the caveat? If I ever
The
show down,
caveat
I
is
lose
you
the hand.
always show, you lose the hand. Yeah, you always show nut low when you show down.
I see.
But you know their hands. You know every single hand.
So I know everyone's hands, but if I show down, I auto muck and lose the pot.
You auto lose, yeah. You
I
auto
see.
lose.
Geez. Because I feel like most of the biggest pots come from Showdown, so the one school of thought feels like, no, you wouldn't. But on the other hand, it's undeniable that knowing your opponent's whole cards is easily the biggest advantage you can have in the game. So I'm really not sure, Steven.
Well, okay. Well, one thing we know for sure, you will not ship it because you have to show down at some point. So you will not win. When you heads up, you have to show down, right, at some point. So you would not take the trophy home.
Oh, the best you
or
could actually
certain.
theoretically do is second.
Second.
Wow.
But I think making ITM is making it in the money is, very doable. But I would be tempted to say it would still be very difficult for you to make the final table.
Wow. I love
Even
these
with that superpower.
philosophical poker questions. One that was posed to me was, if there were no blinds, what would your opening size be?
Wow, that's a good one. That's an excellent question. Whew. Okay, so you 100% depend on the stack size then.
Sure,
So it would
let's
be
say
relative
everyone
to
has
how
100
deep
bucks.
the effective stack.
Let's say
you've
everyone has 100
you've 100 BB?
Yeah.
Then you're trying to set up to play for stacks, I suppose, every hand. So maybe... Ooh, no big blind. Ooh, oh, wow, that's really hard.
And then the question becomes, if everyone had just infinite stacks and there was no blind, what would your opening size be, right?
Okay, so my answer would be you have infinite stacks and you shouldn't be playing poker because you are like infinitely rich.
Oh yeah, it's like, why are you even playing poker? Just go retire or something.
Or you're infinitely rich, right? So you just
Right.
go mess around with Elon Musk and, buy all his things and make him homeless.
There you go. Because you can just buy people's homes and well-being. When you have infinite money, you can do anything. Someone I was asking the Superstar Challenge players the other day, because one of the things we do is get sound bites from the players for our content. And the question I was asking is like, if you could have a superpower, because there's the Superstar Challenge, what kind of superpower would you have? And we got a lot of like, X-ray vision, so I can see the cards, or I want the power to like be able to change my own whole cards, And I just said, I'd want to be Batman. I know he has no superpowers, but he just has money, and that's his superpower. And that's the one I would like to have.
Just like that bit in the Justice League when the Flash first met Batman, and then the Flash was asking, so what's your superpower? And he said, I'm rich.
I'm rich. That's correct. Oh, well. Well, definitely someone walking away with plenty of riches here in our high roller. Again, 11.5 billion VND in the prize pool. That's about 490K, almost $500,000 US in the prize pool. And the winner's going to be walking away with 2.7 billion of it. About 114,000 USD. And a walk for Bertrand. And by Bertrand, I mean Elky. A walk for Elky. That's a great result. Being short stack and going through the big blind. As we take a look at our chip distribution here, Fedor leading pack with 62 big blinds, and a couple of short stacks here, including our celebrity Elky. A couple of short stack ninjas. Elky also won, never to disappoint with his apparel, wearing the fabulous, like, hot rod red jacket. Love to see it.
I must say, it does look a little bit like a Chinese tracksuit. An Olympic Chinese athlete will wear a color scheme like that, red and yellow. That red is so kind of, People's Republic of China kind of color.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. He definitely looks like a Chinese lantern right now, like lit up. But that's like, what better way to bring yourself some good, auspicious Chinese luck than to be wearing all red. Love to see it. Bertrand,
he knows it. He knows it too.
Yes, he does. Elky here limping in the small blind. And Fedor picking up a hand here, blind versus blind, against our celebrity poker player. 14 million in earnings, almost 15. And Fedor now with an option.
Gilbert on YouTube. Yes, we know that the jacket belongs to another fine tournament series, but we are representing the Asian Poker Tour, so we will keep it as that here.
It's a conflict of interest, Gilbert. Go. It's a conflict of interest. I didn't think we'd have to spell it out, but yes. So that's why it's the Chinese lantern sweater. for our purposes today. But thank you, Gilbert. Good observation. Gilbert, how are you? Gilbert has been with our live chat for many APT series. It's always great to see Gilbert in our chats. Gilbert, how you been? How is my motherland? Please let us know in the live chat. And folks, we've got 13 players left remaining, 4 away from our final table. And again, we're playing down to our winner. Let's see what happens as Fedor picks up Queen 10 suited in the small blind here. Fedor, being our featured table chip leader, has a loose, aggressive style that is working out very well for him. Gonna put the short stack all in here with Queen 10 of diamonds, and Anyo with just 8-6 off. Really can't do too much. Makes the fold. And that will be yet another blind stolen for Fedor Dedalov.
I have just noticed his surname is NGO. Wow, that's a cool surname.
Very
What is his first name?
Singaporean. Reminds me, very Singaporean, I find. Neo, or
What is
like
it?
NG. I find like that's a.
How would you say that in Mandarin then? NGO.
I don't think NGO's even a no. In Mandarin Pinyin, NGO's not a thing. But just
Okay,
like
good.
from my childhood, just remembering growing up, there were a lot of like ngs and Neos and Gilbert Go. That's how I remember. Pretty sure Gilbert's Singaporean. But a lot of iconic Singaporean last names. Gilbert Go replying, I am fine. I made travel plans to play the now cancelled HCMC series. Now I can only watch and comment. Gilbert, we do have more upcoming series, and we hope that you can make it out to them. We are going to Da Nang. We are going to Incheon, and we hope we can see you there. For more information, Gilbert, go to apt.poker. You know what's up. And Gilbert also asking me, how are you, Greg? That's so nice. That's so nice. That's so kind. Everyone's just like, Greg, what's the action on the table? Greg, what's happening? What are your thoughts on this play? No one's ever just like, Greg, how are you, man? That's so kind, Gilbert. I'm gonna cry.
Okay,
I'm good.
let me get one better. Let me
Sure.
get one better. Are you hungry, Greg?
Not anymore, no. Thank you so much for asking.
Hey.
Good question, good question. We got an all-in here by our short stack on with King 9 offsuit versus the button open by Fedor, who is getting a count.
Oh, Fedor is so reckless. It's fantastic. I love it.
We'd love to see
Queen
it.
4 off. It's just...
Oh, wow.
It's super.
He's going to make
It's
the
so
call. So An Nyo of Vietnam all in for his tournament life with King 9 offsuit against Fedor's Queen 4 offsuit. What a gamble. It is gambling at the end of the day, folks. The hap takes places and poker takes place in casinos. As flop comes 9-8 deuce. So on here, the favorite to double now. 4 hearts, no good.
Ooh.
Fedor.
Never easy, though. A 4 or a queen. Nope. Doesn't
And
happen.
that's going to be a nice double for An Nyo of Vietnam, shooting a quick thumbs up to our floor cam. Love to see the little celebration there. Well deserved.
Oh, he's well, he's waited for his spot, and he was very, very short. Well, he had 10 big blinds left, maybe 9. So it was the right time to do what he did.
Absolutely.
You can't be too result driven. Sometimes you just have to go with, what you studied and what you planned before, and what is the logical, reasonable thing to do, and let the cards do the rest.
Just
So,
don't bust.
Greg, tell me.
Yes.
Yeah, just don't bust. Yeah, I said. Tell me. So, how did you get into becoming a poker content creator?
That's
like,
a great question.
Why not? Why not ice hockey? Why not? I don't know. Grizzly bear. Like Canadian.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not igloo
anything
building?
else?
Why not maple syrup harvesting? Why not some other Canadian stereotype? I will tell you in just a second. But wow, Elky now our shortest stack at the table has 10 big blinds and picks up the pre-flop nuts, the aces, and raises it. Does not go for the shove. goes for the 2 BB raise here. Does this raise size kind of make his hand a little face up? You think? Because 10 big blind.
Nah, because he is going to play, like, he's such a good player that he's going to be able to navigate a short stack very well. So he would actually open a solid chunk of his range from hijack the same way. I think the key is to balance. You know, if he comes across as a bit amateurish, and then is, you know, giving out obvious tells that he's like trapping, then obviously you just want to stack with your aces. But you know, Elky being such a balanced player, being such an experienced player, racing is good, no problem.
And king queen off folds in the small blind. Action in the big blind now. Getting more than 4-1 to call here. Great price in the big blind, which is why the big blind defense range is just so wide. But
nope,
not gonna work out this time for Elky.
You know what is risk-free? You know, free money, no risk. You know, even though you have aces, if you kind of face against a pair, you know, you're still only 80% good. You know, the equity is not all on your side. But picking up 2.5 big blinds, risk-free, fantastic. You cannot complain.
Elky now with yet another spot here with Queen Jack of Hearts. Had just min raised just min raised earlier with aces with a 10 big blind starting stack. Is, like you said, gonna balance here and just min open here to 100,000 with Queen Jack of Hearts.
Well, you know, the table is so much quieter without Dylan being at it.
Absolutely. And Nyok, our other short stack.
That's easy fold.
Goes
Get
all
rid.
in, snap fold.
Elky threw his cards like a ninja with their stars. You know, just went. Phew!
No hesitation whatsoever. Had a plan already made.
Easy.
I'm gonna raise fold Queen Jack of Hearts. And exercises world-class discipline at our table here at Hanoi at APT for the High Roller event. I'm still starstruck. I can't believe we've got Elky, the Elky, here in Hanoi playing in one of our events. It is so cool. Man is a complete legend. If you live under a rock somehow and you don't know who Elky is, he is GG Poker's biggest ambassador, has 14.8 million in winnings. And before this, before poker, he was a StarCraft influencer, one of the better StarCraft players in the world, and built an influence off of that, and transitioned into poker in the last few years. What a life!
Well, some might actually argue he achieved even more in StarCraft versus poker, like not in terms of money, but in terms of like being the very, very top. I think he was considered the very best StarCraft player at one point.
Absolutely, which StarCraft, of course, being very popularized in Korea, which is why Elky has, despite having international renown and popularity, especially popular here in Asia, when he made a little visit to us in our Phu Quoc series, which again is just a more rural beach town in Vietnam, people were still recognizing Elky, and that's just the kind of fame and influence that Elky has. And we've got him on our table! So seek, so seek, as he would say.
So seek.
So seek, so seek.
Did you have to learn French in Vancouver?
Oui.
Oh, oui. Je m'appelle Stéphane. That's all I can do, I'm afraid.
And that's about all I've got to. We got an under the gun raise by Fedor here as it folds down to our blinds. We'll imagine that Nyok's going to get out of the way with 9-7 offsuit.
I swear I used to be able to ask where the library was, but I can't anymore.
Où
in
est
French.
la biblioteca? And Elky
Ooh,
picking up
ouch.
Ace Jack offsuit versus the under the gun raise by Fedor.
So
We've
I'll
seen
be in charge of recognizing the flags, and you be in charge in speaking French. Yeah.
We. You'll notice that all I'm saying is we so far. But we bring up French because Elky is French himself originally. Goes all in with Ace Jack.
Oh, lovely.
Gets the call by Fedor. So Elky, the favorite, 3-1 favorite to double up here, but is all in for his tournament life. Needs to hold with Ace Jack high against Fedor's King Jack high. As flop
He's got to be
comes
happy with that. Very
Ace
happy with that.
6-8 top pair Jack kicker. Locked up 94% equity here. It's going to be a very likely double. Does have to dodge the gut shot now. Needs to fade the 10. And it's going to be a good hold there for Elky as he finally finds the double, propelling his short stack now to 21 big blinds. Nice hand, sir.
You can never write him off, can you?
Absolutely not. And take a look. This is the APT Lion Trophy we were talking about. That thing weighs like 20 pounds. It's true. It's plated with 12 karat gold. It is a stunning piece of work, and we are so proud of it to have it here at the APT. Enough so that we love highlighting it in our live streams. And again, one of these players of the 13 remaining players here at the High Roller at APT Hanoi will be walking away with that Super High Roller trophy and a very cool accompanying 2.7 billion VND, Vietnam Dong, 114,000 USD approximately.
You know, that trophy is so amazing. You must know the CEO of Asian Poker Tour, Fred Leung.
Yes, of course.
He, you know, when he first started out being kind of the business manager, marketing manager for another organization, he designed another very iconic trophy for, you know, still very iconic trophy called the Red Dragon. You know, most people have one iconic thing, and Fred manages to have a second coming. You know, having a new organization, having yet another iconic trophy. Well done, Fred.
Absolutely. A big congratulations to the whole APT team, honestly.
Oh, APT is very lucky to have Fred, you know, running the show. You know, he's one of the most competent people in poker.
Absolutely. Shout out to Fred Leung if you're watching. Hey, we just had Ace Jack.
And a nice guy too. Sorry,
Lovely.
It did sound like he was just like a competent. No, he's a nice guy, a long-time friend. Friend.
Very rare to
Love
find
him.
people
Love you, Fred. Love you.
who are not only successful and competent in what they do, but also kind. And especially I find in the poker world too, it's easy to get jaded. I find, and sometimes in this community, but definitely, you know, Fred a testament, the antithesis of that. Okay, so we've got a hand here. On goes, opens with Ace-8 offsuit with 14 bigs. And Fedor, who had just lost to Elky's Ace-Jack, picks up Ace-Jack of his own in the big blind. And exactly a very similar spot as the last hand. Under the gun open, jam from the big blind with Ace-Jack. There was a call the last time. Will we see a call here by An Neo from Vietnam?
Whew. I think it's a very, very loose call here. You know, he's unlikely to be ahead of many combos. He's unlikely to be flipping. Even against any king high, he's still like 60-40. He's not really, you know, the advantage isn't that big. And once again, we go back to our conversation earlier. ICM, you survive, you win more. So surviving is important here.
That's right. And a little bit of a discussion happening in our live chat here on YouTube. Question has been asked by top_DA 9 final, 10 final. Gilbert Go says, I think 8. APT always featured final table at 8 players. And this being our 8-handed high roller, yes, that would be right. This table can accommodate 9, but for this particular tournament, I strongly believe it will be, final table will be 8 players. As we take a look at our floor cam here, a big chunk of chips has just been shipped to the gentleman with the bucket hat. And there is a bust out here from this gentleman.
Ooh, unlucky.
So that is going to be a good game here. Have we had a chance to feature this gentleman on the feature table?
I haven't seen him yet. Nope.
Unfortunate bust out here and doesn't get his 15 minutes of fame on our feature table. But regardless, good game to you, sir. And 11 players left in our high roller event at APT Hanoi.
Well, it's getting down to that next stage of the tournament where, you know, you think getting to the, getting to the FT is, theoretically unimportant. You just won, just getting to the top 8. But, in terms of symbol, it's so symbolic that you are making the final table of an event. And I think most players do take that into account.
Because again, a lot of it's not about the money. A lot of it is about the pride, the legacy, the victory. There's a lot more than just money at stake here, folks.
Is he going to take off his top? Is he going to go topless for the massage? No. Okay. No. Oh well. I was told that there was another player in the main event who went topless for his massage.
As most massages do, if you're going in for a studio Swedish massage or something, totally understandable. I don't see that happen too often in seated massages.
But not if you are Patrick Antonius, when you build like that, you don't mind being topless.
Sure.
I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare.
I didn't realize we were doing a spicy live stream, but welcome everybody. Oh, well, look, our viewership went up to 155. Nice work, Steven. A little bit of the bait there. You said shirtless Patrick Antonius, and people were like, where? And clicked. And now they're saying, oh, 150. Incredible. What can we say?
Greg, only if it was that easy.
Only that easy.
Okay. So tell me more. Like you were going to tell me about how you got into being a poker YouTuber.
Sure. In a nutshell, I have a acting background, theater background. I train intensively for music theater performance for about a decade. So singer, actor, dancer. Graduated in 2019. I worked for a while, did some regional theater, a bit of Netflix, some commercials, and then most notably, I was a kids TV show host for about a couple years. In the pandemic, once the pandemic happened in 2020, I reverted to working from home, but still managed to work my kids' TV job. However, I had lost the gym, which is a big part of my life, so I needed a new hobby. I started learning about poker. I started watching poker vlogs, and it was during that time where I was, I was getting more and more interested in poker, and I was watching people like Rampage Poker and Brad Owen. And I thought to myself, oh, I could start a poker vlog and document my journey through poker. That would be fun. So I started a channel. The one you know now is Greg Goes All In. And I realized, wow, this was a really terrible idea. I'm in complete lockdown in Canada. I can't even play poker. Why did I start a poker vlog? So then the question became, how else can I create content about poker? And that's when I started creating comedic sketches about it. There were a lot of things apparent to me in the poker world that I thought were quite humorous. And also, it seemed like there was a space, a big, massive space for levity in the poker world as things seem to have gotten a lot more serious. And so I made my first few videos, and that's kind of when things took off. Within a couple of months, I monetized. Within 4 months, GG Poker reached out to sponsor me. And ever since then, and then a month or two after signing, I decided to go, quit my job as a kids TV show host and go full time. I gave them 2 months notice as a courtesy because I was like, I know it's really hard to replace hosts and producers on your show. They fired me the day after, and ever since then, I've been full time as Greg Goes All In ever since, and it's been a tremendous journey. And I feel very, very fortunate to be able to do what I do.
Oh, it's fantastic to be able to travel with the APT crew, going around to all these beautiful places to cover poker. And you know what? I think APT players are generally quite nice.
Absolutely. The community here is lovely. People are so friendly and diverse and so accepting of one another. The staff express, a great deal of hospitality. And for myself, I get flown out to halfway across the world to be surrounded by poker and learn more about different cultures and poker, and get paid to do it. I'm running pretty damn well in life, and I definitely cannot complain.
Excellent news, excellent news. Well, if you ever need any inspiration for any gags or jokes on poker, drop me a line. Now you have my number.
Absolutely. Will do, Stephen. Thank you so much. John getting a massage on the button right here. That left trapezoid getting worked, and now working down to lats here. The lats, of course, being used as more of a pull muscles where we keep a lot of our tension. Often, oh, we're talking about poker, sorry. Raises to 105K on the button.
Wow, I was like, ooh, I'm learning something here.
Tie in the small blind with ace-9 offsuit versus the button raise. 28 big blind stack depth.
He's actually been quite quiet, actually, Chucky. I was expecting him to be a little bit more VPIP, but he's actually been quite quiet.
In terms of VPIP?
Yes.
I see. Well, almost like he could hear you. He's going to take the aggressive route with ace-9 offsuit and use it as a 3-bet candidate. Going to 3-bet it to 350, 3.5x. 3-bet from the small blind, fairly standard. And back now to John. With Queen 5 suited, this is the exact kind of hand that Chucky wants to get folds out of. Yes, he's ahead, but happy to just buy that equity off of John. John says, you know what? I'm getting a good massage right now. I want to enjoy it. I don't want to bust out right now. Because how awkward would that be? You bust out, but you still have a massage to go, and you just on live stream with no chips getting a massage.
On a related note, I always, just before the break, whenever I notice a smoker and the big blind, I always raise.
Yes, because
a smoker always desperately want to go for a smoke during the break. So they fold so much to you.
Smart,
here we go. Pro tip.
There
Pro
we go.
tip.
Poker mentor, Stephen Lai.
Pro tip. Yeah, so if half of your table are smokers, brilliant. You just before the break, you just raise. And you kind of time it so that it's just touching the break, and then they don't want to waste a second of their cigarette break. So you just raise them, and they will fold probably ace-10 to you.
Smoker fold equity. Now I know.
You learned something new today. I still remember the old days when we used to be allowed to smoke at the table during the tournament. And those days were nightmares. I was a smoker myself at the time. I've quit since. But just so much smoking during a poker tournament. You sit with these guys for 7-8 hours per day, and they're just chain smoking all the way through. Unpleasant.
Shout out to Ezra Parker in the live chat, who is my personal friend from Vancouver, who is just obliged to my share of the live link just to say hi. Hi, Ezra. Thanks for saying hi. I hope the home game went well. I'm feeling a bit of FOMO. There's a home game cash game happening with my friends. 5 cent, 10 cent shenanigans.
Isn't it 5 a.m. in Vancouver right now?
Yes, your point.
Okay. I like it.
Stephen Lai roasting you guys back home.
Just curious.
A quick check, bet, fold, single raise pot. Not much here happening. But Elky has worked his stack up from under 10 big blinds up to 20, now back down to 17. No longer our short stack. That will go to Nyok and An, representing Vietnam. And Fedor still taking the lead here with a massive chip lead. To my friends back home, yeah, I'm pretty surprised. You guys don't usually go to like 5 a.m. and it's a 5-cent, 10-cent game, Steven, as you can see from the live chat, and there's $1,500 on the table. I have degenerate friends, and I love them. Shout out to you guys. Thanks for saying hi.
Oh, brilliant. And are they playing on your TV table? Are they playing on your RFID table?
No, they're playing at Ezra's house on his table.
Madness. So next time when I'm in Vancouver, I need to, beg for an invite to play on your live stream games, eh?
No need to beg, sir. It's an open invite to you. Please devour my friends and their chips. And an all-in jam here by Nyok with ace-jack offsuit on the button after a raise by John, getting the massage. Gonna let it go. And he's gonna take this down.
I am sensing some sort of massage fold equity here.
Yeah, and you know what? It's serendipitous. It's coincidental. I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is, but as he's getting the massage and getting his muscles loosened up, so as seems to be the case with his range. Not only is he getting his lats loosened, but his range has also been fairly loose. Queen 4 open on the button, and now was it King 7 offsuit, hijack open. Definitely seems to be a looser player, which we'd love to see. It's working out for Fedor, of course, and getting back right into the action.
Well, he just gave up 4 big blinds for no reason whatsoever. Oh well. Oh, Ezra is explaining the game now to me. Roll a dice, shove blind if you hit a 1, and flop trips. Oh wow, there you go.
Yeah, some of our friends like to play poker with dice, a d6, so a 6-sided die. 1 is all blind, so you're blind, right? 1 is all in. 2, 3, 4 is blind action, so you can check bet fold. 5, 6, you get to look at your hand.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad some people are having fun. I suppose that's why you keep it 5 cents, 10 cents, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter though when it's 1,500 on the table. Yeah. I don't know what my friends are doing. We got a 3-bet pot here, folks. Ty picking up King 10 on the hijack, opens it up, and Nyok with the suited wheel ace, ace 5 suited. It's going to make the 3-bet in position. And this is going to very likely get a fold from Ty here. King 10 off just does not perform very well in 3-bet pots, often dominated, doesn't have any playability because it's offsuit. He is asking for the count though. And gets the fold, and that's going to be a nice pickup for Nyok, win of Vietnam.
I was picking up a little bit of a tell from Win. His eyes were rolling everywhere. He was displaying a lot of weakness, actually. It's a shame. Well, it's not a shame, but, if Chucky had a slightly better hand, say, ace 10, maybe, up to maybe just starting ace 10 plus, I think it would have done something there. But because he has such a weak hand, nothing he could do.
You see looking around the room as a tell that expresses weakness in a hand?
I do, and I do.
Why do you think that's the reason?
Because you're paying attention. You're paying attention. So, you can't you're paying attention away from here because you don't really want to see what you have. You know what I mean? So you're trying to look at other things because what you have isn't so great.
I see.
You're psychologically getting away from the hand because you have a very clear decision of folding if someone does anything,
See, you say this now, but I'm going to go home back to Vancouver, and Edison Yuan and Ezra Parker are going to go all in for value and just start glancing around the room.
Just walking around. Ding, 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 ding.
Exactly.
No, like live tells. Live tells are very interesting things because I don't generally use it until I've done all the maths and all the analysis and all the stack size. It's like you have a checklist of 10 things, and that will be the 11th thing, the X factor.
Absolutely. Nyok win with King Queen offsuit under the gun here. Was one of our short stack ninjas, has now spun it up to 25 big blinds. Going to make it open to 100,000, 2 big blind raise. Very standard for a 20-ish big blind stack. Elky has already folded as action gets all the way around to our big blind with Jack 5 offsuit. And it's going to be a pickup here for Nyok once again.
Pretty standard folding that. You don't want to mess around, 28 big blinds, you can give it up. It's okay. UTG, you got to respect and UTG open. I wonder what Elky is thinking about now. He's staring at something.
Been really interesting seeing Elky playing. He usually has a very exuberant kind of energy. He's the light of the room. And seems to be playing a different role when he's playing in the game. Definitely taking him on a more stoic composure, if you will.
Yeah. And I like that because it shows that he has different gears. He can be serious if he chooses to be, and he can have a laugh, have a bit of fun around, away from the table. It's good. Some people just get serious all the time, and that becomes boring.
On Neo, our shortest stack on this featured table, with 9 big blinds, picks up 7s on the cutoff versus a hijack open. Is going to go all in here. Hearing some applause in the background might be indicative of a bust out either at this event or at a different event. Either way, On is all in with the 7s versus Fedor's Ace-8 open from the hijack. Big blind with not much of a decision here with 10-6 offsuit. I think, but stranger things.
No. Yeah, that's it.
And back to Fedor here, who makes the call.
It's actually quite a marginal call, but he made it.
So we're gonna see On all in for his tournament life with the pocket 7s. Is a flip. 7s versus the 2 over cards here. Ace-8 is slightly behind because of some of the mucked cards previously. And how about that? How about a set of 7s for On? Fedor drawing dead at this point, and that's going to be a nice double up for An Nyo of Vietnam.
Beautiful double up that. I think he pushed partially because he noticed there was another player who just got busted out. And, he got the pay jump already. So let's gamble. And it paid off.
I was half expecting. He looked ready to use all of those time chips. He was eyeing them, and then the bust, you're right, the bust out happened. He's like, oh, snap call. But either way, nice hand to On. But with that pickup there for On, that propels Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, a.k.a. Elky, back down to our short stack for this featured table.
No, it's a short stack, but it's actually still very playable. It's not so short. I think the whole table is actually reasonably evenly distributed, the chips. So, we don't have the rich bullying the middle stacks. Everyone can bully another one. It's a nice table to watch.
Absolutely.
It creates a very interesting dynamic.
And if there's anybody who can navigate a short stack, it's going to be Elky, a poker pro, poker ambassador, with close to 15 million in winnings.
It's a race. Interesting to make it 2.2 2. You know, my advice is jacks. My advice is usually keeping the opening size the same. So, you know, just make it 2 if you always do 2, or 2.1 or 2.2, just keep it all the same. You know, don't adjust for your holdings. So he's going to race with pocket jacks.
Gonna race with the jacks by New York here. Quick follow-up question on what you just said, but from a theoretical perspective, aren't you supposed to shift? I understand in cash games, no, you never really want to shift your opening sizes because everyone's always like around, you know, 100 big blind stack depth plus. Doesn't it navigate and shift according to your stack depth in tournaments? Like your 20 big blind opening size is going to be different from your 100 big blind opening size, 2.5, 20 versus 2 versus 2.5 respectively.
Excellent question, Greg. Number one, if it's 100 big blinds, then you play it like a cash game. So yes, you open 3x, which is good. But I think when it goes down to below 30, unless you have memorized very well the different sizes, you're bound to make a mistake by adjusting your opening sizes. So unless you are very thorough, unless you really memorize everything, my advice is still keeping it the same.
So what size? So
At
below
30 big blinds.
So same below 30 big blinds. So what would you say above? What adjustment do you make above 30 big blinds?
You open bigger, actually. If effective is over 30 big blinds, then you can open slightly bigger, like 2.2. Over 50 big blinds, you can even go 2.5. And then when it's 100 big blinds, you open 3x, just like a cash game.
I see. So I guess the main point, though, is to say not to adjust your opening size according to hand strength, but to stack depth.
Correct.
Stephen Lai, everybody. Poker mentor to Greg Rosol.
If you're really good, like really, really, really good, and you memorize everything, in theory, you can vary your opening size with your holdings. But you have to be so balanced, because you're balancing the weaker hands with the stronger hands, and then you have to remember all the couples, all the combinations, what to balance with what to couple with what. So you end up just spending so much of your energy memorizing the opening size, which is a small part of the game. So you might as well spend that energy on, you know, other aspects of the game.
And wow, we've got a spot here, folks. It's going to be a single raise pot. Cutoff opens with ace-queen. Button calls with ace-8 suited. Dominated going into this flop. But wow, Nyok with ace-8 suited finds the 2-pair on this very dry ace-8-3 rainbow board. And Tai with top pair queen kicker is going to be feeling pretty good here. And wow, somehow finds the check. Somehow finds a check on an ace-8-3 board, which very often is just going to result in a range bet as the pre-flop aggressor.
It's interesting because, you know, the bet from the button was so fast. You know, I don't know whether it's a timing tell or not, but he just went, yep, I'm going to bet now.
Wow. And how about this? In addition to his 2-pair, Nyok now picks up the nut flush draw to go along with it. Tai going to play his top pair queen kicker quite passively here. Perhaps as a read that Nyok is aggressive and is just trying to give Nyok rope. But unfortunately, he's going to be running to the top of Nyok's range right now with a top 2-pair. And now we're going to see a larger bet size here. We talk a lot about our bet sizings. From what I've observed, flop bet sizes tend to be small, but as we progress closer and closer to the river, tend to get larger. 350,000 into what was 545,000. About a 2/3 pot bet.
I think a turn bet being large is, you know, is quite a modern phenomenon. Like, you know, it's the standard line, well, the general line is bet small on the flop and then bet pretty big on the turn. That's how the modern game is played these days. Reason being, I think.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, well, sorry. When you're on the flop, you You want to bet small so that all the draws can pay you a little bit. And basically, you're gambling. You're gambling that the draw doesn't happen. So you keep the gamble small. And then also, if you have the nuts or if you're drawing yourself, it's applicable to many different combinations within a range. Whereas on the turn, because if your opponent, your villain has actually called your flop bet, you really want to put him to the test. So you bet big so that when you have the goods, he obviously, oh wow, he's calling. Okay, well, let me continue after this hand.
Yeah, absolutely. So
It's
Ty
very
makes
exciting.
a call with top pair queen kicker behind 2 pair. Needs to find a queen to improve. It's not going to come. Ty does make 2 pair aces and 6s queen kicker, but Nyok has better 2 pair aces and 8s 6 kicker.
Perhaps a blocking bet here. That would be a. Oh no!
Oh, what?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh wow! And check
Don't do that.
by Nyok. Steven, you seem appalled. Tell me a little bit more about your thought there.
Okay, first of all, having top 2, meaning you would never be counterfeited. Okay, that's yeah. Your opponent is unlikely to make a set here because it's not going to be aces, it's not going to be 8s because you have the ace and 8. It's not going to be pocket 3s, it's not going to be a set, and you are, don't tell me you fear the quad 6s. It's unlikely to be that either. So your top 2 is just basically the nuts. There's no straights out there. You're holding the nuts. So
it was a snap check too. Which is so
how do you check the nuts in the river?
All right. Well, got 2 good streets of value there for Nyok, ace 8, allowing Ty to get away quite cheaply. So we've been talking about flop bet sizes, turn bet sizes. The turn bet size, yes, large. Is the goal to try to set up for a pot size river shove? Because I feel like that's a lot of what
yes.
Pot size to between half to 2/3, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's very well observant, Greg. And the point of a large turn bet is that you keep the SPR as small as possible. Smallish, so that when you jam the river, it can still be a bluff. But it can still be value. Like you just leave your possibilities open. You leave your opponents guessing. If you were bluffing on the flop, you bet small. You need to bluff even harder on the turn. So betting big on the turn gives you a better full equity. If you're betting the nuts, or if you're betting a very good hand on the flop small, you want to get value from in the turn. So you want to bet big as well. So there are many reasons for you to bet big on the turn, apart from obviously setting up the river jam. But once again, I start again. So you can be bluffing on the flop. So you bet small, to see whether they can steal it cheaply. If you have a good hand, you bet small so that you want to get paid, or you feel comfortable. So a small bet is okay. But on the turn, both your bluff and your good hands is either you want the full equity or you want to get paid, and that's why you choose the turn to bet big.
I see. On the river, you kind of want full equity, or and then of course you want to balance with that as well with the large bet for the bets you want, the bluffs that you want full equity from, and so therefore you use the turn bet size to really try to set and control that SPR.
Yep.
Very cool. Learning things with Stephen Lai.
Great game, this tournament poker malarkey. I love it.
I love it too, and so does Ty, who raises up 10-9 suited from under the gun. Fedor here blocking his straight flush outs, folds Jack and 7 of diamonds, and actions now on our short stack with 15 big blinds with ace 10 offsuit versus a late position raise. This is probably an easy jam, but he does have to consider this is up against an under the gun open, which is typically going to be a smaller, tighter range. Little does he know that Ty is at the bottom of his range, or close to the bottom of his range, with 10-9 suited.
How will On navigate this?
Another important thing to notice here is Chucky is basically telling his opponents that he's stacking off. His UTG, he's only got 13 big blinds, and he decided to min click. You know, I'm stacking off. He's just basically saying, I'm committed, let's go. Are you willing to commit? There's so few bluff raised there.
Oh, and On. No jam, but does make a 3-bet here. Also sending the same message to Ty that I'm ready to get committed to. And oh my goodness, John getting the massage with that massage run good. Picks up pocket queens in the big blind and covers both players.
Chucky got very lucky here. Yeah, he's going to get away safely after losing 2 big blinds. And NGO is going to face a pretty difficult decision. Is the big blind squeezing me? Or does he have a legit hand?
I do suspect that the 3-bet sizing here by On is designed to allow him to get away from a 4-bet jam as well. So perhaps both of our Vietnamese players can get away from John should he choose to 4-bet shove this. Yes, the ever classic agonizing tank all in. Snap fold by under the guns, 9-8 suited, back to On Nyo with ace-10 offsuit. But you're absolutely right, Steven. This is where that kind of leveling comes in. Is John just squeezing here because of the raise and the dead money in the pot? But makes a correct fold. Cold 4-bets are just always so strong, from low stakes to high stakes. As we take a look at our leaderboard, On and Ty, short stacks, and Elky, all under 15 big blinds here. As Steven Lai's cat meows for attention. Steven, feed me. Why won't you feed me, Steven?
Because I'm busy working, Greg.
Don't tell me that. Tell your cat that. Queen Jack suited here for Nyok under the gun. The cats have to understand you're working you're to get food for them. They don't understand.
They don't even want food. Sometimes they just want me to turn on the tap so that they can drink water from it.
Oh.
I've been explicitly told that I'm not allowed to do that. But I do it all the time because I'm a terrible husband.
Being a cat dad, it's a thankless job. Nyok with Queen Jack suited opening up here under Queen Jack suited. And Fedor now.
And I know Rachel, sorry, I know Rachel isn't listening because she's at work right now, so I can say that in public. But I do turn on the tap for the cats.
Very good. And,
sorry, back to you, Greg.
Sorry, back to the action. If you don't, we've got Queen Jack suited open under the gun. And sorry viewers. Just Steven and I are very passionate about our cats. We're both cat dads, so we thank you for allowing us to detract from the action for a brief moment. As we get back to it now with Fedor 3-betting, with the ace-10 offsuit on the cutoff versus the under the gun open. And deuces hit the muck, and action back on Nyok here with 34 big blinds. Fedor is covered here. And I imagine we'll see a call here, suited royals. Though, yes, can be dominated, has some playability in these 3-bet pots, especially against Fedor, who has a very aggressive image here. Nyok could be thinking he could be up against, be holding against some bluffs as well. And flop comes King, Queen, 8, Rainbow. Nyok has the best of it with middle pair, does have to be cautious with the king on the board. And Fedor now also has the gut shot and ace high. Checks back to him as the pre-flop 3-better aggressor in position.
So here's a question for you. So if you open Queen Jack from under gun, Queen Jack suited under the gun, and you defend a 3-bet, what do you open that you don't defend? Queen Jack defense seems like almost like you defending pretty much everything that you open. I would say it's a
Oh,
bit
guess from
loose.
under the gun. Yeah, you're right. Ace Queen offsuit.
You don't defend?
As a general rule for myself, I like to fold Ace Queen offsuit if I'm opening in early position versus a 3-bet. Maybe I'm just too scarred by Ace King too often, but it is a spot I would like to revisit definitely on the charts. But yeah, I do fold it at some frequency. But you're right.
I think it's a little bit bottom of the range, Queen Jack suited. But hey.
Hey, but not anymore when you hit that queen on the river. Am I right? Am I right?
Right. Forget about studying. I think that's a... I'm going to tell the world this is called the fundamental theorem of poker. If you hit, you win.
Just hit. But it's going to be a pretty dangerous card for Fedor here, because when Nyuk calls post flop, he's going to have a lot of queen X's that now trip up. Makes the wise check back now as Nyuk shows his trip queens and takes down this pot. Nyuk now propelling to a massive 49 big blinds.
Oh, he's
wow.
He's happy.
And Fedor Dedalov, who was our chip stack here, our chip leader, now with 1.1 million in chips, losing that chip lead. And that just goes to show that the loose aggressive approach is going to have a lot of variance to it, and that has been proven true with Fedor Dedalov's performance here at this featured table.
We are welcoming 170 viewers on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. And if you can do me a favor, maybe just 10% of you can just hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. If you really like what we talk about and how we present poker to you, hit that bell as well. You'd be great help to us.
Absolutely. It helps us grow the game of poker in Asia. It's not just about supporting our channel, it's about growing the whole entire game of poker in Asia, and I think that is a worthwhile cause. Tie in the small blind with ace 10 suited here. Goes all in. And big blind, Nyuk with queen 8 suited with the decision now. Just found some newly acquired chips. Not willing to part with about 20% of them right now. Just lets it go. And there's going to be a nice
Chucky
pickup
went
there
for the
Ty.
classic one big blind behind technique.
Nice. Oh, no, all in. Pardon me then. Pardon me. I'm so
Yeah,
glad
it's
you
a
brought
one
up
big
the
blind.
under the gun 3-bet defense range, because you're totally right. Because my under the gun opening range is so wide. Sorry, so tight, I should say. It made me question,
yeah.
oh man, what am I folding versus 3-bets? I'm definitely not folding any of my suited royals, which I think is definitely a blunder, if you will. I am folding my suited aces from ace 9 to ace 6. But you're right, definitely it doesn't make sense that I'm defending all my suited royals. Definitely needs to fold out some of the bottom of that range. So I will. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
I will look into that.
Look into it. Well, you just have to look into it. And if you have a strategy, have a plan, that's good. If you don't, then then you should visit that, because it's a pretty common spot.
Absolutely.
It's a pretty common spot.
Anyo all in with ace king on the hijack. Down to Nyuk, win of Vietnam, now in the small blind. Getting put to the test hand, back-to-back hands here.
And I need to correct you again. He didn't go all in. He left like almost one big blind behind.
Thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. And for what is the reasoning behind that one big blind strategy, Stephen?
Well, I mean, I personally don't do it, but I think some people believe that if you still have a chip, if something happens on the other table, then you can tank, use up all your time banks, and you can fold. And if someone busts, then you can fold, right?
And
then
also
you
it allows
survive.
you a chance to
And
win
you
the big blind
get a pay job.
ante, isn't that right? As long as you
Yeah,
jam that
big blind
remaining
ante as
half
well.
big blind before you're in the big blind.
Yes. So there are some advantages. I personally just go for it. I just feel like I want a full double up. I want the full fold equity. I am jamming you the whole thing. I mean it.
Stephen goes all in. Love to see it. Commits to it. John gonna raise up ace-8 offsuit on the hijack. 2 big blinds as Elky continues to wait oh so patiently for a spot to double up. And wow. Oh, I guess Fedor only had 15 big blinds. Let's just take a look at our chip counts here. Elky, now our short stack ninja with only 9 big blinds, falling below the 10 big blind mark. Desperately needing a double up. He is on the button right now, just having gone through the blinds, chipping him down 2.5 bigs. If he goes through the blinds once more, it's going to be pretty difficult. He is going to need a double up spot, just right in that critical spot of being under 10 bigs as John Bonadis exposes his whole cards. Having a good massage.
Well, with 11 big blinds from the hijack, ace-7 off is actually a jam. So let's see what he does.
Will it be a jam or just an open? And not even a 2 big blind open, Steven. Raises to 160 here. So 2.5 big blind raise and gets punished by Elky, who picks up the auspicious lucky 8s on the button. How can he go wrong? The man is wearing red and he's jammed with pocket 8s. An auspicious Chinese number. Wearing auspicious Chinese colors. Can't go wrong, gets the fold, picks up the dead money. A very nice pickup here for Elky, our short stack ninja. Now propelling himself to 14 big blinds from 9.
So one of the dealers is wearing yellow and gold, and the rest of them are wearing red. I wonder why.
Someone didn't get the memo.
So you were talking about doing acting jobs in Vancouver. I'm guessing Vancouver is quite a vibrant city for the arts. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Vancouver, also known as Hollywood North. It's the city where that never plays itself. You'll see Vancouver featured in a lot of different movies and TV shows, but it never plays itself. It's always disguising itself as San Francisco or New York, or even Toronto for that matter. So yeah, and a very really vibrant film and TV community there. One that I'm trying to break through. I only recently moved back to Vancouver after being out in Toronto for a while. Toronto is really where I kind of built up my my acting career, started my acting career, and now just trying to get back into it. Actually, fun fact: 2 days ago, I learned that I booked a music theater contract. I'm going to be in the ensemble for Elf the Musical in the fall at Arts Club in Vancouver. So that's something I'm really excited about. But enough about me. Ty, we'll talk more about that later. Ty under the gun, picks up ace-jack suited, spades edition. Again, not going for the jam strategy here with less than 10 bigs, going for the min-raise strategy. This could be indicative of some pay jump that might be happening very shortly, and trying to preserve his chips and not necessarily risk his life, his tournament life, without a really plus EV spot. John in the big blind with ace-9 offsuit. Debating on the call.
Seems to be enjoying his lovely massage.
What a badass John Bonadis of the UK is. Like, here you are in a high roller, playing for immense stakes. You know, for a lot of people, even if any recreational players, this is a really high stakes, intense moment. And he's like, nah, This is my vacation. This is just another day. I'm gonna enjoy a massage. As he calls here in the big blind off to a flop of Jack 7-3, 2 hearts. John with ace 9 high, backdoor hearts, and tie. This is gonna be a pretty great flop. Flop's top pair, top kicker. But just how to extract value with an SPR just a little bit more than 1.
See, I will bet 1 big blind here.
Just slightly more than 1 big blind. Look at that.
Wow, I think the same way as a Triton player. Woohoo!
Nice work. And John here with ace high, backdoor hearts. Just might be tempted to call the 1 big. 'Tis but 1 wafer thin big blind. Makes the call.
For the runner.
Wow. And tie now improves to trips top kicker.
Okay, time to bet 380k. That means all in. 360k. Shove it.
If tie does shove here, the one saving grace for John is that he has the ace of hearts, which is going to block a lot of tie's bluffs, which means that he might be leaning more heavily towards value. And additionally, he does only have ace high, so I imagine we'll be able to get away from this. But no, Steven, not a shove here. Gonna go milky once again. Bets what looks like 150,000 perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
150 exactly.
Very small, very small bet. Very small bet.
150 to 450, third pot bet. Does the job. Doesn't get paid any additional monies. And a nice pickup here by Tai Chu of Vietnam. 11 players left remaining, folks. Here at the high roller at APT Hanoi. Nyok Win leading the pack, 46 big blinds. Everybody else waffling around 15 bigs. It is getting short. It is getting close to the final table. It's getting close to the money. Exciting times here at APT Hanoi. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In, yours truly. I make YouTube poker memes on YouTube. Feel free to subscribe to me if you would like to do so. And of course, Stephen Lai from Hong Kong, poker mentor / cat dad.
I would say cat dad, full stop, really. That's how I define myself.
Same.
I do quite a lot of podcasting work as well in Hong Kong in Cantonese, but it's not poker related, so that's kind of my thing, I suppose.
Nice, love to hear it.
Oh, that's
and
another. Well, he's
almost all in.
Pseudo jam.
Pseudo jam. I love the term.
Here's another pseudo jam. A phantom jam. How about that? A phantom jam. Even better.
A ghost jam.
A ghost jam. Yes. Oh wow, we're creating many new poker terms here today.
Yes.
A phantom
Yes, we are.
jam. I love it. Ace juice. Just don't waste time. Why are they so short for a high roller event? Well, because it's, the structure is obviously a little bit quicker. High roller events,
levels.
okay, so high roller events generally don't. Okay, the high rollers don't actually like really long structures because they want the bosses to come and play. So the high roller regulars, they don't want to fight against each other. There's no point having Elky, Stephen Chitwick just sitting around, just pushing chips around. It's pointless. So they want the bosses. They want the less experienced players playing. And those less experienced players generally don't want to play for too long. They have other things to do in life. So therefore, you need to balance that. If you make the high roller event, if you make it too long, then you will turn away, you will scare away the less experienced players.
As a less experienced player myself, I would agree.
I
do
tried my
enjoy
very best
turbos.
to avoid the word fish. Okay, I did all.
How dare you, Stephen? What did you call me? Say that to my face.
less experienced player, Greg.
Oh, thank you. My ego is now intact. We're gonna see some blind.
You're not a fish anyway. You're not a fish. You're an elf.
I'm an elf. That's right. That will all be explained later, folks. We've got 9-5 against King to 5. Was dominated. Domination rotation as Tai now flops 2 pair 9s and 5s. Nyok with bottom pair is going to come along here, make the call. As the turn card brings a Queen of Spades, and with just 580k left, or 9 big blinds left for Tai, SPR is 2. Does bring in the front door flush.
I don't think he worries about that too much. You know, if he hits it, he hits it. There's nothing he can do about that.
Yeah. The lower
but he
SPR.
knows he will get paid. Yeah, he'll get paid by many cards, like a queen. You know, he's worried about that more. He's worried about extracting rather than being behind.
Right. Well, and gets the fold. As we look back at our chip counts here, more than 4 of our 6 players on sub 15 big blinds, all struggling to stay alive. Yeah, so I'm going to be in Elf the Musical in Vancouver in the ensemble. It's going to be sick. It's going to be my first return to theater since 2019, so I'm actually genuinely looking forward to it.
So how much preparation would you need to do before the show? 4 weeks?
Industry standard is 4 weeks of rehearsal and then the show. On Neo.
Someone's singing.
Not me this time.
And that's going to be in Vancouver, is it?
Yes, Vancouver.
That's going to be in Vancouver?
Yes.
So sometime in the autumn, so November, something like that.
Winter, so it's Elf the Musical, so it's going to be the Christmas season.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yes. Anyo raises Ace King offsuit 150,000. Action on Elky here, who looks like will be defending his big blind. He does. So we're going to see Elky short stack fighting it out post flop.
Don't try this at home.
Yes.
Don't try this at home. Honestly, don't try this at home. Most people are not capable of playing that shallow post flop out of position. Is very, very difficult. It's not impossible. You have to remember your lines very well, but it's very, very difficult.
Well, flop comes Queen 7-6, 2 hearts here. Neither player making a pair, but Anyo in position. Gonna make the continuation bet of about 100. Doesn't matter. Elky's hands hit the muck. As Elky now back down to 11 big blinds. Just can't seem to break out of the 20 big blind range for Elky. But if anyone can do it again, it is our poker pro, close to 15 million in winnings. Elky, aka his real name, Bertrand Grospellier.
Well, it's either my cat has died from hunger because it's not talking anymore, or she's given up and went back to bed. Likely to be the latter.
Good news. Always good. Always a good day when your cat doesn't just die. I miss my cat.
It's ICM cats, you know.
ICM cat. Elky, 10 big blinds, small blind versus big blind. Goes all in with ace 3 suited. Fedor looks at 7 high and says, and Elky gets his blinds back. Doing a really impressive job navigating this short stack.
Well, if there's anyone, in this event, any of the remaining players at the event who could nurse a short stack, it would be Elky. He knows. He's seen it before. You know, when Doctor Strange said he's seen 14 million different possibilities. Elky is not quite 14 million, but I'm sure he's nursed a short stack over 50,000 times, maybe. You know, he's played online. You know, he's done it. He's done it before, many, many times.
Well, he's certainly seen 14 million in winnings, according to Hendon Mob, and if he were to win this one, would make it 15. So go, Elky, go. And Elky goes all in here again, once again with pocket eights. Elky's wearing auspicious red. He's going all in with auspicious eights versus Nyok's cutoff open.
Yeah, pocket eights, you don't need much post-flop ability to play pocket eights. You just put it in. Usually you're pretty good, in pretty good shape. You get some sevens to call you off. You get a lot of ace X to call you off, half of which will be behind you. So, nope, he gives up.
And I fold. Ace 6 off feels quite bottom of range and not even, right?
Mm-hmm. Nope, it's a fair fold.
Fair fold.
But then you get like, you know, really crazy, well, not crazy people. You get some people who just really fall in love with Broadway cards, and then they see King Queen suited and they can't give up. You know, it's King Queen is, by the way, just for the sake of clarity, King Queen is weaker than Ace 6.
Yes.
just for clarity.
Die with pocket.
Don't fall in love. Do not fall in love with your King Queen off or King Queen suited.
But it's Beauty and the Beast. Taylor's
do not. Oh no, actually do sing. Go ahead.
It's all right. We're looking at 10s here by Tai from Vietnam, under the gun with 14 bigs, going to go ahead once again with the open strategy, short stacked.
No, come on, Gilbert. Nobody could be that blonde. It's impossible. He's talking about Elky's hair. It cannot be natural. Look at his eyebrows.
I know he's wearing the natural 8 patch, but Gilbert, go. That doesn't apply to his hair. And 10s gets the fold. And nice little pickup there for Tai as he's about to go through the blinds. Nyok Win and John Bonatis are only 2 players at this feature table who are well above 20 big blinds.
We're down to 11 players. 8 players will make it to the final table at this prestigious APT High Roller event in Hanoi. Fedor is so bored, he is falling asleep.
Elky himself, though, wakes up with ace-10 offsuit on the hijack, starts the hand with 17 bigs, did a good job spinning up from 9 bigs up to 17. Gonna raise it up just slightly above 2 big blinds, 125,000. Gets through the button, gets through the small blind, and down to the big blind here. Tai, short stacked as well, 15 bigs, has 6 high. Does get a great price to defend on the big blind.
Okay, I cannot comment. I'm not allowed to commentate on this hand because I live in Hong Kong, and that combination I'm not allowed to mention. So I shall leave it to you, Greg.
Certainly. Well, lots of dynamics I'm not aware of at play here as Steven abandons me for this hand, but no problem at all as we could see a flop of ace-7-6 here. Elky with the best of it, top pair 10 kicker. Tai does make a pair. Let's go from there. Checks and flow to Elky, who makes a quick continuation bet. 340k in the pot, and Elky is going to be betting 125k, so about a third of the pot. And now a bit of a problem spot for Tai. They're both short stack, but he does have a pair. Maybe defend at least one street. Says no, and makes the fold, and a nice Big pickup for Elky here, now sitting on 21 big blinds. Back to Steven. Steven, what's up, man?
Well, okay, so it's a little bit of a inside baseball politics, but Hong Kong has a bit of a censorship over a certain event that happened in Beijing many years ago.
Okay.
And it happened
yes.
on the 4th of June.
Ah.
So
also, or 4-6 if you don't write it, or 6-4 you don't write it.
6-4, exactly that.
I
so
see.
That's why I, instead of getting into trouble, I am.
Let the Canadian handle it. You're right. Let me use my privileges to help navigate here. No sweat, man. I got you, Steven. I got you.
Yes. Well, enjoy your freedom in the free world, shall we say.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll welcome 193 viewers.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, see? The APT operator is saying we are restarting the stream shortly. See? It did rattle some feathers.
Ah. If Steven doesn't come back after the break, you'll know why.
I've been locked up in prison.
Okay, 6-5, a less inflammatory hand here of the small blind versus the big blind.
Sensitive,
pardon me. Is going to make the call, and Nyok with Queen 3 of Hearts. We'll definitely at least check back because, well, why not? It's free flop.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's going to be a raise instead to 260,000.
So speaking of which, this is another inside baseball. So today obviously is a bit of a sensitive day, and the horse racing is on in Sha Tin in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong people love betting on the horses.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even clock it. I'm so sorry. June 4th is today.
Yes.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Okay,
That's
I'm,
okay.
I'm on the same page
anyway.
as you now.
I'm going to continue.
Yes.
And so in Hong Kong, they love betting on horse races, and that's a bet type called quinilla, which means you have to pick 2 horses, and if they come in, then you win money. And today, so many bets, like stupidly huge number of bets, go into every race on horse number 6 and horse number 4.
Wow.
Like irrationally.
Well, almost feels like a group movement, you know, or some sense of solidarity.
Yeah. So I hope whoever is listening in Hong Kong, I remember, and we all remember. Anyway, we're back to the hand. Queen Jack off in the small blind, facing a raise from high Jack. Pretty complicated decision, actually. Wouldn't be too bad to 3-bet it because, he's a chip leader. Yeah, he's giving up. Okay, well, let's see what Elky has. Okay, well, it wouldn't be bad to 3-bet with aces from the big blind. That's for sure. Oh, Greg goes all in, says 80 million. I
Yes,
wonder who
it's
that man is.
Yes, someone just asked what's the buy-in, guys. It's 80 million VND. But yes, wow, finally the patient Elky gets rewarded with the pre-flop nuts. Picks up aces after a raise by the hijack with King 10 offsuit.
Casually tossing out 385k. He's gonna give up. Gilbert says that unnaturally blonde dude is going to spin it up finally. Yes. I don't think that's even blonde. I think that's bleach, isn't it? That's just white. It's not even blonde.
Bleach blonde.
Bleach blonde is what it's called.
But wow, what an impressive spin up here by Elky. He's been playing so patiently and navigating the short stack in such a way, in a creative way that I've never imagined you could with a short stack. To a recreational player like myself, it just seems to me it's jam or fold. but Elky proving that there are different ways to navigate and has done a great job spinning up from 9 big blinds all the way up to 24, and Elky well in this event now.
In for a shout. Hey, here's a question for you, Greg. Okay, so when you eventually grow old, you know, you're a very young man right now, but you will be older soon. You get old, and then you start having gray hair. Would you dye it dark, dye it like black, or would you dye it blonde like Elky?
I'm going gray. I want
You're just going
K-pop star
natural?
gray. No. Like
sexy.
we're like committing. Like, you know, I see one gray hair, all of it's going gray.
Ooh,
but very
that's
specific
cool.
shade. K-pop star gray.
But you know, you told me you're in your late 20s, right? So in 20 years' time, 27, or in 30 years' time, when you're 57, you know, K-pop may not be a thing anymore.
Oh, you underestimate the what am I trying to say? You know, K-pop will be
power,
around. The power of K-pop,
Yeah?
the agelessness, the timelessness of K-pop. We'll see.
You're comparing Blackpink to the Beatles, are you? Is that what you're trying to do?
Whoa, hold up. Don't put words in my mouth.
I never fully grasped how big Blackpink was until I watched their performance in Coachella. I never knew they were that big. Oh my
Yeah.
god, they were huge.
K-pop is international. It's an international phenomenon. Okay, off to a flop we go. Single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind. As flop comes, Queen Jack 9, one of those very wet boards we were talking about earlier. But I'm gonna flop the best of it with top pair 4 kicker, and Nyok here has a pretty terrible gut shot. Any 10 will give him a queen high straight, but any king would give anyone a king high straight.
This is as wet as you can get for a board. You know, 2 diamonds and all sorts of straight combinations, all sorts of draw combinations, and is a cutoff versus big blind spot, which means actually doesn't mean anything. I think neither side has that much of an advantage here.
Well, definitely going to come along with top pair, weak kicker, but does have to be cautious as he is up against the uncapped range of the pre-flop aggressor. King of Hearts comes in, bringing 4 to straight, goes check, check, as River brings the Ace of Hearts here. Wow, now that is a wet board. Backdoor flush comes in, 4 to a straight. And it's going to go check, check, as our chip leader currently on this table picks up more.
Oh, look at that face.
A very satisfied look on his face. And folks, that means we're going to start our break now, 15-minute break, but when we come back, we're going to keep playing down to our final champion of the APT High Roller, who's going to walk away with 2.7 billion VND. So don't go anywhere, keep this on. I think we're going to restart the live stream, so keep look out for that. Again, I'm Greg Goes All In, YouTube meme lord, poker creator, and I'm joined by, on behalf of Stephen Lai from Hong Kong. We will be right back in 15 minutes for the APT Hanoi High Roller. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. So if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket eights, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any two. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any two range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 players.
A three-way all in.
I'm gonna make 2 sevens will come in.
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket 5s. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stack, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus 5s on hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, King Jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even Queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the Queen of Diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. Napat gonna start with a stab, 50k into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Makes the call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Napat. Pocket 5s with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Napat. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100k into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands better than 5s.
10s, 9s
would
maybe.
fold there.
Mix does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Napat fire the triple barrel here? I'd like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300k or so into 460k. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop in turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue that cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due, he has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Napat, top. Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
Neil tried getting a translation and then ended up reading it better.
Gentlemen. I have King Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Very warm welcome back here to Hanoi. We are covering the final day of the summer series, the High Roller. 80 million buy-in, 11 players left. We are getting down to the business end of this series and of this tournament, looking at some crucial highlights from earlier, some eliminations. 2 more to go until we reach the final table. The players are playing for a massive prize pool. 2.7 billion Vietnamese dong to the first place finisher. That's good for 114,000 USD. And we have some superstars in the mix. One of them just put on his shades on the screen in front of you. Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, Elky, as he is known in the poker world, the poker icon. Of course, some crushers and grinders and superstars from the local countries as well. We are down to the final 2 tables. 11 players looking towards that coveted final table of the High Roller. My name is Vidar Singhal. I am joined, as always, today by Mr. Stephen Lai. Stephen, you were in the booth the whole time. How has the action been, my friend?
Oh, I think it's been fascinating. We saw Fado going into the feature table with a massive chip lead, and then he was utilizing it, but the cards just didn't go right for him. So he's now down a little bit. Elky was nursing a very short stack, eventually got a grinding himself up to about 20 plus big blinds, which is amazing. All the other players, they're all playing pretty well. And obviously John was enjoying a beautiful massage and folding all the hands because he didn't want to be halfway through a relaxing massage.
There is the massage EV of being able to play a little bit more disciplined so that you can just get back to your massage. Certainly has made it work for him. Now, we are at 11 players, obviously, all of them aiming for that next milestone of making the final table. I heard you and Greg discuss how technically the final table isn't really a milestone, and yet it somehow is. We will be having a 9-handed final table. Yes, it's an 8-max tournament, but the final table gets down to 9 before we finally get back down to 8-max again. So 2 eliminations away from reaching the FT. Once again, let me just say what we're playing for. 114K up top. Second place, good for 1.8 billion VND, that's 77,000 USD. Third place, 1.2 billion VND. And fourth place, just a hair under 1 billion VND. So 4 billionaires being crowned tonight, as well as one person walking away with the coveted Golden Lion trophy here at the APT High Roller. A summary of what has happened today: 46 players advanced to day 2 out of 166 entries. 23 of them in the money, each walking away with at least 5.7 thousand USD. That's 134 million in the local currency. We are now down to 11, trying to get to that final table. And I have to inform our viewers, once we do get down to the final table, thanks to the APT rules, we will be rolling back the blinds. Let me just pause on that because we have an all-in here from seat 1, King 4 off against the Ace-Jack of John. We might be down to 10 here. 35% equity for the player all-in.
He's in very bad shape, Mr. NGO. King 4, but he was nursing a very short stack, maybe 5 BBs, so understandably he jammed. And guess what? He outflopped his opponent. King high
Ace
flop.
Or a 10 to send him home. Otherwise, he will find the double up. No dice for John. So, a survivor at this late stage gets it in as a dog. but ends up doubling up to 12 big blinds. And that's something the rest of the table did not want to see. We are approaching 8 hours of play here today. As I was just saying, once we reach the final table, we will actually be rolling back the blinds to accommodate the APT rule of having an average of 30 big blinds at the final table. I mean, this is an amazing feature of select events at the APT, the main event, the super high roller, and the high roller on the final day that we are covering here today. This is to make sure we have quality poker at the final table. All the players, of course, are informed in advance of this. They can adjust their play accordingly. Once you get to the final table, there's no bingo, there's no shove fest happening. We're down to playing some real poker. Average big blinds will be 30.
You know, our job here, apart from bringing you the live footage from Hanoi, you know, we are here to promote APT. And guess what? I feel like I've been attracted to come to play. You know, after watching so much of the coverage in the past 3 days, it's actually making me wanting to go to play the next APT event.
Oh, for sure. And on that note, you know very well when the next APT event is. July 21st.
Well, you tell me.
Summer Series in Da Nang gets kicked off. For anybody watching the stream who is feeling the way Steven does, feeling that itch, join us in Da Nang. All in once again from Fedor. Now, he has been the most active player on the table anytime I have been in the booth. Surely, I am guessing that was the case when you were in the booth as well.
Correct. And, you know, he had his ups and downs. You know, he was the overwhelming chip lead at one point and took a few knocks, but he's never giving up, is he?
Live by the sword, die by the sword, I suppose.
I think aggression is the only reliable weapon in tournament poker. You know, there's nothing more reliable than putting the pressure on your opponent, making them think. You know, put the chips in the middle so that they have to make a decision. I don't see any problem with a little bit of aggression in tournament poker. So, it's a big decision here for his tournament life. 7 big blinds. We don't know what cards he has. And Chucky is called off with... I
Two
can't
overs, I'm
see
guessing.
just yet. Well, yes, very likely. But I would quite like to see what he called off with.
I did spot a king, and we might be about to lose another player. Fedor actually the one all in, but one big blind
Chucky
behind.
is the one, yes. Oh.
King 9 suited. We pocket sixes. A classic flip, so to speak. Queen Jack gives a lot of outs to the King 9. How about the 8? Changes nothing. 10 needed. No dice. Nope. Fedor survives. Gets the double up. And Chucky is down to just one big blind. This is going to be a tough one, but as they say, a chip in a chair is all you need. All the players eyeing how many chips Chucky will have left here. And we'll get the good news. 90k in his stack.
Well, so many times we hear people say chip in a chair, but no, I've actually seen it a few times, you know, but the majority of the time, you know, you are booking a restaurant for for a nice evening out when you are down to one big blind, I'm afraid.
Oh, and he has to post a small blind as well.
Yeah.
Staying stoic though,
half
I
a
like
stack.
it. Just stay focused, just don't let it get to you until it's all over. That being said, as you just mentioned, we are very, very likely at looking at our next elimination, which does mean we have one more outer table running. They can take a peek at the feature table and vice versa. So if they're watching right now, probably tightening up a little bit on the outer table, waiting for this next player to bust, then being on the stone FT bubble. Elky begins to attack the weakness of that one big blind stack. Ace-7 suited under the gun, 6-handed.
It's a very openable combo, A7 suited.
There's a signal that's sent out in these scenarios when there's somebody all in with half a big blind left. or almost all in, I should say. It means, hey, I'm willing to be all in with this player. Why don't you step out of the way?
Wow. Chucky had half a big blind left, and he folded. It's pretty cool. It's a really, really funky fold. But it's true, you know, ICM is all about survival. And if there are short stacks on the other table, folding could mean another $1,000 American dollars, $2,000 American dollars. Is worth it. Oh,
Thanks to the-
Gilbert, don't worry about me. So Gilbert on the comments on YouTube saying, Steve, don't you need to rest? You've been commentating for hours. Well, I can do it. I'm still a youngish man.
You're a beast.
I can do it. I can do it.
Gilbert, thanks so much for joining the stream. As always, we have switched streams, I believe, which is why we have a new link. Have lost some viewers, but I do suspect, especially as we get down to the final table, we will have those viewers back, so keep that chat going. Keep any expert insights, comments, or questions coming.
See, I'm not so sure whether we have switched stream or not, because I'm still on the same one, and it's still showing. I'm not so sure. Anyway, thank you for joining us. We are showing you the APT Hanoi High Roller event.
Oh, in that case, Stephen, let me just say we have, in fact, switched streams. So a lot of viewers might still be on the previous one. So if you just go to the channel or maybe sort of hit refresh on your YouTube algorithm, you should get the new stream. If not, maybe because of delay, somebody will be stepping into chat and alerting everybody in the current stream that we will be switching. This is purely because of some time limits that different platforms have on the length the stream can go on for. And, well, what do you know, 8 hours into the day and expecting a nice little grind into the final table. Makes sense to switch to a new stream. Also, good link for people to send to their friends and family. Come join us, watch the action.
So are you telling me that I am more robust than a YouTube live stream?
Oh, certainly. I had no doubt about that.
Thank you, sir. I think both streams are streaming concurrently right now. So we have two streams showing the same footage right now. So if you're watching from the previous stream, please switch over to the new one, because probably we're going to close down the other one soonish.
This is going to be it. The half a big blind goes into the middle, and Nguyen has woken up with ace queen off on the button. Surely he's going to ISO this. There we go, raises to 245. Not only wants to be all in against the automatically all in player, but wants to pick up the blinds and antes as well. The raise goes through.
Off we go. 30% is not too bad. I mean, it's doable. Maybe not today. Flop comes Jack 6-4, a queen on the turn, so only a 9 would be able. Oh no,
that does
no
it.
luck. Chucky is the 11th player of this tournament.
GG, sir.
Congratulations.
This is it. Stone bubble for the final table. 5 players on the feature table, 5 players on the outer table. In case there's an all-in situation on the outer table, we will be immediately cutting to that. Keep you updated. In case you're rooting for someone on the outer table, stick with us. You can also follow the live updates. And this is it. We are all in on the outer table as well. Pocket fours versus pocket aces of Ashit Manod. Min Duck Fan is the one all in with fours, and no good. And that is it. We have reached our final table. That was quick. Took shoved over 1 million in chips that are now going Ashish Manod's way, who will now be a serious contender on this final table with about 2.5 million in chips. And that is it. The clock is going to be paused. It is currently running, but as I mentioned, it doesn't matter because we will be resetting the level such that the final table players, the final 9 players, have an average of 30 big blinds. as we finish out this final hand on the feature table, and Elky just jams it in there saying, hey, do you want to share being the final table bubble with whoever just busted? Sure, go ahead. I have King 9 suited.
Oh, he's such a boss. He's great. I don't think he would usually jam King 9 suited from the button.
It's all about making the most of any dynamics happening around you, and with that, we have officially hit the final table of the APT High Roller. My name is Vidar Singhal. I am joined by Stephen Lai, and these are the exact two people you are with the rest of the night as we close out this prestigious event and see who walks away with the $114,000 and the trophy. We will be right back with the final table in just about 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It's like an incredibly short stack.
Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is ace of diamonds, 8 of spades, 9 of hearts. King, queen is still in the lead.
So it's the king, queen,
Let's see the turn card. Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut shot for the jack 4.
So jack 10 or a
King,
4
queen
needed.
is still in the lead. Without a jack, a 4.